to take what resonates. If unicorn resonates, a unicorn resonates. If a unicorn doesn't resonate, it doesn't resonate. Just take what happened. It's about being that unique creature that you are. So be sure to do that. And if you don't like your rock and roll loud, I highly recommend you turn down the volume. And welcome all Twitter users, welcome all Facebookers, welcome all over the world. You are listening to Alien Girl 111 with your host, Nikki Starchild. What is up, you guys? We did it. We're here this morning. We're here. Let me get my crafting craft on. Oh, lucky card. Who's that? Who just said something? Sheila Jordan. On Twitter. Sheila Jordan just said something. So we do have Sheila Jordan here visiting us from Twitter. Kyle Bond 444 just joined us on Twitter. Welcome. They got to be streaming these Twitter comments through StreamYard here because that's where the new freedom is, in my own opinion. It's on StreamYard. Kyle Bond 444. But before we get started, I just want to thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to the show today. It is Wednesday, April 4th, 2023. And it is another big, beautiful day of disclosure. If you could just do me a favor, if you could just share this on all of your social media with hashtag UFO Twitter, hashtag UFOtainment, all of the things, it would be greatly appreciated because we're going to be blowing it up today. We've got some amazing clips that I want to show you guys. Because we're going to be blowing it up today. We've got some amazing clips that I want to show you guys. Because we're going to be blowing it up today. We've got some amazing clips that I want to show you guys. So we'll see here. But we got Rock SD. I think everybody Hellfire Studio. Yes, okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so let's jump into basically what I was talking about. Yeah, and I changed the poll. The poll was originally, do you believe that all this happens because Tom DeLonge, as he states? So before everyone gets mad, and I don't think anyone gets mad unless, I mean, we all love Blink-182. There's nothing wrong with it. But here's what we polled. Just how he rolls is interesting, right? There you go. Let me turn down my music and then we can listen to this. Oh, and this is all covered under fair use, meant to transform the public. You know what I mean. Transform the public, fair use.
Secret Machines. This is the second book, but when the first book came out, I remember sitting in a room with one person and
that's weird. He's playing music in the background. I wonder if he did that on purpose. If I play you love yourself some Blink-182. I mean, Blink-182 was good. Blink-182 was good. We'll play it in parts so that we don't get this punk. He put music to it, so
he's like, when this book came out, every phone went off in the building. I need to know who the fuck you are, who the fuck you're talking to, and how the fuck you know these things. And I was...
He's so cool. Is that just me? He's so cool. Who the fuck you talking to? What the fuck you're up to?
It's like, I'm in a lot of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. How much trouble did he get into? Did he get into a lot of trouble? I don't know, right? What's up, Beats Crates? We're just listening to some stuff that Tom DeLonge's posting. That's all.
Telling you, if you haven't read Secret Machines, you need to know the story. The story behind the book, the story in the book. The first one, Chasing Shadows, and this one.
So not just one of the books, both of the books. You need to read both of the books. You have to read both of them.
The reason why UFOs are being talked about today is because of this book. If you want to kind of get a foundation,
there it is.
Everything, I highly suggest you get this because of this book. If you want to kind of get a foundation about everything, I highly suggest you get the Secret Machines books. There's 2 of them out. Poet Anderson's in this one. It's the reason why UFOs are being talked about today. In this one. It's the reason why UFOs are being talked about today. In this one. It's the reason why UFOs are being talked about today is because in this one. It's the reason why UFOs are being talked about today.
There it is. I repeated it.
If you want to kind of get a foundation about everything, I highly suggest you get the Secret Machines books. There's 2 of them out.
Okay.
Poet Anderson. First book we put out.
Okay. So we got Cosmic Kev's got a commento. Welcome, Cosmic Kev. Thank you so much for your opinion. All opinions are definitely welcome here on Alien Girl 111. Secret Machines, God's is the first mainstream disclosure book that laid out the historical context of our past. Is the first mainstream disclosure book that laid out the historical context of our past. I mean, I can't really say one way or the other because I haven't read it. Oh, thanks for sharing it on your media outlet, Sheila Jordan. I truly appreciate it. I've never read it. I've heard some good things. That's a big statement, though. It's the first mainstream disclosure book that laid out. Well, I mean, I think for me, the book. I mean, and you let me know in the chat. But I think for me, and I mean, I'm going to speak for maybe a couple other people too. If they agree, let me know in the chat. But this was the book that I thought people said really transformed things. So you say that Secret Machines was the first mainstream disclosure book that laid out the historical context of our past. I've never read it. But people don't really reference Secret Machines whenever I talk about it, so I've never felt the need to read it. I've mostly been told that, the day after Roswell, I would say that maybe not laid out a groundwork for our historical past. Yeah, I know it's been out a long time. Of the Secret Machines book. So what's so special about the Secret Machines book? Why should I read Secret Machines by Tom DeLonge? Let me know. I feel like I've actively been avoiding it, to be honest. Oh, you thought James Fox was going to be on? Yeah, maybe not. Probably not on this. We try. Oh, he talks about Atlantis, long last past. Okay, that's cool. I don't really have any baseline for that too much. I appreciate really try to look at like the history of UFOs. Beats Crate says, I thought Billy Meyer wrote that book. This book or Secret Machines? Hey, what's up, most people? The community are full of it. Good to see you. You've missed me. Oh, we've missed you. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people have cited it yet because I don't think a whole lot of people have read it. I do think that was the book that made Lou Elizondo approach Tom DeLonge to be like, here's all this secret stuff. I do think that was the precursor to the DeLonge-Lou Elizondo friendship with Secret Machines. But I've never felt the need to read Secret Machines. I have other books I'm going to be reading down the rabbit hole, and then I've got another book that I'm going to be reading, The Trinity, right? The Trinity Site. What is it? By Jack Fallet. Because we're going to read that and go down. Yeah. We're going to read that and go down to Trinity, New Mexico and do some filming on my GoPro. But let's get this started, you guys. I seriously need to wake up here. We're waking up. More coffee. Who doesn't love Don Schmidt? We all love Don Schmidt. I mean, I'm not gonna get too into it. I just wanted to show that clip. I'm not gonna get too into it because I just, I'm not gonna go there anymore. But here we go. Here we go.
On what's happening right now, today, as we speak, and it's quite. Boy, I felt like I just got back from watching a sci-fi thriller or something. Everyone's like, "Oh, how was your trip to DC?" It's like, well, do you really want to know? What's happening behind the scenes, well, and even in front of the scenes, is pretty remarkable, right? We've got the new legislation, and I'll get to your question in a minute. We got the new legislation that was signed into law late December of 2022. So basically the 2023 legislation, UAP legislation, was a bipartisan effort from Marco Rubio and Senator Gillibrand, Representative Gallego and Gallagher, and a handful of others. And what it basically does is a formation of a new UAP task force, ARROW, run by Sean Kirkpatrick. They've got this language that talks about crash recovered debris, which is phenomenal. I mean, I was addressing this with insiders about it. Like, anyone can go download it and read it. But basically talking about UFO crash material. And obviously, we had the congressional hearings last year that Representative Andre Carson put together.
Wait, it's too early. Wait, crashed retrieval. Did I just hear that right? Crashed retrieval? Crashed retrieval. Let's go back here.
Representative Andre Carson put together. And there was the Wilson memo brought up crash material. There was previous cases with UFOs and nukes
Wilson
that we covered in the phenomenon.
The Wilson Davis memo.
I don't know if they brought up Rendlesham Forest. I don't think they did, but that's also nuke related. And I met with intelligence folks that had just met with Kirkpatrick and met with Senate Intel, and they couldn't share every single detail because it was classified, but they did with them, sort of as a precautionary measure that testimony went into ARROW and never came out. They could have a backup plan going public and say, look, gave testimony and gave testimony to, and what they're basically saying.
I'm probably playing too much.
And
he always has trouble focusing for words sometimes. So much of what we see is 2023 is a rehash of what happened in 1947 to 2003. What's up, Lord Bass? Yeah, interesting. We're not having as many people as we usually do around this time, which is interesting to me. Just trying to figure it out. Maybe my thumbnail sucked. But since so many of you are not here, I'll give you all a little bit of a little thing. Since there's not many people here, I'll let you ask me anything. So just ask me anything in the chat and I'll answer it as we go over it. I'm looking at the chat, but since there's so few of you here, this is probably going to be a low traffic video. So ask me anything in the chat and I'll answer it if you're interested. Maybe make the show a little bit more interesting, but
these programs exist. These reverse engineered programs exist.
Perfect timing, Simon Fly.
And again, this is what they shared with me.
Are they currently employed? The intelligence folks that were speaking.
Some of them were, yes, and some of them were retired. But no, a lot of them were still employed.
Wow.
Don't take it from me, and I have this on camera just recently. Don't take it from me. Don't take my testimony.
Spring break.
But I'm here to tell you, this is the name of the program. This is the location of the program. These are the names of the individuals involved with the programs, and if you give me the credentials or the security clearance, I'll walk you into the labs. And that's happening right now in Washington, D.C. And I've seen the photographs, these guys' credentials. Not one, not two, not three.
All right, we got questions from the audience.
More than
because I told you we don't have that many people here this morning. There's not that many people here. We're gonna do whatever we want. Because the algorithm's gonna be a little bitch again. We're gonna do whatever we want. The algorithm's being a little bitch again. Okay. Do you believe in the Wilson Davis memo being real? Okay. Do I believe it being real? Well, wasn't the Wilson Davis memo was found in the Edgar Allan Mitchell's home, right? Isn't that what it was? Here, we'll go Wikipedia it. Don't you love Wikipedia? Hey, Sheila Jordan. She's still chilling over there. I love it. Okay. Wilson Davis memo. We got 3 people watching on Twitter. Hi! I haven't forgot about you guys. The Wilson Davis memo. Come on. Wilson Davis memo, which was found, I do believe, in Edgar Allan Mitchell's home. Yeah, here it is. Well, I found the memo. I don't remember where it was found, but I've read through this. I've looked at it, and I think I have my questions about it. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I told you guys since the show's not much traffic today, you can ask me anything. Because since we know like the show's not gonna get too much traffic, like it started out, whoa, but I'm seeing these questions too. I saw yours. If Trump's gonna get the aliens, will they help him stay out of jail? We'll get into that question in a little bit. Do I believe? I think the Wilson Davis memo has a very good chance of being real. I'm gonna give it a 70% chance of being real, and the reason I'm gonna give it a 70% chance of being real is because they found it in the home of Edgar Allan Mitchell. And the other component about the Wilson Davis memo that really gets me is that they reference Stephen Greer and the Disclosure Project, right? Let's go here. Like I said, we're talking about anything today because we got low traffic in the chat. So whatever we need to do to amp this up, you can ask me anything. What about, no, we want to look at Greer. So the discussion about Greer in this was very strange to me, that they talked about Stephen Greer. Miller told Greer their conversation. Who knows whom else he had told Greer? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, it reads like the coolest sci-fi I could ever read. Like, this, dude, like, why has nobody made this into a movie yet? Is somebody doing that? Is somebody making a movie out of this? This is exactly what I want. From maybe we'll just make a movie. Greer, right? Because Greer's all over this. Greer's everywhere. There's Greer. Greer talked to Corso on April 9th. Like, that kind of stuff that they have in it really becomes this exciting thing for me, right? I'm like, oh, they talked to Greer. What did I do with Amy? I'm starring your comments. We'll be talking about the kind of like the researchy ones if you guys want to know what I think about something. So I think, yeah, I think a 70%, I think there's a 70% chance that the Wilson Davis documents are actually real. I like that they were found in Edgar Allan Mitchell's home. I like that they talk about Stephen Greer. I like that they talk about a lot of different things. Some people have discussed the validity of Eric Davis. Like, people have really ripped him apart. And I really haven't looked enough into Eric Davis to kind of come to a decision about what I feel like his work might be. But based off of this, it's not too bad. Okay, so let's get to the other questions that you guys have for me. Is Trump gonna get the aliens to help him stay out of jail? I mean, if he's smart enough, right? Like, he should do that. If he can get the aliens to help him out of jail, I think that should probably be priority number 1 for him right now. Alien Girl, what did you do with Amy? Amy is still alive, deep inside. She is. All right, so I guess that's all the questions that you guys have there. I also want to look over some other stuff, just that I wanted to show you guys, but I just never got to the chance to show it. And this actually got quite a bit of traction, because I do a pretty good job showing you guys, what's the word I'm looking for? I do a pretty good job sharing you guys like a specific theme every show. But I think today I just wanted to do a whatever stream. Michael Wade says, listen to me though. It's a possibility that Greer made this and then claimed he just found it in Mitchell's estate and had Davis go along with it, and Shannon has been sketchy. I don't know, man. I fill it all up into the matrix. I know that there are holes that are missing. I know that there's this and there's that. But I do think if we look at the holes of what's going on, we can push those to the side and try to hone in on what's actually the truth in these situations. Because I haven't thrown out Bob Lazar, because I think there are components of Bob Lazar. Cosmic Kev has a question. Amy, do you believe that time travel is possible or real? Right, because this has turned into an ask me anything today. I'll just post that. Ask me anything today. Just because, you know, it's one of those shows. Okay, so do I think, yeah, I think time travel is possibly real, and theoretically it actually is real, right? Einstein, if you go super duper light speed fast, you travel into the future, so that can happen. Do I think we can travel back in time? I don't know. So yeah, I think time travel is possible and real. I think traveling deep into the future is definitely possible. So there we go. I saw a good comment. You guys have the funniest comments. The Wilson demo, Hectic Stargate, Cindy has a good comment. The Wilson memo was found in Edgar Mitchell's personal belongings after he died, which is another component as to why I push a lot of validity onto it for sure. So, Dorothy's got a question that keeps me going. Amy, some people think we're somehow human aliens on Earth. What do you think? I think it's more than likely that we're panspermia. I think that humans are so rare on this planet, and I think that we're so far away from so many other intelligent beings. The only thing I could think of is that there was another Earth-like planet light years and light years and light years away. I think there was a catastrophe that was about to happen on that planet, and I think they loaded up a rocket with a bunch of DNA, a bunch of extraterrestrial whatever, and they sent us out. I think they may have even sent some human DNA. Maybe it might have been genetically altered human DNA to throw us over here on Earth so that we could live here. I mean, yeah. I mean, because you had the volcanic vents down at the bottom of the ocean, and bam, here we are, you know? And I think it's weird that there isn't more around us, right? Wait, what? Oh, do you think the craft that we are seeing could be us from the future? It's hard for me to believe. I think they could be. I think it's a possibility. I mean, I think they look like us, right? Like the Greys look like future us's, if we really get down to it. The Greys look like future us's. So do I think the craft we're seeing could be us in the future? I think, yeah. I mean, I think it's a possibility. Because I also think that people tend to make, like, for me to even say, like, I don't think we could travel into the future, blah, 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 you know what I mean? Even I think for me to say that is a little bit of a misnomer, right? It's not correct. Like, I don't really know if we can travel into the future. So regardless, I think it's definitely a possibility. I mean, the Greys look like evolved us anyway. Yeah. So here's this. This was a UFO that happened that some people really got excited about on the internet. I can't even believe it got this many views. It got 5.9 million views. A UFO fleet had appeared over the city. I feel fear of the appearance of a large number of UFOs. It indicates that contact between aliens and humans is close. All right, guys, I'm going to take a vote in the chat for this, since we're kind of doing whatever we want. What'd you guys say? Do you believe that all this happened because Tom DeLonge, as he states? No, right? But now I want to ask you guys about this. This will be a quick poll. Do you think this clip could be an extraterrestrial craft or back engineered alien technology? Go ahead and put in your vote, and we're going to look over it. We're going to review it so you guys can see it up close and let us know in the chat what you think. I'm looking at your votes in the chat for this too. What do you guys get? What are we voting in the chat? 10 votes, 11 votes. Put them in, put them in, put them in. All right, so I'll let you guys know what I thought. For me, personally, when I was looking at it, it said 5.9 million views. I feel bad. So, for those who say they're birds, a couple questions. Do birds glow in the dark? Do they light up? My first thought was Chinese lanterns, but I don't know. And then I actually posted something, because I do think it could be birds as well. We got a lot of likes on that as well. I find it unbelievable all these sightings have no contact. A flock of birds, that's it. I didn't realize alien technology was based upon the movement of birds. But if we look kind of close, I mean, it does. What's mind-blowing is it got 5 million views. And I said it's a V formation of birds. This is what I think. I'm gonna let you guys know. I don't know how you're gonna respond, but I think it's a V formation of birds with white wings that are reflecting the lights from the city. And I've seen similar things, and I thought it was a UFO. And I feel like we can even see the wing movement in this. So that's what I wrote. Got quite a bit of likes, 120 likes. Because I've seen a lot of UFO footage, and I'm not saying this doesn't look like it. When I had my UFO sighting in 2013, looked very similar to this. And it's really what sent me down the rabbit hole was a sighting that looked literally exactly like this, except there may have been like 12 orbs. And then I just started like taking in as much raw UFO footage as I possibly could at that point. And I started taking in as much raw footage, looking at all sorts of things, trying to find someone who saw something that I saw. And although what I saw was very different from this, I wonder, you know, like if the bottom, here, I'm going to turn off the music because they're all flipping out, right? They're like, the aliens are here. If the bottom of the birds has a white back, a bottom, right? A white wings, and you're over a city with lots of light pollution, there's going to be a reflection. And actually at this point we see it goes out of focus real quick. Watch this. There's a point where it goes out of focus, and then it goes. I think it's a bird. See, there we go. It goes out of focus. I'm going to take a quick little still so we can zoom in on this. You have to think in terms there. I wonder how close I can get to show you guys this. Not really. It won't let me get that close up. I'd have to take a QuickTime video to show you guys. But like, let's just really look as close as you can. Get your eyeballs up there as much as you can, because it does appear that there's wing movement. They are in a V formation. They are in a city. Cities do have lots of flocks of bird that look similar to this. This is similar to what a flock of birds looks like, right? Am I right? I just feel like the time is over to pretend like stuff like I just don't see it. It looks like birds. Anyway, that was something I wanted to show you guys. Maybe it's not. What did you guys think of the chat? Maybe everybody's like, yes, 30% of you said it could be extraterrestrial back engineered tech. 35% of you said maybe. But it's hard because it's at night. Christian says, this is the reason why humans from the future travel back here to research information that needs to be researched with advance that we don't possess now. Grandmaster UV says, and we have helium saucers called H-Arrow, or other company models. Looks just like a flying saucer. Interesting. Yeah, we're just messing around this morning. It appears that we're just going to have a chill show where we're just kicking back. Well, let me show you guys the other things, because I always have a bunch of things that I want to show you that I keep in my box that I don't ever show. And I do it for this reason. Oh. Right, that was interesting. Here it is, yeah. You guys will like this one. I didn't know if I should do a show on it, just because I was like, But, yeah, here you go. A goblin alien dies in a sleepy village during a terrifying invasion from a UFO. At first I was like, should I do a show on this? And then I was like, I don't know if I should do a show on this. So, but here's what happened. Basically, a goblin alien died. But I don't have kids. Like kids, you know. A goblin alien dies at a sleepy village during a terrifying invasion from a UFO. Yes, the UFO news is a little slow right now, you guys. Bear with me. I'm gonna put on Traveling the Astral Plane. That sounds good. Oh no, goblin aliens! Dies in a sleepy village street during terrifying invasion from UFOs. Oh, thank you, Marvelous Marvin, for the $5 super chat. I truly appreciate it. So this is the alien they found in Bolivia. Yes, and we announce all the super chats again at the end of the show. Yes, thank you, Marvelous Marvin. We love you. So let's just get to the photo of the alien. That's the photo of the alien. Is that the only photo? Let me see if I can find a better photo. We're all about the photos of the aliens here. And they just want to cover the photo of the aliens up with as many advertisements as possible, because that's all we want to see. But they found it. There it is. There you go. There's the alien photo. And it says it was there 1 minute, gone the next, locals have claimed. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that this is an alien? What? I want to know that. Like I said, we're just having fun. I'm sorry if people are used to the structure and they're like, what's going on? Why is everything so confusing? Do you think this alien goblin from Bolivia is real? Here you guys go. Vote in the chat. Let me know. I'm really curious. I want to know what the, hey, what's up, Scrandal? Welcome. Tell us how you got here, man. We're really always trying to bring it in. Ice and long grass arrived. Fagarnia. Is this? I think Fagarnia is way more going on than this little alien guy they found in Bolivia. No, you're joking. You're kidding me. This looks like a clay... This looks like a clay statue. Is that just me? Are you kidding me? You're messing with me. They actually are going to be analyzing this? I'm sorry, I'm shocked. I don't mean to... That's very biased of me, but this looks like a clay figurine to me. That's why I didn't do a show on it. I was like, I could put alien in Bolivia everywhere, but I would, you know, people be like, what are you doing? You know, that's a clay figurine. Are they really? Are they really? Let's get into the details of this. I'm going to keep the picture of the goblin up so you can see it. Give you a little thing of the goblin. You know that goblin's coming at you. Yeah, he's going to come for you in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night to take your children. You found me through Identify as 4. That's awesome. Nice to hear the network's doing good. Interesting. So let me give you some backstory on this Star article. A small Bolivian village has made another headline news after finding an alien dead in a gutter. And residents were left baffled as it randomly disappeared soon after. Gary Nolan and James Fox took it. That's what we're hearing through the grapevine. Is James Fox and Gary Nolan have taken this to really study it. A real-life alien has been found dead, but the body has already mysteriously disappeared. Interesting. Strange. You mean they lost the clay figurine? The strange incident happened in a small town of Bolivia. Little is known about... I'm sorry. Let's see what people... And I'm not sorry. Do you think this alien from Bolivia? 44% of you say no. 30% of you say yes. You know, However, it has now hit the headlines thanks to a mysterious encounter involving a UFO and a dead alien. Local residents took images of the alleged deceased extraterrestrial lying in the gutter before it mysteriously disappeared earlier this month, much to their surprise. It was there 1 minute, gone the next, locals have claimed. It remains unclear whether a sneaky opportunist removed the alien corpse or whether its alien pals beamed it on board with their UFO before making an intergalactic getaway. Grandmaster UV says, kind of looks similar to other alien mummies. That's a good point. It does look mummified. It has an Atta, the skeleton, sort of Russian, found in the snow, you know, sort of vibe. Definitely. The government let it happen. And those things also do exist, but they scatter in jungles and forests. Wow. That's interesting. Janet Martin says, my nephew at a young age could make realistic looking dinosaurs out of clay. This is, yes, right. This could be a clay figurine. I know 30% of you in the chat think this is definitely an alien, and we respect your opinion. All opinions are welcome. But this is definitely, from a logical perspective, something that could be carved out of clay. I mean, I know that the alien went missing the next day, which is unfortunate. Very unfortunate, but we need these samples. Someone's got to go find this alien. You're telling me they found an alien? We finally got a photo. We got our photo. Maybe I should have done the show on this. This would have been cool. Alien found in Bolivia with Nikki Starchild. That's where the Nikki Starchild name really comes to the top. Nikki Starchild found an alien. We're talking about the aliens. Scrandle says, the eyes give it away. Looks fake in my opinion, but who knows for sure? Who knows for sure? I don't know, man. I don't know. Stuart says that's just a Bolivian native after... He threw my YouTube profile at 8? Okay. So let me continue on letting you know what's going on with this goblin alien. 2 nights before the alien was found dead in the gutter, residents filmed an eerie green light in the night sky that they believed was an alien spacecraft. They claim that many witnessed numerous figures running around in the streets. This wasn't the only figure running through the streets. This guy, he wasn't the only one. There were many little goblin aliens running everywhere, all throughout the Bolivian streets that night. I do have an alien a mummified one. I do have a mummified alien in my backyard. I do. Some of you have seen me. Sometimes when I'm stressed about the UFOs, I go out in my backyard I know I'm a bad girl and I smoke a cigarette. I know everyone gets mad at me in the chat. They're like, you gotta quit smoking. I don't smoke that many cigarettes, but we go in the back and we hang out with the alien. We really do. Like, it's for all of you new viewers. We can show you. There's actually a whole playlist for it. You can go to the playlist sections, and it's called "Hanging Out with Elon the Alien."
Yeah.
This is actually private though, but we have multiple videos hanging out with Elon. There he is. There.
Hey guys.
No, it's not a joke. We really do.
Just doing a random stream.
I like this question.
Thought I'd
Let's see that.
hang out here with you.
It's a good question here. Let's answer this question. So the question is, it comes from Richard Metcalf, Alien Girl, Nikki Starchild. How do you think UAP disclosure will affect a transhumanist's future? Our technology is developing at a breakneck pace, and now the reemergence of psychedelics in mainstream culture. Psychedelics. How do you think the UAP will affect a transhumanist future? Well, I think UAP disclosure is part of it. And I think what's going on is with ChatGPT, everything's being accelerated at this very high pace with artificial intelligence. These answers are going to become progressively clearer and clearer. And I don't know about all of you guys, but for me personally, artificial intelligence like ChatGPT is changing my life every day. And I think as there's more information, people are going to start making the connections to everything. Click, 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 click. And so through that, I think we'll naturally be able to, in my own opinion, be able to accept the possibility that they're visiting us. I think artificial intelligence, just like the transformation in the last 5 years that everybody's like, of course there's like, you're not. Everyone believes that there's intelligent life out there somewhere in the universe, which is insane for me to take in. It's like this knowledge is latent until people feel confident to discuss it. 5 years ago, people were not confident to discuss that. Now everyone is. Like, everyone is. So UAP disclosure, I think, will be highly integrated and associated with the artificial intelligence, because that will be a framework that most people will begin to understand. And that AI is eventually, because of transhumanism, we're going to have to become AI. We're going to have to, like, if the artificial intelligence can't be smarter than us. We have to be as smart as the, right? And that's for all that stuff. Our technology, and now the reemergence of psychedelics in mainstream culture. Psychedelics is definitely interesting. I don't really know the connection of psychedelics and transhumanism, so if you could let me know, that would be pretty cool. There we go. Christian's got a good point. Scientists have successfully teleported an object from Earth to space for the first time, paving the way for more ambitious and, wow, that's interesting. I heard somebody telling me that too. You know, and then you get into the double slit experiment and everything gets wild. What do I think about quantum entanglement teleportation now discovered? I don't know. We can't get to a dance party without 50 in the chat, Brenda. I know. It's fine. We do dance parties at the end when we shout out everybody and we have a bunch of fun. But it's kind of the dealio. That's what we do. You know, we gotta wait till we get to 50. It's kind of the thing. Ever since the time change, we were getting 50. We were doing Bob Lazar videos. We're getting 2,000 views. Things were on fire. And I don't think they wanted the algorithm to go that way. I don't think they wanted us to go. I think they let us slip by the cracks. That's what I think happened with that Bob Lazar video. I think they were like, how did we let Alien Girl get 2,000 views on a video? We hate her. That's what the YouTube god said. We hate her. Somehow she found a weird loophole to get 2,000 views on one of her videos. Oh. And now they're punishing us. That's why we haven't had a dance party. Now YouTube's punishing us because we found a loophole to get to 2,000 views on one of these morning shows, and now they're punishing us. So like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, share this on all of your social media with hashtag UFO Twitter, hashtag UFOtainment, hashtag UFO everything. Because we like dance parties. But the dance party for the waste workers, the water waste workers, the beautiful water waste workers, will be starting in about 3 minutes because we close out the show at the end. So don't worry, hold tight. Hold tight, workers. We love you guys. Keep getting that water clean. What did we have? What was my little... Who knows? I gotta find... But this freaking goblin, man. This freaking goblin. What did you guys come up with? What did we come up with? I hope all of this alien talk can help you guys kind of... No. Half of you say no. This isn't an alien. That's solid. And half of you said might be or yes. Okay. So we got a halfy. This little creature could be yes, could be no. I do think my glasses look like Bob Lazar's. I do. I think I kind of look like Bob Lazar, actually. You know. I mean, yeah, you could see us together. I'm taken. I'm an old married woman. But in another life, I do believe him and I should have been together. But, you know, maybe he's honest. Maybe. You never know what could happen in this life. See? Me, Bob. Me, Bob. Bob. Let's go a little deeper into this. Bob Lazar Young. Just because he has the glasses. That's the only reason why, guys. All age ranges are beautiful. Okay? Now I'm talking about liking Bob Lazar, the view, like now there's a ton of people. Is that all I have to do is just talk about having a crush on Bob Lazar and then everybody rolls up? I guess so. Wait, I gotta take this photo. This is the one that reminds me of, you know, the kind of attention, the kind of people in the world that we just love seeing here. Yes. Or I could be like his doppelganger, the female doppelganger of Bob Lazar. Here. This is me, Bob. Me, Bob. See, the glasses do match. You guys aren't lying. I kind of do it on purpose. I like the retro look. See? Yeah. I could see us hanging out like, hey, let's go shoot some guns. Like, let's do some fireworks and yeah. Okay. At least I can make you guys laugh. That's the goal. That's the goal. 'Cause there's so much. You make those glasses. You make those glasses. Ryan Farrell says, our cosmic brothers and sisters have mastered the merging of spirituality and technology. Yes. Yes. To add, the glasses are pretty freaking... Maybe that's why subconsciously I was like, these look just like Bob Lazar's glasses. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I gotta learn. Oh, Amy, is that Nikki speaking? That's that crazy Nikki. Nikki Starchild. Am I his daughter? No. I'm his long-lost love. Daughter. Soulmate. Nikki Starchild. And Bob Lazar. Whoa! We just figured out another depth to my new identity. Nikki Starchild's in love with Bob Lazar. Why did we never see this before? I knew she was in love with someone. I just couldn't figure out who it was. This whole time, it was Bob Lazar. We figured it out. That's the secret to me. Nikki Starchild. I'll see you. See you. I am your father. I am your father. Yeah. I'm Nikki Starchild, Bob Lazar, together forever. Together forever. Okay. Yeah. It was the 80s. We were hanging out back in the 80s, right here. This wild man. I meant like Lazar, like wild man. Like he's calmed down here, which is fine. But like wild man Lazar back in the day.
Oh, that shit was plugged in. That's why. Fuck. Okay.
Nikki Starchild in love with Bob Lazar. Alien Girl Lorraine goof on. Amy is a different husband, and Nikki Starchild's in love with Bob Lazar. Oh man, the show never ceases to be fun, right? So we figured it out. It all makes sense. I'm in love with Bob Lazar. Now everything makes sense. And now to the wonderful wastewater workers of Wisconsin. Going out there, cleaning up cleaning it out, helping us get that amazing water out. You know who I'm talking to. If they're still in the chat, this one's for you. Because we all know. How did you get here? How in the hell of the YouTube algorithm did you manage to find yourself here? We figured it today. We're in love. What are we? Who are we? We know who we are. We are Nikki Starchild here, hosting with the mosting. Destiny brought us together. Yes, it did. Because we are broadcasting here live and alive to all the wastewater workers in Wisconsin. In the middle of the desert, in the heart of alien country. And one day, Bobby, it's all gonna come out, boy. Ooh, you're gonna bring us those parties. You're gonna bring us those documents. You're gonna bring us those craft. And they're gonna say, you know what they're gonna say, Scrandle. They're gonna say they always knew. You're gonna say, no. Who's working at the Wisconsin wastewater? I need to because I was listening to Alien Girl 111. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, Marvin. Marvelous Marvin. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cindy, for being a sponsor of the channel. Dorothy being a sponsor of the channel. Tim Freestone. Thank you so much to all of the wonderful moderators who've been helping us keep this to be a clean, happy, healthy show where we can express ourselves daily. Because that's what we do in here, and that's why we stream on Twitter, we stream on Facebook, and we stream on YouTube, because they are going to say that you're crazy, guys. You don't know what's going on. But we know that's not true. Where is Samo? And we have such a question today. Thank you so much for being here. It doesn't matter what kind of show we have. It's having fun, and I love you guys so much. And I believe up to some of it.
Audience. And we're also going to talk about ChatGPT in the context of South Park. There's a recent episode of the animated comedy, which we referred to a couple episodes ago for another topic. This seems to be an animated comedy that is on top of the technology world lately, or at least covering the technology world. So popular American TV show called South Park had a whole episode dedicated to ChatGPT. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. And in that opening segment, we're also going to talk about IT leadership lessons from astronauts, which is very fitting given the space theme and analogy or metaphor for transformation ground control in this podcast. So we'll be curious to get into those topics. And then later in the show, we're going to have Chiara Munaretto joining us from the Netherlands via Italy. She's originally from Italy. She's based in Netherlands now, and she's going to be chatting with us about ChatGPT and AI and some emerging technologies beyond that, but mainly ChatGPT and AI are what we're going to talk about later in the show. And then finally, our third segment, we'll have Dominic Lynn from Third Stage Consulting Europe is going to be on with Kyler talking about a maritime case study. So a digital transformation case study that we've gone through with one of our clients. He's going to share some of his lessons learned in that conversation with Kyler later today. So before we get to our guests, though, just a couple logistical things. New episodes every Wednesday. You can find this show on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter, streaming every Wednesday, or you can find it on audio podcast platforms throughout the world. So be sure to subscribe to us if you don't already on whichever platform you prefer to listen to or watch podcasts. So all that being said, let's get into some of the questions you've got from the audience here today, Kyler.
Absolutely. Well, these questions are directly from Eric and Third Stage social media channels. So if you do have a question you want us to feature on the show, you can either pop it in the comments right now, or you can go ahead and post it on any of our social media channels, and we'll hopefully get to it and address it. So let's get into it. So this one is actually from your ProSci video that you talked about. Is that worth the cost? And for those of you that don't know what ProSci is, it's a change management plan tool type of thing, strategy. So this comment said, in leading large change, ProSci was the standard, but it's really not
fucking boring. Ting tong. Ting tong bing bong. Fucking Russian. I see some Russian language. What is this? Ting tong.
Пиздец! Чё за, пользуясь случаем, хочу передать привет твоей маме. А, вот так, да, блядь? То есть вот так, блядь, да? Охуительно посидели, блядь. Охуенно я сбежал. Бля, ну я не ожидал, что она 10 минут играется. Блядь, охуенно постримили, блядь. Стрим, который заслужили, ребят. Ну что, бля, фух. Ебать, переработал я что-то, блядь, немного. Пиздец. Переработал, честное слово. Так, блядь, давно я столько не стримил, братики, блядь. Ну реально, да я не заканчиваю, блядь. Погнали, GTA 5 будет завтра, ребят. Завтра будет GTA 5. Даш, запускайся в 4 где-то. Я там, может, до 5 что-то это, блядь. Ну я сегодня, да, стрим будет покороче, но я сейчас не заканчиваю. Бля, за нее же можно деньги в стиме вернуть. То есть я же прошел меньше за 25 минут. Я могу 25 рублей вернуть. Да ладно, в пизду. Что, с чувака, блядь, заработок нахуй. 25 рублей, чувак-то. Реально старался. 25 рублей ему оставим, бля. Вот. GTA 5 завтра, пацаны. У меня 3 стрима в неделю по GTA 5. Ни больше, ни меньше, пацаны. Поэтому завтра. Я сегодня уже играл в GTA 5 сам, но я без стрима и сижу играю. Но я на стримах только так могу. Че, может, ролики на ютубе посмотрим какие-то? Давно всяких реакций, всяких приколов я не делал, бля. Не смотрел чего-то. Можно что-нибудь такое сделать, пацаны. Можно просто взять, посмотреть какие-то ролики, блядь, там, я не знаю, Twitch, фэмчик, всякие другие рофлы, угары, блядь. Давайте ролики что-то посмотрим вместе, посидим, там, кто покушает, кто что еще. Вот, Дашка в 4 запускайся примерно, там, если что, потом тебе рейд кину. Ну, блин, я надеялся, что игра будет поинтереснее. Да? Давайте посмотрим Twitch FM. Никогда не смотрел это, пацаны. Реально никогда. Вот с вами какие-то вот... Давайте вы попробуйте меня сегодня рассмешить. Не, ну Twitch FM, конечно, вряд ли там рассмешится. О, час назад, новая нарезка, бля. Но я не смотрел эту тему. Давайте посмотрим. Я вообще никогда не смотрел эти ролики. Может, что-то будет прикольное. Ебать, это что за тачка, нахуй? Это рейндж какой-то, что ли? Ебать, тут такой дисплей прикольный, красивый. Бля, рулит как у рейнджа. Охуеть. Что за машина будущего? Это фрейм-таймер? Че, угорает, бля? Ну там не зажмешься.
Здесь
Так.
сейчас черная кошка дорогу перебежала, чат.
Бля, пиздатая тачка,
Прямо
пиздатая.
передо мной прошла.
Прикольная тачка.
Ничего не случится.
Вчера ехал, короче, сегодня ехал.
Ой, ебать, я видел эту кофту, блядь. Ой, если я скажу, где эту кофту, все скажут, ты че, долбоёб, в нищих магазинах ходишь? Так, не видел я эту кофту где, бля, пацаны, не был. Даже не пали, где я эту кофту видел. Так, ладно. Шутка. Прикольно, бля, я зашел недавно в магазин Нью-Йоркер, бля. Ну, раньше для меня это был какой-то, ну, типа, бля, я думаю, это типа как твое, там, бля, шмотки рублей 200-300 стоят, реально, блядь. Зашел, блядь, там, нихуя, я вчера джинсы там купил себе, бля, потому что сейчас нигде невозможно купить штаны, блядь. Потому что либо ты покупаешь Stone Island, либо, блядь, либо нихуя. ЧБД Go с Хазбиком, ну, там перевод нужен. А, там страйки дают, ЧБД страйки дают. ЧБД нельзя смотреть, ребят, нельзя. Там страйки дают. Страйк дает ЧБД, сами страйк дают, ребят. На Твиче там какой-то девочка же там, Дирубинс или кто там, блядь, ей влетел там страйк. Они же страйки кидают. ЧБД страйки кидает, их нельзя посмотреть. Угу. Я вам отвечаю, я бы с радостью посмотрел, бля. Ну, страйк въебут, пацаны, вы меня потом 2 недели, блядь, видеть не будете.
У меня обходняк.
Они реально кидают страйки, блядь. Это Label.com, блядь, они кидают страйки, ребят. Вы чё, блядь? Видел. Так, ладно. Шутка. Прикольно, бля, я зашел недавно в магазин Нью-Йоркер, бля. Ну, раньше для меня это был какой-то, ну, типа, бля, я думаю, это типа как твое, там, бля, шмотки рублей 200-300 стоят, реально, блядь. Зашел, бля, там, нихуя, я вчера джинсы там купил себе, бля, потому что сейчас нигде невозможно купить штаны, блядь. Потому что либо ты покупаешь Stone Island, либо, блядь, либо нихуя. ЧБД Go с Хазбиком, ну, там перевод нужен. А, там страйки дают, ЧБД страйки дают. ЧБД нельзя смотреть, ребят, нельзя. Там страйки дают. Страйк дает ЧБД, сами страйк дают, ребят. На Твиче там какой-то девочка же там, Дирубинс или кто там, блядь, ей влетел там страйк. Они же страйки кидают. ЧБД страйки кидает, их нельзя посмотреть.
anyway, and plug this thing in. It's it goes up with considerable strength. It goes up with considerable strength. In fact, this here is a skewer stick, and well, actually, I hope if the battery's up enough. Oh, almost. Yeah, I guess it is. It's worth the weight of that. And this is that's a hardwood stick, which would be comparable to a telephone pole. This thing was about 30 feet in diameter.
On a digital transformation or business change initiative, contact Third Stage Consulting to see how we can help you reach the third stage of transformation success. Learn more about us and download independent reports, videos, and other best practices at thirdstageconsulting.com.
Hello, welcome back to Transformation Ground Control, episode number 114. You can find new episodes of this show every Wednesday on audio and video platforms throughout the world. Wherever you listen or watch to podcasts, you can find us there. So be sure to subscribe and listen to us every week. So you've got some interesting hot topics here today, Kyler, as far as South Park reference and IT leadership lessons from astronauts. What have you got for us here?
Well, let's start with the South Park episode. So a recent episode featured ChatGPT and OpenAI. And the interesting part about this episode is it's actually partly written by ChatGPT. And a lot of times industries or companies don't disclose the use of those content automation platforms. It's almost like a dirty little secret, but they actually wanted to see if ChatGPT could capture the voice and the tone that is utilized by South Park. And so with some tweaks, they were able to utilize the system to write the episode. So that's kind of an interesting piece of that. So the episode centers around the elementary school kids in South Park that have started to utilize ChatGPT and a real life chatbot with OpenAI to write their essays. And then most importantly, reply to their girlfriend's heartfelt messages. So there's a scene where they utilize ChatGPT to tell their girlfriend, hey, I think you would look great in anything that you wear. And it's always fun to mix up your style. I hope you have a great time. And it's a great efficiency for them in their relationship because of the volume of text that they receive from their girlfriend. And it sounds like you actually tested this out in your own real life, Eric, as well with Kelly Kimberling, your wife.
Yes, yeah, I actually saw the episode. We were in the mountains on a ski trip over spring break, and my kids now are teenage boys, and they are enjoying South Park. And for those of you that aren't familiar with South Park, it's a comedy. It's an animated comedy based in the United States. It's pretty popular in the United States where we're based. I don't know what the global reach is of that show, but it's a great show. And so we had just watched that episode with ChatGPT, and my wife saw bits and pieces of it. She got the general gist of what was happening. And so later that same day, we were waiting for her down in the lounge. We were having dinner, and she was still getting ready. So I asked ChatGPT to write. I forgot what I entered, but it's something like write my wife a text about running late, asking her to hurry up, or something like that. And it gave me like 5 options, like 5 ways I could say it really nice and supportive, but also like very tactfully asking her to please hurry. And so I just sent her, I cut and paste and sent her the text exactly as it was. In fact, I didn't even take out the part that says, insert name here. I left that part just so she would understand the humor of it. And she thought it was a really nice text. She's like, oh, I was a little disappointed because it was such a nice text. And I said, oh, ChatGPT. But it was what I did find is it had this like emotion to it, which was kind of surprising. Like not emotion, but like not heartfelt. I'm not sure what the right word is, but it didn't sound robotic at all. Like it didn't sound like an AI had come up with it. And it sounded much more sincere than anything I probably would have written to her. So I found that to be the most interesting part of it. Well, which I don't know if that says more about ChatGPT or if it says more about me.
No, I mean, It's definitely the tone of the over, and it's the same thing with the satire that is involved in South Park. That ChatGPT was able to mimic that in writing the episode. So the episode ultimately ends with Stan, one of the characters, standing up for his girlfriend that had been arrested for utilizing OpenAI and ChatGPT on some of her schoolwork, and kind of made a pun at the big tech giants, which are going to buy up all of these OpenAI softwares, and he kind of advocated for the ability to them live in harmony and it have the ability to have a place in education. So that's how the episode ultimately ends. But definitely a great kind of representation of ChatGPT, not only in pop culture, but also in the ability to write a South Park episode, which I think is pretty unique.
Yeah, I was surprised by that too. I actually remember when I watched it. I remember just rolling through the credits at the end, and it says at the end it was written by Trey Parker and Matt Stone, and it said ChatGPT, but I thought it was a joke. I didn't know they actually used ChatGPT to write that episode. I thought they're just using that as sort of a joke at the end of the episode. But that's fascinating.
Yeah, definitely. So if you haven't watched it, it's in season 26 of South Park. You're able to find clips on YouTube and things like that. The actual clip, if you want to see Stan uses OpenAI to save the day, he writes out what he's going to say and then he goes in and says it. So ChatGPT showed him how to save the day and save his girlfriend and his relationship. So it's just a great kind of overall funny play at the capabilities of automation and OpenAI systems.
Right. There, and when South Park or pop culture,
Oh, yeah.
math media starts covering something like ChatGPT, it's a pretty big deal at that point when you start seeing that sort of mainstream acceptance or knowledge of a technology like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's move on to it's 3 lessons that IT leaders can learn from astronauts about digital transformation. And obviously we have transformation ground control here, but our overall brand at Third Stage is the third stage of a rocket launch. So astronaut space type of content fits well within our overall branding.
Yeah.
So one of the first in here is know when to defy gravity, whether it's in space or IT. And what this refers to for an IT reference, obviously we all understand the basic concept of gravity and Earth pulling us down. But data gravity refers to the phenomenon in which more data applications generate, the more they attract other data and applications. Which makes them challenging to manage, maintain, and move. So over time, this can reduce the organization's range of options and ultimately stifle innovation because there's so much data coming from different places of the organization and different systems. So that's one. And then I'll just read them all to you, Eric, and then we can kind of react to what your feedback is, and if you have any more. But agility is key, whether you're in orbit or in the clouds. And you recently released a video about agile approaches in specifically digital transformation, but also just the need to be flexible and nimble, and your strategy has to match your organization as well.
Yeah.
And then the third one is always look for ways to reduce risk. So obviously risk mitigation is a huge component of digital transformation, as well as floating in space where there is no oxygen. So being able to fully understand your backup, maintained life support for astronauts, and the same with organizations, and taking essential data or business critical applications offline and actually going through those scenarios, understanding the risks of going through a digital transformation, mapping out those processes so there's no business disruption, all those types of different things. So those are our 3 key strategies that we can learn from astronauts. So what's your reaction to that, or what's your feedback?
Well, I love the metaphor. I mean, I'm biased, of course, because I named the company after a similar metaphor. Third stage of rocket launches and getting to that third stage of success. And I like the analogy or the metaphor that they're in this article that they're referring to as well, in terms of it being sort of a journey. And that's what a digital transformation is. It's a journey. You're fighting gravity, you're fighting inertia. There's a lot of risk along the way. So I think really recognizing what it is, I like that aspect of it. I mean, because when you talk about risk management, it's sort of an acknowledgement that there is a lot of risk in digital transformation, especially now. The risks are actually increasing for organizations because technology is so advanced and it's advancing so fast and changing so fast, and organizations are not changing as fast as technology is. So that chasm or that divide between technological change and people's ability to change is making digital transformation journey more now than it already was 5 or 10 years ago. So that's the first thing that comes to mind. But I think it's a great metaphor, and it's easier to remember or think about some of the aspects of digital transformation when you think of it in the context of a metaphor, which is part of why we named the company after that's a similar metaphor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great article. And I love the aspect of too much data or too complex data, because I think we're in a space right now within the industry, people can be obsessed with data, but it's not so much the data, and it's more of the comprehension of the data and the ability to organize and effectively understand it to make strategic business decisions. So I thought that was a really interesting piece of that when I read it too, but an overall great metaphor.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds like a great article and some good lessons we can all learn from and keep in mind as we go through our transformations. Well, good. Well, thanks for those hot topics. Those are great points of conversation, and hopefully that helps shed some light on technological trends here in the industry today. We're going to shift gears though and keep talking about technology, of course, and digital transformation, but we're going to continue on this thread of ChatGPT and OpenAI. And other emerging technologies, but we're really going to hone in and focus on ChatGPT and artificial intelligence and how is it transforming enterprises for the better, but also what are the dark sides and the risks and some of the societal impacts of AI and ChatGPT. So we're going to dive into that here in just a moment. We're going to have Chiara Munaretto from the Netherlands joining us. She's originally from Italy. She's living now and going to university in the Netherlands right now. So we're going to have her on the show, and she's been on the show in the past. She's a great guest, very smart person, and she's going to be on here chatting about ChatGPT and artificial intelligence. So stay tuned for that. And then later in the show, we're going to have Dominic Lynn on talking with Kyler about digital transformation client case study from one of our current and ongoing clients in Europe. So stay tuned for that. But before we get to either guest, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Chiara. Talking about ChatGPT. You're listening to Transformation Ground Control.
Could you whisper in my ear the things you want to feel?
Interested in working for a company that truly values your unique skills and experience? Here at Third Stage, we don't hire based on resumes alone. We look at the full candidate, experience, and willingness to provide excellent service for our clients. Within a technology independent and agnostic consulting firm, you have the opportunity to learn across industries with a diverse group of clients. Our consultants also have the opportunity to diversify their portfolio and learn across technology systems. If you're interested in joining a high-growth entrepreneurial organization, please reach out to us at work@thirdstage-consulting.com.
Welcome back to Transformation Ground Control, episode number 114. My name is Eric Berling here with Kyler Cheatham. You can find new episodes of this show every Wednesday on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, as well as audio podcast platforms throughout the world. Whatever platform you're listening to podcasts on, you can find us there every Wednesday. So I'm excited for our next guest, who has been on the show before. She was on actually just a few months ago. I think it was actually the first episode of the year, if I remember correctly. So it would have been right around episode 100. She was on the show and talking about blockchain and Web3 and metaverse. She was on talking about some emerging technologies a few months ago, but we thought it'd be great to have her back on the show again, this time to talk more about ChatGPT and artificial intelligence. So we're going to dive into that here with her. So Chiara, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Now, how should I have said your name? Maybe we could start there. Maybe because I like hearing it in your accent.
Chiara Munaretto.
Yes. So what she said, that's her name. That's much better said than the way I pronounce it. So great to have you here today, Chiara. Thank you for being here again for a second time. Maybe just to get started, just
Papaya
drop it
portfolio
or let us
of
know
tacos.
a little bit about your background. What is it you do? How did you get involved in technology? What do you do within technology? All that good stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me today. My background is in marketing, actually, but I've always been into digital marketing, especially, and since 2 to 3 years, I've been pretty much involved in Web3 and specifically blockchain applications. So, really try to understand how to bridge Web2 with Web3, mostly on the marketing and sales application. And on the other side, I focus on emerging technologies such as AI and AR and VR. Currently, I founded my first student association for Web3 here in the Netherlands, where I'm studying, and it's called Mastering. So I can put the link later if you want to go and check what we are doing there. And aside that, I'm currently writing my thesis about supply chain integration with AI, blockchain, and Internet of Things to really try to see how we can better track and measure the carbon footprint inside supply chains. So I'm trying to get our knowledge in as many topics as possible, but mostly focusing on real use cases.
Great. Well, that's great. It's such an exciting field that we're both in, but especially your focus on some of these really cool, newer, emerging technologies. That's got to be a fun job to really stay at the forefront of some of the stuff, I would imagine. And especially with ChatGPT, this is a really hot thing right now. I can't remember the last time a technology came to the market with such force and momentum and something that's gone viral so fast. It's been a long time. Even when I remember when Google came out back in the 90s, I remember when I first heard about Google and what a cool search engine it was. It was kind of a big deal then, but it doesn't feel like quite as big of a deal as even this. And just to give some preamble, maybe I'll ask you here in a second just to explain what ChatGPT is here in a moment, Kiara. But if you look at if you look at even just pop culture right now in the media, there's so much coverage of ChatGPT. For example, I was on an airplane last night traveling to where I am today in Florida, in the United States, and I was sitting next to a lady who was reading a Time magazine, and on the cover was an article about ChatGPT, and she was talking to her husband about ChatGPT. And so I started talking to her too, and it turns out she owns an art museum here in Florida, coincidentally, where I'm at today, that does AI for artwork. I'm going to come back to that here in a moment, but it's just very interesting that even the world of arts and business, commerce, all different areas are now really catching on to ChatGPT. And in fact, one other data point that I'll give you just to share what a big deal ChatGPT seems to be becoming is there's a popular TV show in the United States called South Park. It's like an animated comedy.
South
they
Park.
tend to cover a lot of things in pop culture and current events and that sort of thing. And they had a whole episode dedicated to ChatGPT. So I figure when comedies and pop culture references start to pick up on this stuff, it's hit the mainstream.
Bro,
But just to help us all understand, I think a lot of us have heard of ChatGPT, or most of us have probably heard of ChatGPT. Maybe what's a simple way or sort of an introduction to the concept of what ChatGPT is?
Yes, of course. Absolutely. It has been like one of the greatest news of all times. Like, especially Bill Gates just like launched his AI reflection, and he was
Coca-Cola with real cocaine.
could have the same potential.
Get your Coca-Cola, real cocaine.
In the 90s and so on. So literally being a disruptive technologist. But to give you a quick explanation of what ChatGPT is, so first of all, let's break down the words. So chat and GPT. So chat stands for chatbot, and that's exactly what ChatGPT is. Well, GPT stands for generative pre-trained. So it means that this AI model has been trained with a large amount of data, and this is why it's so successful. Because an AI model to function well needs a lot of data. So ChatGPT is a large language model, and you can understand it as a sort of virtual personal assistant. You can ask whatever question you want, and ChatGPT will give you an accurate answer based on the information the data is built upon. So since a month ago, it was actually only referring to data coming from before 2021, but with the new plugins and with the ChatGPT 4, it actually give you real-time information. And especially now they just launched the new plugins, and it's crazy how fast this technology is evolving, because Now, with third-party integration, you could book a flight directly through ChatGPT just by asking, which are the prices? Make a comparison and book the flight directly, all with your virtual personal assistant. So I think it could be very much a disruptive technology.
Yeah. I follow there's a YouTuber I follow who's actually been a guest on the show before. His name is Walker Reynolds, and he works in the Industry 4.0 and manufacturing space. And he did a video recently on this topic, and he was talking about how he thinks that 50% of the U.S. population or 50% of the U.S. labor force will be unemployed in the coming years because of ChatGPT, and he attributes it all to the regenerative AI technologies like ChatGPT. I know we're going to get to this in a moment, but ChatGPT is not the only example. There's other examples. Maybe help us start there. What are, in addition to ChatGPT, which I think is the one that's for whatever reason become sort of the mainstream or the common recognized name, what are some of the other technologies that are similar to ChatGPT that we might hear about here in the near future?
Yes, before stepping into this, I think you made a good point, which is about employment. So when we consider employment, I believe that for sure there will be some jobs that will be replaced by AI. But if we think about history, it has always happened this way every time new technology has been implemented. So if on one side AI will cut job, on the other side it will create new types of jobs. So if we look at repetitive tasks, then maybe there's not another job that could be substituted, so it will just be replaced. But if we think about marketing, for example, it's not very much likely to substitute the person itself doing the marketing activities, but it will automate and be integrated with more personalized content for the audience. So it's kind of also changing the way we perceive the job. So it's not more on just on the individualistic, I would say, way, but it's more like also on a shared and collaborative approach to make the user very much valued and give the most personalized content possible. And coming back to your question, indeed, there are other big enterprises, giant tech that enter this industry. We have Google, we have Microsoft. Google launched Bard, which is pretty much not the same, but it's still a chatbot that will actually be launched soon. It's not yet available, so it's not integrated into Google yet. If you go to Google, you won't see Bard, but you need to join the waiting list to see how Bard works. But the objective is still the same. So to sort of have this virtual personal assistant that gives you more personalized information based on the question you're asking. So now if you go on Google, you see a lot of different pages that may be related, but that don't answer directly your question. You need to read through before getting an answer. Well, Bard aims at giving you exactly already the answer. So it's faster and more accurate. Aside that, a project that I'm really, really excited is actually the one of Microsoft. So it's Copilot, and I think it's revolutionary. But first, we need to understand that Microsoft bought ChatGPT. So Microsoft now is integrating the ChatGPT technology into their Microsoft Office package, for example. So we will see how ChatGPT and this AI language model will be integrated into Word, Excel, Microsoft Teams, Outlook, but very much in, I would say, more productive way. So if you take into account PowerPoint, for example, you could upload a Google Doc and ask ChatGPT or the AI model, can you make a presentation based on this Google Doc? And a few minutes later, you will have 10 slides with the content of that Google Doc. If we think about Excel, for example, instead of writing the formula, you could ask the chatbot, can you make the sum of these numbers? And the sum will appear. And once again, if we think about Google Meets, for example, Microsoft Teams, we could, for example, have already a transcript of the meet, and then directly you will send an email via Outlook of the summary of the email. So in terms of productivity, this is literally 100x. So this is how I also see enterprises moving in the space. because the way teams work together, it will be very much efficient. So on one side, once again, we think about unemployment because I don't know, now a person to make a presentation, it may take an hour, 2 hour. Now with Microsoft, it could take literally, I don't know, 10 minutes. So then you see how two people still needed. I don't know, it depends. So there's a lot to discuss, but I think there are great technologies that, if implemented well, can really boost productivity.
Yeah, yeah, it's great points, and I think what's super interesting is I feel like right now the human race, we all as humans are just getting our arms around the textual aspects of ChatGPT. So being able to enter into the chat, help me, understand a certain research topic. You can do, there's a lot of really menial tasks or writings, I should say, that you can use ChatGPT for. I had a funny, or what I thought was funny. My wife did not think this was funny, but I was texting my wife, and she was running late, and so I was with my kids, and I said, well, watch this. I'm going to use ChatGPT to send mom a really nice text about how she's running late. She needs to hurry. So I'm going to say it in a more polite way than I might otherwise say it. So I went to ChatGPT and said, write a text to my wife about, why she's running late or something like that. And it gave me like 5 options, and I just cut and pasted and texted it to my wife. And I even left in, it says, it said insert wife name, in parentheses. And I even left that part just to be funny to show, so you would know, because we had been talking about ChatGPT. So there's little things like that you can do, like, if you want help writing something, or you want help with, like I had it write a short story for my younger son, just to tell him a story. So I said, let me have ChatGPT write a story about, I forgot what I put in, but I kind of gave a real high level scenario, and then it wrote like a 5-paragraph story within 10 seconds. So it's things like that I think are on the textual side, but there's also what you're talking about, Copilot, and also with another product that Microsoft has invested in that I didn't know until just a few hours ago when I was on an airplane sitting next to a lady that is, she owns an art museum in Florida, and it's a tech-enabled art museum that uses AI, and they've been working on this project for like, I think 3 or 4 years, where they are taking AI to where you can go in as a patron and share your dream. Like if you have a dream or you have a vision of what you want a piece of art to look like, you can tell the AI model what you want, and it'll create a replica or a painting or a picture of whatever it is you describe. So it's getting into the whole creative side of things as well, which to me, that seemed like one thing that would be safe, would be the real creative aspect of the world.
Definitely.
But even the creative sides of the world seem like it's being potentially impacted by ChatGPT.
Yes, one point on that to mention is like, if we think that now we expanded almost at its maximum the creator economy, but all creators still needed maybe a social media manager or someone to rely on, now they can ask this kind of question to ChatGPT. And this is revolutionary if you think, because you can really set up a brand, set up a shop on just based on the information that ChatGPT gives you, and you just can enhance this with your personality, with your ideas, but you can cover all topics that maybe a team could cover. So for creators, I think this is like, it would impact the way they do business.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. We're here with Chiara Munaretto talking about ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies in general. We're going to continue a lot more of this conversation. We've got a lot more to get into. We're going to take a quick break. You're listening to Transformation Ground Control.
Are you looking to stay ahead of the curve in the ever-changing landscape of digital transformation? Then you need our newly released 2023 Digital Transformation Report. This comprehensive report covers the latest trends, technologies, and strategies to ensure your digital transformation is optimized for success. The 2023 Digital Transformation Report is packed full of proven methodologies and insights from experts in the independent digital transformation field. You'll also receive practical insights on how to implement digital transformation strategies within your unique organization. This free report is available for download on our website at thirdstage-consulting.com under our Thought Leadership section.
disruptive in terms of potentially eliminating jobs, but it's also going to change remaining jobs to be more intelligent, basically. I think what one study or one hypothesis I read was that the average IQ of the average person in the labor force is going to go from like 70, an IQ of 70 up to in the 90s. So you're going to have, it's something that is going to favor super intelligent people. And I guess it begs the question of what about other people, you know, how will they be impacted? Will it just be a net negative for them? Is it a net positive for the others? I think there's a lot of unknowns around the societal and economic impacts of ChatGPT, which you know, it's fascinating and scary all at the same time.
Yeah, because if you think about education, for example, if you have, like, let's say, critical, intelligent people that can really see the potential in ChatGPT, they will make use of ChatGPT without copying the entire outcome. But if you just have someone, like even, you know, naive children who are just growing, they will just want to get homework done. So they won't even think about, okay, is this correct? What am I learning? No, it's just, okay, I just copy paste this, so this is done. So this way, it's very much impactful with people, but especially children with growth, because they have access to internet, especially because they're 10 to 16. They may not be mature enough to actually think and use ChatGPT just for their personal development, but just to really get things done. So in this case, of course, there's the bad side, I would say, unless you have parents that, you know, educated and everything. But nowadays the internet, it's accessible literally to everyone more and more.
Yeah. I was actually debating this with my wife as well as relates to our kids who are both in school. One's in high school, one's in middle school, 7th grade and 10th grade. And we're debating on whether, you know, is ChatGPT and using ChatGPT to help you with homework, for example, or to help you write an essay or a report. Is that ethical? I mean, is that right? Is that cheating? We actually one of our sons has a friend who got in trouble for using ChatGPT to write a paper, and he did something that wasn't very smart. He didn't even read the results, and so there was something in it that was a clear indicator that it was a bot that wrote it, because he didn't go through and edit it and kind of make it his own. But it does beg the question of, is this a big deal? Is this wrong for kids and other people to use ChatGPT in this way? Or is it like the calculator? You know, when the calculator came out, however long ago, you still had to learn math just to understand the concepts. But you know, today, most of us just use a calculator to get the answer we want. So I guess it's sort of a question that I can't answer. I don't have a good answer for. I don't have a strong opinion on either on whether it's right or wrong in that context. But how do you think in general,
effort in real time,
ChatGPT and other
making
types
sure
of related technologies like that, how do you think they'll impact enterprises, you know, just organizations and businesses in general?
Yeah, as I said before, I think it would be something needed on one side, because it would just enhance productivity and especially share information and have more precise insights. So once again, considering marketing and sales, if you think about the strategies to better sell a product, you could come up with 100 strategies, but how can you prove them? So ChatGPT kind of gives you all the steps of the funnel and can really make you, like, help you making better decisions. So the way I use it, for example, I always ask ChatGPT a lot of questions and never rely on the first question. So always try to build upon the question, the answer, sorry, that was given by ChatGPT. But in this way, you can really be open-minded at extreme levels because you can build connection in an easier way. Because I don't know, if you want to sell a product and you're like, okay, I'm convinced I will go this way, but then ChatGPT says, okay, but why don't you combine this product with this product and you upsell them? You're like, okay, that's interesting. I never thought of that. So I would say it's just like having a big brain that thinks for all the enterprise, and even if you combine all minds team together, it won't come up with the same solution. So I think that in this way, it's very much revolutionary because it really allows you to think broader and also allows you to hit the mark or hit your objective way easier.
Yeah, it's a great point, and yeah, there's so much to think about as it relates to this and how businesses might use it. I want to turn to the audience really quickly too. and just acknowledge where a lot of people are joining from today. I'll start with all the non-TikTok platforms, and I'll come over to TikTok here in a second. But joining we have people joining from Denver, Colorado, Fort Collins, Colorado, Atlanta, Georgia, Green Bay, Wisconsin, London, UK, Montreal, Canada, New Jersey, Scotland, Saudi Arabia, India, Montreal, etc. So Dallas, Texas, and a bunch of other places. I won't list them all, but thank you everyone for joining and for letting us know where you're joining from today. Over on TikTok, we have people from California, Saudi Arabia, as well as Wisconsin and Colorado as well, among others. So thank you everyone on TikTok for joining as well. I want to come back to this one thing about ChatGPT in particular, and I think this might be true for Bard and some of the other technologies. But ChatGPT, one nuance or thing to know about it is that the knowledge that ChatGPT has is largely based on the wealth of information that existed up until late 2021. Is that correct? So any world event or anything that has happened in the world since late 2021, ChatGPT doesn't necessarily know about unless we teach it, unless we show it or we teach it what has happened. And I'll give you an example. I went in and I was just doing some research on the industry, the consulting industry that we're in, and I just wanted to know, does ChatGPT know who Third Stage Consulting is? Do they know where we fit in the marketplace and all this stuff? So I was asking a lot of questions about Third Stage Consulting, and I asked it the question of, does Third Stage Consulting have international offices? And it came back and said, no, it doesn't. Third Stage Consulting is based in Denver, Colorado, in the United States, which is true. We are based in Denver, Colorado. So I had to go back and say, Third Stage Consulting has offices in London and Australia and in South Africa. So I had to tell it that. And then it came back and said it can't confirm it. And I said, okay, well, here's a link. And so I sent it a link to our website that has the contact information of our different offices. And it took a few seconds and it said, you are correct. Third Stage Consulting has offices in London, and it sort of listed off the offices we had. So it's maybe you experienced this, or have you seen this where you sort of have to teach it, and it's a learning mechanism too, and it itself has to learn, and we have to teach it. So back to your point about human interaction, you need that human interaction to be able to direct it and teach it in the same way that it's helping us.
What the fuck happened to my magnet?
Yes, absolutely. But on Chrome, it's actually available an extension that is called What ChatGPT, and that extension allows you to reach the information of 2022 and 2023 till the ChatGPT 4 will be released, and then the integration will be already inside ChatGPT 4. So from whatever browser you can access real-time information. So this, I think they will come in the next months.
These magnets got fucked up.
The interesting part that I was reading this article, and they mentioned that basically, yes, ChatGPT relies on the information that is available online, and especially on papers and research. But this paper, like the majority of papers or PDFs, report different authors' opinion together. So still, it builds upon somehow the same knowledge reproposed in different ways. So, like, if, I don't know, 3 researchers just present different views of different other researchers, they're not adding a point necessarily, they're just representing the same information. So still the way information is presented as an answer from ChatGPT is somehow limited, because it's not thinking, it's just combining the kind of information. So also there, that's why I would never just do copy paste. Like the way I use this for my thesis, for example, like in Mastic University, we had a meeting with the Board of Examiners, for example, because they wanted to see how students in the Board of Examiners feel the introduction of ChatGPT should be considered plagiarism, should be not. So this is interesting, and Mastic University wants to integrate ChatGPT, of course, also with plagiarism rules, so you cannot just copy paste. But as I said before, if you just use it to enhance your opinions, to enhance your thinking, your reasoning, I think this can really make you grow. Like, so yeah, I would say this is the most prominent side.
Yeah, and there's also the question I have, and I don't know if you have an answer for this, or if this is just an open question that none of us know the answer to, but one question I have is what about the information that we feed it as humans? So our flawed information, our flawed opinions, we feed those biases into the AI model, does that make the AI model biased? I mean, I've tried asking it questions that are very clearly opinion based, like, who's the best president ever in the United States, and it won't answer. It'll say, or at least when I tried it, it said, I don't have an opinion on that. It basically says that's not my job to give an opinion, is sort of thing. But the question becomes: is could I or the people use it, not nefariously, not necessarily in a bad way, but even unintentionally, give it biases based on the information that we're feeding it? Back to your point about needing that human analysis and knowing how to understand and interpret. Do you have thoughts on that, or do you know how that might work in the future if it were to get faulty inputs from us or biased inputs from us?
Yes, so actually, one key thing about ChatGPT is the way you ask question. So if you will ask, what is the best president in the last 10 years or something like that, it won't give you an exact answer. But if you, for example, copy paste a certain data set and you will say, okay, based on this data, who is the most likely to succeed in next month, for example, then it will give you an answer, because you're not asking exactly to say who's the best, but you're saying who's the most likely to based on this. So it's like predicting. And this is something ChatGPT can do. So one key thing to learn is to talk to ChatGPT correctly. For example, another thing that works a lot is saying, act as you were, I don't know, a professor, a doctor, or whatever. So ChatGPT sort of personificates that person and gives you advices based on that, not just based on general knowledge, but based on the role it's impersonating, let's say. And in terms of risks, I would say, well, there are many, of course, especially because it's somehow still at very early stage. So the kind of information that it's taken is not really controllable, especially for the user. So we just trust the system. But I'm still on a question mark on whether, I don't know, for a year, all people are against a certain actor, president, persona, and ChatGPT gathers that data. Is that going to influence the final question, or ChatGPT will just report objectively what people has been talking about lately?
Right.
Because that could lead to misinformation, for example.
Right.
So that's also what I was looking at the interview of the CEO, and he was literally saying that one of the biggest risks is disinformation, because if you report without actually evaluating what ChatGPT is saying, you may just spread again disinformation, and this is a loop. And then the algorithm ChatGPT that learns from new data, it will learn from the wrong data. So in a sense, it's a loop of disinformation. So it's tricky.
Yeah. Well, and there's also I was actually chatting with a couple months ago. I was in London. Actually, I met you when I was in London. I met you in person there as well. After you were on the show last time, the last time you were here. But I was in London meeting with our London office a couple months ago, and the team there was talking about how I don't know if it was a client of ours or if it was an industry peer, but somehow they knew of a consulting engagement that was an ERP implementation, and the consultants were using ChatGPT to do some tasks related to the implementation, and they were taking client confidential information and putting it into ChatGPT to do the analysis or whatever. And now all of a sudden it's OpenAI. Now what was confidential information is now part of open source AI technology, and so technically the data is out there and it's public domain now. So I don't know if that seems like another conflict or potential conflict we may see in the future, as well as confidentiality and data security and all that stuff too. Is that something you've seen or had any insights into yet?
Yes, I mean, the thing is that it's somehow still on a beta, so there is no regulation yet. It's just like create as much data available as possible. So the more precise information you're giving to ChatGPT, the more this can grow. And on one side, the more precise information you give to ChatGPT, the more accurate answer you may have. So you have to decide if you want to step back on the result or step forward with privacy. So I think that this will be one of the challenge of ChatGPT, the way they use information they receive, because now we are giving them all our data. So if they can implement it, for example, also in healthcare, it's kind of challenging because you're really giving patient detail. Is that a fraud? Is that illegal? Do we have regulations for ChatGPT specifically, or just for AI in general? So there's a lot going on, and in general, I think we're just very much in the early stage.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's a lot of questions and comments that are related to this topic of how AI is going to affect humans and our worlds in general. So I'll get to a few of these comments here. Just a comment from Latwinia on YouTube. I probably pronounced that as well as I pronounced your name, Kiara. I completely butchered that, so I apologize for that. But Latwinia says, I've been waiting for this video as a new transformation consultant. Thank you for dropping this content. So thank you for being here. A lot of thank yous that came in here. Here's a really interesting article. I can't show it just because it's such a long comment and it won't show on the screen here, but I'll read it to you. And this is from Pretic on LinkedIn. And Pretic says, according to a recent Economist article, even in countries like South Korea that have implemented AI and robotics and actual industry practices, the number of humans to AI ratio is close to 10. So, and I'm not sure what the denominator is there, but I think what he's suggesting is that there's plenty of humans interacting with AI for, as AI has grown in South Korea, so has the number of humans that are using AI or interacting with AI. So the question is, so the latest aspersions around generative IT or generative AI replacing human, I'm sorry, let me say this again, I'm saying this wrong, are the latest aspersions about generative AI replacing human jobs unfounded? So I guess it's a question, I think it goes back to what you said a couple times throughout this conversation, is there is going to be work needed. It's just going to change the type of work that's being done. And it might just it's definitely going to be disruptive, but it may not be something that eliminates jobs as much as we think.
Yeah, so another thing that I think it's worth it to mention is that we always need to consider which way we're going as a society. So I think we're kind of moving more and more towards a more individualistic society, so that everyone has the opportunity to set up their own business, to grow individually, to make a profit for them, and not necessarily work for a company. And whether this is something you agree with or not, I think this is something that will happen, or at least this is the path we are going to. So when you mention replacing human jobs, if we are going in this direction, there will be more and more people that won't be replaced by AI, but just because they will start using AI to create their own job rather than get employed by a company and then maybe get replaced by AI. So I think they're like coming with this. There's also a shift in society, shift in economy construction somehow. So I think there are a lot of things to consider, not just AI as bad because it's replacing jobs and so on. We should consider the overall ecosystem and the values we're bringing forth and so on.
Right. It's great points. More comments here from this one from YouTube. GRANDMASTERUV is the screen name on YouTube, and Grandmaster has some funny but insightful comments. I like this ChatGPT and virtual reality matrix. It's awesome. Also goes on to say high tech for the win. And then also the comment here that Grandmaster EV has is it's all about the high tech. I'm all about flying saucer high tech too on top of everything else. So he's equating it to he or she is equating it to a flying saucer on top of everything else, which is interesting. So Grandmaster EV on YouTube is a big fan of ChatGPT. And here's another comment, and this is just really interesting to see kind of people's knee-jerk reactions to this concept of what's happening or how will this affect humans. But Winston on YouTube says it's all about how you embrace the tool, but too early to say on that level of detail for human replacement. I think that's a fair assumption. I don't think any of us really have any idea or know. We might have our hypothesis or speculation. I think that's all about what's happening. Is a big fan of on top of the high tech.
It's not even live, dude. I thought it was live.
We're here for episode 69. This is Coffee with Din. We have coffee.
I'm just here
with
for my
people that
first
are on
30
Din.
minutes. That's it. My lot.
Yeah, you gotta clock in. So we do a thing where if you join live, you get points. If you comment in chat, you get points. And if you go to the Coffee with Din layer over on Din Social and you leave a reply, you get points. And then after the show, I'll publish a little points report and be like, "Hey, here's the points you got." And those points.
I feel like
What's up?
you've now converted to calling it points.
Yeah, well, people like points.
It's not even energy. It's not matter. It's not
Just
lot.
points.
It's just points.
We've got to follow the KISS theory every now and then, okay? Like,
Keep
Din
it
is
simple,
complicated as
Yeah.
hell. Keep it simple.
Yeah. I mean, look, like we're in the USA, and apparently we're not allowed to do anything with crypto or tokens, so it's just points.
You know, I had a lot of friends that were doing
Change
life
how you
sentences, and I knew that
You
could
say
likely be
tokens or you say
my future.
cryptocurrency, and people are like,
If
"You're
I didn't
killing the
make
planet."
change very quickly. I knew that my
I
time
had
was
like this
coming.
like southern
Ryan
southern
Blair.
voice.
Ryan Blair. Ryan Blair. 29-year-old multimillionaire Ryan Blair.
Gang member to millionaire.
Mr. Ryan Blair, #1 New York Times bestselling author, serial entrepreneur, went on to do over $2 billion in sales, incredibly successful person, and a real visionary. What's between most people and their calling?
That's the holy grail of entrepreneurship. When you have a calling, you're not working. When you have a calling, you're inspired. When you have a calling, you wake up in gratitude.
It's mildly on topic. No, John, just no to your thing. It's mildly on topic for the fact that this episode has to do with Dungeons and Dragons. I have been playing some Morrowind lately.
Really, me too. I started over with that.
Yes,
and
excited for
I'm
you.
like, because you said something, you texted me a reference.
I sent you a Saint Jib meme, and you
that
were
was
like,
I don't know who I don't know who that is.
And
but
you
I'm
won't.
like,
I'll explain that.
Okay.
So basically, I learned a mechanic that I didn't know was a thing. It blew my mind. So occasionally, you're gonna have to murder somebody, and you'd really like to have the guards not come after you, because there's like a whole political system where you can join great houses and become like a scummy political guy, which is fucking awesome. So I'm doing that. I learned that if you go to like persuade and you hit the taunt button over and over and over again, you'll eventually shit talk them to a point where they will attack you.
Oh, and then you don't get the bad rep for like
Gravity
defending.
crap.
Oh, it's self-defense.
Yeah, so you can talk shit to somebody until they get so pissed off at you that they attack you and you can murder them.
So Morrowind has the stand your ground rules, and you can
Yep.
you can get away with as long as they like make the first move, you can just murder them in the streets.
Well, actually, murder is technically legal as long as you are a member of a great house and murdering another member of a great house.
Oh, see, I got to learn all this stuff. I started over.
Dude, I
with
got lore
open-
for you.
I started
That's
over
so
with open
weird.
Morrowind engine, so I could use the gamepad, and it's all like pretty and
It's fantastic.
all that
I'm doing
stuff.
exactly the same thing.
Wait,
You
hold on.
guys,
Wait,
I
isn't
am
that-
not a big gamer, but John, you are. You've played Elder Scrolls stuff.
I gotta go back for a second. You can murder people if you're in a great house and the other person's in a great house.
Yeah, like a different great house.
Hold
What
that
is
thought. I'll explain that in a minute.
Because
Yeah.
like then being born into a great house is like being born into the purge. It's like but nobody else is playing it besides your parents and brothers and sisters. And then there's like other brothers, like other people's families that are also constantly trying to kill you.
That would be like in like modern day, like today here in the U.S. That'd be like if Congress and like senators and people that were involved with like all of these political factions could just go nuts on each other, and meanwhile like normal people are like, what the fuck are they doing up there? What's going on, man?
It's not illegal to murder people that are in other state senates.
Right. Yeah,
So
yeah, that
like,
kind of
so
thing.
like the Florida Congress could take on the Tennessee Congress.
Yeah.
That's awful. We'll have like some South rising
ready to
shit.
rumble.
We're like one step. I feel like, well, maybe not one step. I feel like we're close to that already, though, because we already treat it as sports games, and sports games are already this like Coliseum battle type thing. And so I don't know. I could see it. I could see it like a parallel universe right now, happening now in a parallel universe.
Yeah. And get rolling. I want to stay there. Hi there, how's it going? Good afternoon. Restaurants and everything. Be thirsty.
Little Johnny, swing a little harder. Go for the face.
Did you guys have when you were
श्रीमती कुमी नरिमन वाडिया, कला संगीत। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय, आपकी आज्ञा हो तो अलंकरण समारोह की कार्यवाही समाप्त की जाए। धन्यवाद महोदय।
दरबार हॉल में आयोजित पद्म पुरस्कार अलंकरण समारोह का दूसरा चरण अब संपन्न हो रहा है। भारत की राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू दरबार हॉल से प्रस्थान करने के क्रम में उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी और उपस्थित।
तो आप देख रहे थे सीधा प्रसारण राष्ट्रपति भवन से, जहां पर नागरिक अलंकरण समारोह पद्म पुरस्कारों के लिए बाकी बचे हुए 54 विजेताओं को सम्मानित किया। राष्ट्रपति ने पद्म पुरस्कार प्रदान किए और सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति को ये पुरस्कार दिया गया है। इन पुरस्कारों की एक नई श्रृंखला जिसको कहना चाहिए कि वो उसकी शुरुआत हुई है पिछले 5-7 वर्षों में, और उसके बाद से जो दूरस्थ इलाकों में साधारण से साधारण व्यक्ति भी जो समाज के लिए, देश के लिए कुछ बेहतर कर रहे हैं, उनको इन पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
Murder is absolutely fine as long as it's
Moon Commander.
in Minecraft. God damn it, Minecraft. All right, everything is fine to say in Minecraft. So speaking of games, John had this idea, I think, last week in the after show for World Blockchain Roundtable. He was like, hey, that could be the topic for next week. We can talk about crypto-themed Dungeons and Dragons. What would that look like? Because that could be fun. We have a tabletop RPG layer.
The fuck is it? It already ended? What the hell? Bing bong. Bing bong. I thought this was live. This is from the other day.
Are needed. So I think.
Where's my bing bong?
are some of the other technologies that are similar to ChatGPT that we might hear about here in the near future?
Yes, before stepping into this, I think you made a good point, which is about employment. So when we consider employment, I believe that for sure there will be some jobs that will be replaced by AI. But if we think about history, it has always happened this way every time new technology has been implemented. So if on one side AI will cut job, on the other side it will create new types of jobs.
Bethesda. Okay, and we should. Okay, and we should be recording now.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of the Typical Skeptic Podcast. I have a fascinating guest with me today, someone who's a certified MUFON investigator and a historian of ufology. I have with me from the state of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia to be exact, Jesse Peak. He's completing dozens of cases, a MUFON ERT experiencer resource team, helping experiencers on an everyday basis to find answers to their experience. Member of the SCU Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, an advocate for the Planetary Society working with Congress to extend funding for future space exploration, project director of Project BATEC, which I've never heard of. I got to ask him about that. Research electrical malfunctions associated with UFO sightings encounters. EM Topic, MOD co-founder of the UAP Medical Coalition with certifications in astronomy, space exploration, space advocacy, case management, introduction to computer technology, basics of digital imaging, PowerPoint, public speaking, and disposition and investigations. Also, he's a published writer in the MUFON Monthly Journal, an ex-Army National Guard MOS 13 Bravo artillery cannon crew member, where he did his training at Fort Skill, Oklahoma, counselor for 5 years teaching classes to young adults and Eagle Scout. He's also the host creator of the UFO Encounters Worldwide podcast and website with episodes every Thursday, bringing the best and brightest in the field of ufology, the paranormal, and experiencers themselves. He has starred in 2 UFO documentaries, and the latest coming in the June Plain Sight, the intelligence community of UFOs, produced by Dockside Media, helping to educate people with accurate information within the field of ufology. He's been interviewed on major radio stations and podcasts, and he's always happy to collaborate with others. And with that all said, I want to give him a big warm welcome to my show. Jesse, thank you for coming on my show. How are you?
Hey, Robert, thank you very much for having me, man. I've been looking forward to this since we started talking about coming on.
I'm sorry. It sounds like you're like you're involved in all aspects of ufology. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I started doing one thing at a time, and then more and more stuff started popping up. And I'm the kind of guy that likes to be involved, so I'm doing this full time. So I have the time to be involved with the stuff, but it's a job for sure. But I'm passionate about the subject, so it really isn't work at all to me in a sense.
Well, that's awesome. Like what I wanted to get into real quick I wanted to get into some historical cases, but what I also wanted to talk about was like I'm seeing a lot of, I don't want to call anybody out but it seems like you're based on like the evidence because you're with MUFON and you're a part of the experiencer research team, and I really believe there's alien abductions going on. I think we have proof of that, and I really believe there's UFOs going on because I mean that's the proof of that's just. It's not even a question of whether they exist anymore, but I do see a lot of disinformation in the community, and I wonder if they do that to muddy the waters so we don't know what we're looking at. And I just wondered if you could speak on that and what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, I mean, we know for a fact that the government does try to muddy the waters. Richard Doty was a big example of that. You know, he was a big disinformation agent, and he would get together with ufologists that were really on point and doing the research and were kind of on the right track. And he would get involved with them, and he would start feeding them little bits of disinformation mixed in with real stuff. So then it would muddy the waters like you're talking about, and information wouldn't come out properly, and then disinformation's getting published instead of the good stuff. He said it multiple times in interviews that he's done this to people and confused the subject in general and did it for years. So we do know they do that for a fact.
And then there was Philip Klass too, right? Philip Klass was a big, he was a UFO debunker, but he wasn't a debunker. I don't want to say he was a skeptic because then that gives skeptics a bad name. Like the name of my show is Typical Skeptic, but I'm really open-minded. Like I even have like secret space people on my show. Like I'm not saying I believe all of them, but like I think there's definitely something going on with the secret space program. But like, what are your thoughts on what do you think we can actually verify and like what we can prove?
Well, I mean, I guess that starts with testing. A lot of stuff like they're right now with the project that I'm running, we've been looking at different substances that have been found at crash sites and landing sites during encounters. And, you know, in a sense, if we can figure out what these substances are that were left behind, which we actually know quite a few now, we can kind of figure out the technology that UFOs are using to fly around with impunity. You know, if you look at the tech and how they affect different technology during UFO sightings, that gives you an idea of what kind of technology they're using to disable our technology. You know what I mean? So there's definitely things that we can look at and get an idea of what we're working with.
Well, are they doing that? Are they using their technology to disable our technology, like our radars or our what do you think they're doing? Like,
well, that's the whole point of Project BATTECH, like you said you wanted to know about, is it stands for battery technology, and 404 is a normal error code you get with it. And what we do is we're investigating and researching these electrical malfunctions that occurred during these sightings and UFO encounters, even in contact encounters. We've had multiple different cases where nuclear weapons, you know, of Minute Base, Robert Salas was the nuclear weapons commander on the base when the nuclear weapons went down. But we also have cases of normal people having their cell phones and camera batteries completely drained after they were just fully charged. I've had people that are witnessing UFOs coming at them, and all of a sudden their Sirius XM radio in their vehicle and their cell phone cuts out. We're also seeing that there's a type of range to it. As they get closer to you, your tech fails, and as they start moving away and get out of a distance, your technology tends to come back online. So there's definitely a couple different aspects we can look at with it.
What do you think that is? Like, do you think that's, I mean, like, and I guess that goes back to the substances, right? Like, is that like the substances that you found, do they relate directly to the electrical malfunctions?
They could. Some of the substances we found are organic carbide, which is a metal compound valued for its hardness and strength. It really is good to resist like chemical attacks on high temperatures, which is perfect for something that's flying in and out of atmospheres. Like we know with our rockets, when we send them up, we have to put heat shields on these craft so they're able to get through the atmosphere into space. And organic carbide is exactly a compound just like that. We've also had green polyvinyl fluoride, which is used for flammability, and it's used for interior coatings on airplanes to help the density of aircraft. And then also sulfur is a big one that's found. It's used in different kind of batteries and production in chemicals, matches, explosives, and cement for like using different aircraft that we build. And these are what's being found at these landing and crash sites. So if we can kind of figure out more on what these go into, it's definitely going to be able to tell us what their technology is and what they're using based on propulsion.
That's fascinating. Well, what are your thoughts on? I'll ask you first about this. What are your thoughts on what's going on with the? So that's more like nuts and bolts. But what are your thoughts with what's going on with the experiencer side? Because you're a part of the MUFON ERT, the experiencer resource team. Like, what do you think? I mean, do you believe that people are? I mean, because I do. I believe people are really having experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it because I've had experiences myself. So that's kind of why I got involved with the MUFON ERT, which is the Experiencer Resource Team. Kathleen Martin is part of the co-founder that created the ERT for MUFON. So I've witnessed some things myself. I've had 2 sightings. Both, luckily, I had somebody with me so I can confirm the sighting and make sure it wasn't just me seeing things. But I've also had some things happen to me over the last 2 years, I'd say, once I started getting really deep into the field. And they say that once you start opening up to this kind of stuff, it kind of puts your antenna up and things kind of attract more to you. You're also working with people where you can have things attached to you or, things like that. So I've had some experiences, so I do believe in the experiencer phenomenon, and working with the people I've worked with, having marks on their bodies, implants being found, the things that have gone to the MUFON lab and come back, and most of these implants tend to have meteorite metals involved with them. So that's only going to happen from space. So that's kind of an implant that we're not familiar with. So I'm really big on the ERT phenomenon and helping people through their experiences because most of the time they don't have anybody to talk to. So we're kind of that shoulder they can lean on, and we can help them get involved in the community so they have a better understanding and can cope with life better. That's the main goal of the ERT.
I think that's really important because I think you're right. Like, I think these people need a shoulder to lean on. Like, I get a lot of emails from a lot of people who are just kind of like opening up to this stuff. And first of all, I just wanted to say that, like, I think you're spot on with when you open up to this stuff that, like, things can attach to you, because I actually, and I don't want to make this about me at all, but I'm just comparing. Like, what happened was when I was doing a lot of podcasts, like, well, I'm still doing a lot, but I mean, like, before, I was interviewing a psychic, and the one day, like, I felt like where she said that I had a spirit in my room, and I felt it. Like, you can almost, when these things show up, you know what I mean? And then it progressed into something a lot worse. And I've talked about it on my show. But, like, is that kind of what happened to you? Do you think, like, and I think you just said that, but, like, can you talk about it a little bit more from getting into the field, how it developed into maybe an experience?
Yeah, so I started working with people and doing my research myself before I joined MUFON in 2019. So I was getting into the subject, looking into cases, historical stuff, all that. When I got into the field, started investigating for MUFON, I was all first in, and I started having encounters and experiences in my room in the middle of the night. It usually happened around the same time, between 2 and 3 o'clock a.m. in the morning. And I would be woken up by being thrown against the wall. I'd have things pushing down on my chest, and I'd wake up in a panic attack. There was also, it escalated to the point of where I started having paralysis, where I could not move, knowing that there's something there with me, making this happen. I had the situation remote viewed because I thought I was questioning my sanity at the time, because you start to think that you're going crazy, because you're not used to this kind of thing. And it can be scary. I went to the remote viewer. I didn't tell her where it was happening, what it was. I just told her, I'm having some encounters and I'd like to have it remote viewed. Well, she figured it out. It was in my room, and that she believed a portal had opened up in my room and this being was coming through the room to try to communicate with me. But unfortunately, I was scared because I'm experiencing something that, we don't really, I haven't seen before my eyes yet to know it exists in a certain way that they do and how they come through. So I really didn't communicate with it fully, and I kind of wanted it to stop and go away. But yeah, they went on for some time. I heard that animals can actually see these beings and see on a different level of frequency than what humans can. So I started bringing my cat in the room, and she would actually be sitting there at the end of my bed watching the closet area where the remote viewer said this portal was, and she's looking at stuff as if people are walking in and out of my room or going into the closet. And then also I tried to use some memory foam because I'm thinking I'm going crazy. There's nothing doing this to me. And I used memory foam because when I would get pushed on my chest or being shoved, I could look at the memory foam when I woke up and I seen this deep handprint in the memory foam. So there was a bunch of different things that happened to me because we're talking about a 2-year period here. But it escalated to other things because portals just don't come through with positive stuff. A portal can open up to anything and let anything in, even if it's good or bad. And then I started experiencing bad encounters where I would have that paralysis and could not move and be scared to death. So I've dealt with a lot of it over a period of time. And I went and I got help myself. And that's why I realized that I should be doing this for other people now too and pass it down,
I like that. I think that's really, oh, I'm sorry. I think that's really admirable that you do that. Like, I really do. Like, I think, like, but what I was going to say was, I don't know if these encounters are negative or positive. I haven't really made up my mind on that yet. Like, what I feel though is this: I feel like that it's a mixed bag. I think the extraterrestrials, or if they're interdimensionals, whatever they are, and I think it could be both. Really, I think that we're dealing with a lot of different stuff here. I think the paranormal world is a lot more I mean, I think this reality that we live in is a lot more mysterious than, I mean, it could be go down to as far as maybe we're living in a simulation, like, but like, there's things inside this matrix or whatever it is we live in, like ghosts, demons, extraterrestrials, interdimensionals, shadow people, so who knows what you had an experience with. I mean, I know I've had experiences with the shadow people before. Do you think it was something like that might have been? I mean, because you said it was a portal. So did you ever narrow it down to what do you think it might have been? Shadow beings or something demonic, or maybe extraterrestrials mixed with some kind of paranormal?
When the remote viewer described the ET, she called it an ET or a being. And she said she had never seen one like this before. She said it was extremely, extremely tall, probably about 8 to 9 foot tall, very skinny, long arms, really long fingers, and it was trying to point at something and show me whatever it was. So to me, it kind of sounds, maybe more paranormal ET type deal, not a cryptid or anything like that. But that's how she described it, and that's it was coming from that same location from my closet where all this activity was coming from. So it was pretty crazy to hear
That's
that in my
fascinating.
room,
Yeah, that's wild. So one thing I wanted to ask you about was I listened to a podcast you did with I can't remember who it was, but you were talking about this woman who was at a pole and she shot a video of a UFO. And I guess you got a hold of the evidence. Like, do you get a lot of evidence? Like, is that pretty normal? I mean, do you see a lot of photos, videos? Are people capturing a lot of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of still photos, videos we've been getting. Now, the STAR team, they really work with the top cases that have that evidence where we go out and collect stuff in the field. I have all my equipment that I can do that if I get a case that requires that. But yeah, I've had plenty of video and photo stuff that I've had to put through analysis through different programs. I'm pretty good with finding fakes and hoaxes and figuring out what things are. And then also, if I have to, I can go out to the location because every field investigator gets local cases. So it's going to be in your area anyway. So a lot of times I like going out to the area and actually scoping the area out so I can see what this person was looking at from the same direction and then confirm that with the video and photos at the same time so I can figure out if it's something explainable or if it's something that she's really seeing that it's an unidentified object. But we've had plenty of cases because MUFON has our own lab. We can go ahead and take these samples and send it to our laboratory and get the results we need. There's plenty of times where we take, core samples from different landing sites, and then you take a set of samples that are outside the landing site and compare the two, see if there's anything radioactive or if there's any extra energy involved with it. We EMF the area to make sure there's no different frequencies that are being driven from these areas. So there's plenty of different stuff that comes in. I mean, it ranges. We've had implants. Dr. Roger Leary did the implants for a while. Unfortunately, our doctor retired from doing that, so we can send you to the local hospital, get it removed, but then we can go ahead and send it to our lab to get analysis done if you really want to figure out what it is.
Do you see that a lot of people coming in with implants, like, are reporting them?
Now, I've had a couple. The problem is getting that person to go to their local hospital and want to ask to get it removed. It's a little harder, and people, do worry about, people looking at them a certain way and judging them. And most of the time it can be very hard once you go to a hospital and you say, hey, I have something in my body, I want to get it removed. They'll remove it and throw it away. And so you got to make sure you go and mark some stuff down and tell them that you want this object from the body. And so that can be the kind of hiccup that people have, like they don't feel like going through that whole process unless it was done with us directly. So I had seen people. Now I know other investigators that have dealt with this kind of stuff before and actually had the process fully done. And that's where we're able to find out that these implants, usually before they're taken out of the body, they give some kind of frequency, like they're kind of radioing off. And once they're removed from the body, they kind of have this membrane around the actual implant itself. And what that does is when the implant's injected into the body, there's no reaction to reject the object. Once you peel through that membrane and you get to what's the actual substance itself, it usually comes at it's some kind of meteorite or metals from, that we don't have here on Earth. So it's interesting,
Well, one of the things I remember, I had Daryl Sims on my show, and he's of the opinion that these things are more negative. He's convinced, like, from all his years of research, that this is more negative. And I don't know, but like one thing that he mentioned was when he was working with Dr. Lear with the implants, and he said that he thinks that he talked to someone, and he thinks that these implants are responsible for controlling the abductees' neurotransmitters, and like serotonin, dopamine, which to me sounds a little bit dangerous. Like, if that's really what it is, because if someone has control over that stuff, they have control. They can pilot you like a remote. Like that controls all the functions of your brain. Like, so it's not just like a tracking device in that sense. In that sense, it's actually controlling your emotions. So
Absolutely.
they could make you feel any way they want. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, see, we know DARPA. I'm not sure if you're familiar with DARPA. They're the defense agency, whatever they do. They're like black projects they're involved with. But a couple years back, they came out with an article about nanotechnology, about these little machines that you can only see under the microscope that are injected into people's bodies, and they think that they can use these to attack cancers in people, but they can also be used to kill somebody. And you got to understand, if we think about reverse technology, and like you said, we think that these can control people. Well, that's probably where we got it from, and now we're using it to do those type of things, and I really believe that. We know that with the frequencies that have been coming from implants, if it's giving a frequency off, then it's obviously being intelligently controlled and tracking the person in general. Now, Whitley Strieber has talked about his implant in his ear and how it gets extremely warm when he's about to have contact at night. So he knows when he goes to bed that night that he's going to be visited. And there's other people that say that their implants have done different things during different times as well. But Whitley is one who really talks about it.
Yeah, I even have something like and I feel like it happened with all this, what's going on, because like I've opened myself up from doing podcasts, but like I have a bump on my ankle. It's not even, it's like a lump, but like, I went to the doctor and I had it checked out, and like he said it was fine, and he said I should just leave it there. But like something about me is thinking, like, I never even took pictures. It's like I'm looking at it now, like, because I don't have socks on, and I'm just looking, and it's just a weird bump. It's not discolored or anything. And it makes me wonder, like, if if they can take people or they can do things without people knowing, like if the memory wiping technology is so good, whether who's doing it, whether it's the government or the aliens, that they can take people and then they just have never have any idea that they're ever being taken.
Yeah, I mean that happens a lot. There's people that have been taken, and you can get those memories back if you work your mind and you try to actually do meditation and try to recall those events. They will slowly start coming back if you work on that. There's been people that have been taken and don't remember until 10 years later, and then they finally remember everything. So it's different with different people. Now, like in your case, if you're wondering if you have an implant, one of the ways you can find out, use a dark lamp, and that will actually show you by if an ET touches you, it usually leaves a mark on your body that can only be seen by a black light, by a luminescence. And if you put that on your body and you see marks on your body, that means something was touching you. The next step you do is you get an EMF reader and you try to take a frequency from that object, see if it's giving off anything. If it's giving something off and you're getting even the slightest uptick of a reading, there's the good possibility that you have an implant in your body. So,
Well, what kind of EMF reader do you get? Like, are they relatively inexpensive, or are they expensive, or what? I've never.
I mean,
don't.
they range. You can get the expensive ones for like $400 to $500, or you can get the mid-grade or cheaper ones. I mean, the cheapest one you can get probably would be like $15. I have a $30 one. Works great. It gives me all electrical fields, magnetic fields, radiation, and there's another setting on it as well, and it works great. I've used it multiple times, testing it, and just walking around the house, testing my TV, and just learning how it works. And they're good to have.
Yeah, because I have stuff that supposedly like blocks EMF, or not blocks EMF, but like supposedly it's stuff that cuts down. And I'm sure you've heard of some of this stuff. Like I have like orgone pyramids that people say they have stuff in there that like helps reduce the EMF, because like I'm around a computer a lot because I'm always doing a lot of interviews. So like I try to buy things that I have tachyon. Tachyon supposedly, that's another thing that they say is supposed to really cut down the EMF. I mean, these are all kind of like alternative media or alternative devices. You know what I mean? Like they're not like. So I don't know if they really reduce the EMF or not. But what would be interesting is to get an EMF reader and like kind of like you said, test things, because you never know how high the EMF radiation is around you, right?
You would be absolutely surprised to see how I mean, over the amount that your smart TV is. The microwave, when your microwave is running, it's the worst. I mean, the thing goes off the charts. So that's why they always tell you at least when I was brought up on, don't stand in front of the microwave. It gives off radiation. We know that. But when I gave the reading on the EMF thing, man, this thing been going off the charts. I've never seen numbers like that. And then even your cell phone, which they say, having that cell phone and talking on your phone all the time gives people brain cancer. Well, that's a good possibility if it's giving off frequencies that are that high. And even your smart TV. So then we talk about these 5G towers that are being put up everywhere, and imagine how high it is there and what it could do to the human body if you live around it. It's pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like when I talk on the phone, like if I'm talking to a girl and I know I'm going to be on the phone for a couple hours or something, I always use headphones because like I don't want to. Or I'll use earbuds because I don't want to like have that. And I don't even use wireless earbuds. I use the old school ones, like because like I heard that the wireless earbuds can give off even radiation too, or something like that. I'm not sure about that.
Mechanisms in them. Yep.
But what I
I
was going to
believe so.
say was, yeah. What are your thoughts on the secret space program? Because I know you're like a hardcore investigator. So like, and I know you're based in evidence, but and like the secret space program's weird because I'll just give you like what I think about, like I'll tell you what I think. Like I've interviewed a lot of the whistleblowers, right? And I don't deny them, or I don't, I'm not saying I believe them 100%, or I don't deny them 100%, because we just don't know because there's no evidence. But there is evidence that there's been some kind of like that our government has craft. We know that. I don't know if they have battleships, but we know they have craft. Now, if they're patrolling space, like if there's Solar Warden, I'm not sure. But like, what do you think about all that?
So I'm very open-minded to things. I am very evidence-based, but I'm very open-minded to all the possibilities, the paranormal, high strangeness, and all that. Now, I did, I think it was a year or two ago, I was at the New Jersey conference that they had, and this gentleman, Frank Chili, spoke there. And he's a historian, but he actually found blueprints of these, what they're supposed to be futuristic spacecraft that have had patents taken out for them. Now, you need to take a patent out before you want to, make something. And these blueprints they look like they came out of an episode of Lost in Space. And they were the real deal, telling you how to put these massive fleet type spacecraft together. And it actually blew my mind. It blew my mind so much, I invited him to the Philadelphia conference I'm throwing this year because the lecture was amazing. So I definitely believe that it's a possibility that this is happening. And then you got all these people saying that they're part of these secret space programs, the 20 and back or the 30 and back, they'll call it. But, there's no real hard evidence to say it. But it's definitely a possibility in my mind.
Yeah, because the way I look at it is, why would they start? Or why would all these people start having memories all of a sudden? You know what I mean? I find it sus in a way, like suspect, but I also find it maybe credible that something's going on because, I'm just I'm like I said, I'm a little bit skeptical, but I'm really open minded, so I'll always have them on my show. But I take everything with a grain of salt because you just never know. You know what I mean? It's so hard to tell. That's kind of why I like talking about the historical cases. It's kind of like stuff we can prove. For example, the Travis Walton case, Betty and Barney Hill. Those are home runs. Those are, I think those are guaranteed proof that something went on. You know what I mean? I can't guarantee it, but it seems right. And Kecksburg, for example, that's another example of something where that was a real landing of something that happened. And right, what are your thoughts on all that?
So I'm big on historical cases, especially stuff like that. I absolutely believe Betty and Barney Hill, and Travis Walton. I met Travis last year. We talked for a while. Absolutely believable the story. And the documentation about how well there was tons of evidence with Betty and Barney Hill, and especially them being a mixed race couple back in a time where there was still segregation. They didn't want to bring attention to themselves, especially coming out and saying they were abducted by aliens. That's the last thing they want to be involved with, having news crews, all that kind of stuff. Betty's dress being put on differently and having pieces cut out of it. Barney's shoes having drag marks on the toes of the shoes because he was being dragged by the ETs onto the craft. The missing time they were missing 2-3 hours of time when they were supposed to be home already. It's incredible. And then you look at the other cases, and it's just amazing to have that kind of evidence. And back then we didn't have the technology that we have today, so there couldn't be many different excuses as to what happened to them.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on what was I going to say? The hybrid program. Because what made me think about that was when we were talking about Betty and Barney Hill. I know and David Jacobs said this too. I'm a big fan of David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins. I love their work. Even though I know David Jacobs looked at everything. I tend to be a fan of the researchers who said the abductions were more negative. I'm a fan of Daryl Sims. I'm a fan of David Jacobs. I might not agree with them completely, but I do kind of feel like there are malevolent abductions because why would they come in the middle of the night? And I guess we're more docile when we're sleeping, but David Jacobs said this, and Daryl says it, and Barney Hill said it, and other people said it. Jim Sparks. And what I'm getting to is the taking of semen and eggs. It seems like in a lot of these cases that were reported, it's like the ETs are always taking semen from men and eggs from women. Have you found the same thing? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have Experiencer month every month, or once a year on my show. And last year we had a lady who was believed to be a part of the hybridization program. She actually was able to have this happen. She was pregnant, and then went to the doctors, found out she was not pregnant. And then come to find out that she wound up having an experiencer about a year or two later, and she was welcomed by two large ETs and walked into a room with a little tiny, what she called a hybrid, sitting on the bed, and she believed this was her daughter. And they were showing her daughter because ETs supposedly don't have empathy and don't really have too many feelings, and she needed that. So that they brought the real mom in and supposedly met her hybridization daughter. So there's plenty of people that are out there that talk about this stuff. Geraldine Arcorzo is someone that's big with the hybridization program. She's got medical documentation about having cysts on her ovaries, so many that the explanation, they really don't know how to explain it. And to have documentation from medical professionals is something big. So yes, I believe that it's a possibility this is happening. There's been so many accounts of it that you can't really just say no, you know.
Yeah, what makes me weirded out is like when the hybrid mothers talk about that the ETs have them hold the baby. For some reason, they need the mother to hold the hybrid baby. I don't know if it's because they have to show that baby nurturing, so it like has like some kind of empathy, or I don't know if it gives off the scent of the mother, or and that gives it some kind of like solace or something like that. You know, I never figured that out.
That's what happened with her. They wanted her to go over and hold the baby, the child, because what we're told that these beings they have no emotions. They don't know how to show love or show happiness or show feelings for something. So they needed the mother to come in to hold the baby to show that affection of the real mother to this hybrid being, so it could have that, because they're having hybrids. General, I mean, you would really think, let's make a hybrid so we can better ourselves as a species. So they needed to show these babies and children this empathy and these feelings, that so they can get better and become a better species.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you. I want to ask you about Kecksburg. So yeah, we'll get into that before, because I wanted to ask you about the documentary you're into, but we have time. We've only been going about a half hour. So, what did you find about Kecksburg? Because we're both from Pennsylvania. You're from Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. So we kind of have a link to that. Like like being from the area, it probably interests you. Like it interests me. Like, what did you find about Kecksburg?
So yeah, I wrote an article about, because Pennsylvania is seventh all time in UFO sightings. So our whole entire state is a hot spot. And I added that case in there because it's one of the big cases of Pennsylvania in UFO history. For the way that the military stormed into that little town of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, with loading trucks, tractor trailers, I mean, men in black. They roped off to, if it was just a normal little rocket that was being shot and came down, or a balloon that crashed, or an airplane that crashed, none of that would have happened. You would have been able to sit at the yellow cross tape and look at what was going on, but they kicked everybody out of the woods. They told them to keep their mouths shut. Once they went into the woods with the tractor trailer and loaded whatever this craft was onto the flatbed, they covered it up so nobody could.
Put lights actually in the panels or in the scene, something like that.
Alex, did you hear comms for you?
I always thought it was pronounced descript, like delaminate.
That's how I've been saying it. I was literally just watching one of their videos this morning, and they say it descript. Or at least the person doing but it was their videos on their help
their video.
site.
So I think that we're gonna make that canon.
Put it in the style guide.
That's right. Needs to be part of the lookbook. In this case, the sound book.
Not to say the mood board, which is my favorite of those advertising memes or tropes.
Ah, yes, not to be confused with the mood ring that used to come from gumball machines.
Or the vision board.
Vision board costs about $100,000 more. Same idea, though. Unless it's BORED.
What is it?
It's the Road.
Oh,
The NT1.
NT1 Generation 5. Came
So
in
you'll be
yesterday.
testing, I assume, same thing we talked about a few weeks ago. If you can preset it, pre-configure it, and then ship it out and have it reliably.
I can already tell you I'm not going to ship it out. like it's already reached a no, we're not going to do this. I'm playing with it, and it'll be interesting as a ship out. And I don't know if I'll keep it or not. We'll see. It depends on how it sounds compared to this one. The issue with it is that it's too complicated to ship out. This rig, there's no mount for it, and it'll be too complicated. People will be like, "What the what? It's too heavy. It's too big." We have enough trouble with the MV7, so I mean, this will be too much. So we're not going to send it out, but it's cool.
I have the regular one. It's so heavy.
All right, stand by. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find out more about what we do at officehours.global. Our first hour is general discussion about virtual and digital production. Our second hour is usually something that, we want to spend a little bit more time on. Today, we've got Glenn Sanders here. Glenn Sanders is the founder of Zaxcom. So Glenn's going to give us a little bit of the history, how Zaxcom got built, what they do, some of their newer products. We're really excited to have them. So if you've got questions for Zaxcom, go ahead and throw those into, and for Glenn, go ahead and throw those into the second hour. Make sure to tag those in Makana. And if you've got questions for the first hour, our digital production, general questions about all things digital, let us know and throw those into the questions. We have got a lot of room for those today. And make sure to vote on the questions. You're the producers. So if you're watching here, you're deciding not only what we talk about, but when we talk about it. So go ahead and vote questions up and down. And let's go ahead and jump into those questions. Bill, what do we have?
Our first one this morning comes from David Brady in New York City. And David says, are there any good tutorials or courses for learning Apple Motion?
Go ahead, Marty.
Well, Ripple Training has a whole series of videos, training videos for Motion. And if they're anything near like the videos they produced for DaVinci Resolve, they should be pretty great.
And go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I look for the name Mark Spencer, and he does them for Ripple Training. Mark is one of the leading trainers in all things Apple Motion. He knows the program inside and out, and he is engaging and really fun to watch. So I would go in that direction. Motion is an interesting product. It's only $49, and you think, oh, this should be a pretty simple program. It is one of the most deep and complex programs that you will run into, predominantly because in the back end of the program, it has so many complex motion graphics type controls. Literally, there's thousands of settings behind the scenes in Motion. So Apple's done a really good job, I think, of making it easy to kind of understand the basics and get into it pretty simple. If you get some training from somebody like Mark Spencer, you'll dive in and get some really useful stuff done really quickly. But I'm 10 years into being a Motion owner, and I have probably touched 25% of the program. It's that deep.
Yeah, it's funny. When I was building time countdown clocks, I was talking to Mark about how I do them. By the way, Ripple Training is what you want to get, for motion training. But I told Mark, I'm doing this thing. I do this countdown, and then I reverse the time, and I do all this stuff. And he goes, "Have you thought about keyframing the time code?" And I was like, "You can keyframe the time code?" It was like saved me like years of time, like over the number of countdown clocks I built. Like, and it was like one little question: have you thought about doing it this way? And so between Mark Spencer and Alex Gollner, those are my two, Motion go-to experts. But unfortunately, Alex doesn't do as much training as Mark. so anyway, I would highly recommend Mark Spencer's series on Motion. Next question.
Andy Kokendorfer in Viera, Florida is up next. What are some effective ways to draw audience to your virtual conference aside from the regular show? Thanks.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I'm going to use the Carnegie Hall answer: promotion, promotion, promotion. It's very important to get the name out and to get everything out. Don't overdo it. Don't spam people. I have conferences even from 10 years ago that over spam my email, and so I just throw them into spam, and I don't even think about them every year. You want to be able to utilize their social channels. So having somebody build up a card with that person's face and their session and say, can you post this on your channels, so they're aware that you're going to be talking at this event, is always a great way to do that. If they have a very powerful, work with
As we conclude this budget and move to the next one, there'll be lots of staff reports to come.
That are just weak, and they could be so much better. And I don't mean make a title that sounds like, and what happens next will make you fall apart or whatever, but actually just to create a title that gets a lot of engagement and then promote it that way. Don't jam all the events in one tight window. If it's a 1 day conference and you got way too much content, people will just might get overwhelmed and they'll just not come anyway. And then finally, I know many people that use giveaways to bring people in, not only to bring people in, but measure how they're staying in. Like for instance, halfway through a session, somebody will say a number or something like that, and then you have to fill out a form where you put in that number, and then that way they get a good idea of content. So those types of things will help you bring people in and keep people in on your virtual conference.
Go ahead, Bill.
Draw audience to a conference. You're in the realm of marketing, so some of the basic marketing ideas really come into fruition here. The biggest part of this is trying to figure out who's your likely attendee and finding a way to reach them. And very quickly, I'll tell you the story. Once upon a time, I had an account that was a local Cadillac dealer where I lived. And they gave me a bit of information that 50 to 60% of the people buying Cadillacs migrated from 2 versions of Buicks and 1 other car. And so I went to the DMV and found out I could access their mailing lists and just attack those people. And that made all the difference in the success of the promotion, because I found the people who were most likely to accept the offer to come. Rather than broadcasting, I was narrowcasting. And so that, I think, is your task. Figure out who the people are, what they're interested in, and then figure out whether there's web advertising or something else you can do, some sort of marketing, whether it's mail or building a little network. You try to get as close to that type of person as possible, and your response rate will go way up in terms of success.
Yeah, I will say that the most effective way to do this is to slowly build up a connection with the attendees. So you said aside from regular show, but doing something that's fairly regular over a long period of time, or doing multiple activations over a long period of time, is a really great way to do something, and it's the least expensive way to do a lot of these things. So, definitely think about how you can incorporate that into your workflow. When you decide that it's more of a triage kind of thing, like we need to promote someone right now, Google AdWords works really well. They're super effective, as is Facebook. So, we can talk a lot about whether they should be effective or whether that's right to be effective, but wow. Like when you really understand how Google AdWords work and Facebook ads work, it's like looking into the sun. Like, if you get the description right and you have something solid on your end to receive that description, you're absolutely going to get output. So it's just a matter of honing those things. You do need to do a little study. It's not worth doing Google AdWords or Facebook ads if you haven't taken some of the courses or watched some of the bits and pieces of how to frame those and how to put those together. But if you have some money and you're just trying to make it happen now, people now, that landing page is going to be super important, that it comes back to you. So they're going to, they have to really clearly understand what they're going to get out of it, and it's going to have to be aimed at your target audience and make sure that they're given an opportunity to do that. Depending on how much you're charging, a pretty common thing to do is have people pay a little bit or none at all for an introductory thing that's going to set up for the virtual conference. So you get them into something that is going to give them value, but is going to set them up to join a bigger piece. And the only other thing I would say is don't stack. There's no reason to do tracks in a virtual conference. Just make the conference longer. There's no reason to create FOMO. Next question.
Samuel Nordvik in Norway comes up with, do you have any experience with Waves Max with 2 X's volume, considering it to use in a vMix as well as a brick wall limiter?
Go, Jason.
So I've actually played with the demo, and my immediate and first thought was, if I'm game staging correctly, I don't need this. The only thing that I've used that's anywhere near it are the new BBE plugins. The L82 loudness maximizer is a really nice control, and it is, of course, is a modeling off of a rack mount from several years prior.
Next question.
Comes from Guy Cochran in Seattle, Washington. When will we see 8K 120 frame per second live streaming?
Go ahead, John.
I'm the proxy for Guy. He threw the ball to me in Discord. So he posted Red Connect, which is a 8K workflow using 2110 SMPTE. But it looks like it runs on a local LAN across 10 gig fiber into their CCU and then out to 2110. That's what he wanted everybody to know.
Yeah, you'll see some more, a lot more about it. This at NAB. We'll cover it. We've got some friends that have been working on some of the technology around that, and so I didn't know that Red was going to talk about it before NAB. so anyway, they might have jumped the gun a little bit, but yeah, we'll talk about it with a couple of folks. We may, in some of our coverage, especially towards the evening, we may bring some stuff in where we capture some stuff that we can show about that. I think that you're going to see, that is transport, but how do you stream it? And I think that there's some really interesting tech that's going to come out at NAB that's going to talk about it. Now, when is it going to become normal? That's still a little ways out, but I think that we're going to start seeing a lot more 8K 120 as we go into 2024. So I think you're going to see it start to bubble a little bit. But one of the things that is rumored is that all the iPhones will be a 120 capable, maybe not 8K, but 120 capable, like all the way down to the base models in the next version. All the TVs are 120 already. Most of your other tablets are going to 120. So there's a lot of things that can play back 120, and it's just a matter of turning the content pipe on. And the problem really is that it's really expensive. Like you're talking about needing a 100 meg connection or 200 meg connection minimum, and that's pretty compressed. Like that's it's at the same level of compression to do the math. You're talking as a 1080p stream. You're really talking about 100 megs a second. So it's a thing. Next question.
Samuel Nordvik's back from Norway with, what is the reason that the master frame rate still needs to be set to drop frame 29.97 frames instead of 30 for live streaming? Is this something that is baked into the audio analog to digital converters, or is it the audio encoding format?
It's still there's a lot of things that are at this point. Audio doesn't need it. Video doesn't need it. They could all go to whole frames. Film a lot of times is now being shot in 24. Things can be done in 30, but the problem is that there are a lot of systems out there, and some of the systems can handle 30, and some can only handle 29.97. And so, as a safety, we do everything at 29.97 if we're going to do it in that format, because we just don't want to deal with it later. To have to manage that. But the reality is most of the modern tools are capable of 30, but you'll find things that just won't even turn on, won't show anything at 30 frames a second. And so you don't want to get yourself into that position. So most of us are still using 29.97 as we go out. You are correct though, for streaming, most of the streaming platforms are all at 30. So no matter what you give them, if you give them 24, it goes out as 30. If you go 29.97, 30. So some of them do 60, 25, 30. so they're YouTube, Facebook, and a lot of other ones are standardized on the 30 frame per second. No matter what you do, their transcoders are going to convert it to one format. Next question.
Andy Kokendorfer, VR Florida, up next. What do you do with the gear you test but does not make it into production? School donations or?
Go ahead, Marty.
Well, yeah, that's certainly one way to make good use of equipment that you no longer want. There are also Facebook groups dedicated to gear swaps and gear sales, and houses of worship are always looking for good gear that can be used, and with it somewhat less, requirements for reliability.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
So when I get products in to test, some of them I actually end up keeping because you never know when I need to go back to them for some reason. Even though I don't put them into my regular production there, I will give them to a Goodwill or anything like that.
Hi, David here from
If they
Critical.
are completely out of use for me. Some people, what they'll do is they'll set up a web page and then they'll sell their stuff. I personally don't like to sell products that I get or buy because they're used, and I just if they fail, then I feel bad on that. And of course, as Marty said, there's many places that you can go to give away and to sell items. And I highly suggest not to sell the item for the actual price. That's the one thing that really frustrates me on these marketplaces.
Go, Jason.
I'm with Jeffrey. I think it's unethical to sell something that you didn't pay for. I'm largely the same. I tend to give it to either clients or more recently people on office hours that either will enjoy it the most or that need it the most. And I'm in the process of moving. So along those lines, Alex, I think you might just have a care package coming back from NAB.
Very good. Go ahead, Bill.
And don't forget, in your local area, you may have something like in the two places I've lived recently, the Boy and Girl Scouts generally have electronics recycling days
again,
that they do
over
as a kind of a
time,
service organization.
staff will bring you
And
information
they're
about
great because the kids can
building
probably
of a
grab what they
capital
need,
budget
and that's another generation.
types of
The other
projects
thing
that
is,
should
don't
be
just throw it
included
away.
in that
Most states
capital
now do
budget.
electronic recycling.
And
There's a
a
lot of
big
stuff in
part
these
of,
electronic things that are not particularly good
sort
to
of the
toss in a
background behind
landfill. So make
capital
sure that you
budget
have a
is what we
backstage
call
recycling
asset
process. I know
management.
here in California they have
And our asset
regular
management plans, and I
recycling
know that your
things, and they
staff
try to
are
treat the
working and have worked a lot on
post-use
asset management
waste
plans,
stream
et cetera. And
responsibly.
that's really
Yeah,
an inventory of all
I
the
would love to say that
hard
I just have a lot of stuff laying around. I don't usually give it away. I try to. You know, it's funny when I was closing up my warehouse. I went to a couple of schools, and they were like, "Oh no, we can't take donations, or we don't want the donations, or they didn't want." And that was like, I have 10,000 square feet of gear, and about half of it could go somewhere, and they just didn't want it. I did have one high school say, "Oh yeah, we'll come in." And they came in and burrowed in and just took boxes and boxes and boxes of cameras and little cameras, you know, that I.
We're just
that I
gonna be
definitely didn't need.
patient here and wait.
Yeah, so we try to, but I found that it was much more difficult to give it to the schools than I thought it would be, you know, to make that actually happen. There was a lot more red tape than I expected. I try to test things as fast as I can so that I can take them back to Amazon if I don't. And I will admit that I've become, we've talked about this in the past, I've become very, like, because Amazon's return policy is so easy, I have to admit that at first I thought there's no way they can make money at this, and then I realized they could because I'm very specific about buying it from them, because I know that I can just take it to Whole Foods and go shopping and drop off my stuff. It's pretty lethal. Next question.
Khalid Abjamani, it looks like, in Hassa, Saudi Arabia, and I'm probably getting the name terribly messed up, and I apologize for that. Hey guys, I want to share this amazing Kickstarter keyboard, which, if released, could be a game changer, and he's got the link there.
Good morning.
So this was a hot topic in our pre-show discussion, and it is a very interesting product. It's basically a clear keyboard that is overlaid onto a video screen that can be programmed in different ways and segmented, and you can have different things under different keys if you want to. There was an area at the top that was separated with different controls, and it also has some rotary dials and some other controls around the perimeter that sound really, really useful and handy, because they can be programmed to do different functions. This could be a very interesting product.
Go, Jeffrey.
So it's a Sydney-based company. It's what it is. Think of it like a tablet without the touchscreen. That's you're attaching to the computer. 1920
Honestly,
by
I just
1080,
got that like button. Let's get to
hertz
250
IPS
likes.
display,
At least we have
display,
something to look towards
300
too.
nits at 157 ppi. It's got a quad-core ARM processor inside there and 8 gigabytes inside. So you can't use it as a display, but you can actually load in videos and other objects into the device, and it will then display on the bottom. It's also not a touch screen. It's using what's called magnet
Grandmaster
switches.
ha ha ha, you are a panda. How do you do that?
Keys up, and when you press them down, what happens?
Yeah, you can't control how you're born.
Signals.
Alright, pandas. We got a second just short here. I'll take it.
USB 2.0.
I think I'll take it.
And it
I mean,
takes
give me an
about 24
okay
watts of
signal
power.
bar.
There's 2 side USB ports if you want to put it on numeric pad. Yeah, okay, numeric pad. But if you take more power than what the USB is offering, they do have a side powered. You can double USB it, or you can plug it into the wall. Tactile and linear switches, and they're expecting a December release with their Kickstarter.
I'm trying to resist the urge to buy it. I'm trying to resist it. I don't know if I'll make it. It looks really cool, and it looks like you could do a lot of interesting things. I will say that I wish that they, on their demos, they should show a couple of, without all, they want to show off the fact that it's just a video screen there. So they've got animations going across behind the keys, which makes my skin crawl. Like looking at it just is just like very upsetting. Like I was like, I could never do that on my keyboard. But having the interesting thing there is that, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for it to be responsive, so it can be changing those keys, and it's a full keyboard. It's not just a smaller collection of keys. It's a full keyboard that can be very responsive to what's happening at that moment. I think it's super exciting. I'm really glad that Khalid pointed it out to us, and I'm gonna try to resist it. I think Khalid has become a very expensive friend. All right, next question.
Next question comes from David Brady in New York City. Expecting delivery of the Ozbot Mini 4K. What are the differentiators between it and the Insta360 Link?
Hey everyone, welcome.
Well, the biggest one is it's USB 3.0, whereas Instalink is USB 2.0. And same thing with the previous OBSBot is it's USB 2.0. They also have, and I can never do the right, it's 1/1.5. I don't know how you actually say that, but
That's not a good way to end the candle. That's not how you want it to look like.
The other thing is they're doing different types of gestures. The one thing I
This could
really
ultimately still
cared
push
so
down.
much about with OBSBots was if you raised your hand, that's what connected you to it, which if anybody was very handsy, that would turn on and off that functionality. The new types of
I just imagine if I was short here, how frustrated I'd be, and kind of wishing I wasn't in the trade. And it's kind of like I'm trapping traders. It is a trap, as you can see with the magenta box around here. I did enter a trap. This is a trap trade. This is why I decided to take it. But it's so sideways. It may not pan out actually.
The 360 Link and the OBSBot mean almost nothing to us.
In fact, I don't like how this is already looking.
I don't really want them trying to.
The risk is not too large.
For some people, it could be useful. But there's a bunch of us that don't want any of those things. So when we look at what's differentiated in is a slightly larger, you have a slightly larger chip that's there. So we'll see how the sensor looks. It's a wider angle, so I don't think that the slightly larger buys us a lot because you have to zoom in more than you do with the Insta360 Link. The big thing that we're really interested in with the OBSBot and what might make a difference for us is specifically the OSC controls. So being able to talk directly to the camera and have potentially full control with OSC is what we're really interested in. I don't think that we were kind of ignoring the OBSBot until we realized that OSC was there, and so now we're looking at it very carefully and questioning our Insta360 links. so hopefully either Insta360 needs to get OSC or a lot of us may start looking at the OBSBot pretty seriously. Next question.
Next one comes from Jeffrey Powers here on the panel. Madison, Wisconsin. What's the best way to do a kiss cam or something similar at an event?
Go ahead, Marty.
So if you're looking for something small, I'd recommend looking at Marshall Electronics, who have these miniature cameras. In fact, I'm using one right now that can have interchangeable lenses, so you can change your focal length and your zoom and focus. And they have interchangeable lenses, and you can get them with USB output, HDMI output, SDI output, and NDI output. So they are very interesting.
Yeah, go ahead and Bill.
Having done some nightclub work in my time where we did a lot of promotional kinds of things, to me, the key here is to make sure you're in an environment where everybody is focused on the output of that camera. The audience in general is watching something. That's kind of built into where you normally see it, which is baseball games and things like that, where they have the huge sports billboard. People understand that there's live cameras, and when they see themselves, or if people around them in the crowd see them and say, hey, you're on the kiss cam, it really engenders that back and forth live thing that everybody finds so charming and fun. If you don't have that, it's going to be really hard to get people's attention so that the people act naturally. So just make sure that you direct them to it, or you have some process for making sure the live shot of the audience has awareness in the overall crowd. That's when they work best.
The secret to kiss cams is ringers. Just so you know, like it is. So they prime the pump in most stadiums and arenas. They have 1, 2, up to 4 or 5 people that are in the crowd that are cued to do it when they know that they're supposed to do it when they see the kiss cam, and that's why they can get to them really fast, is because they already have them framed up. And so that kind of helps kind of loosen the whole system. It's not, there are a lot of people after that, there's a lot of people that are doing it themselves, but it's really hard to break the ice. And so what they've learned is to put people and you'll see the same thing with like someone being dancing really funny or doing something really goofy, and you think that that's just some random person. It's not. So anyway, just I hate to give you the red pill there, but it's not a. Most of those things are kind of organized.
My free
We've
tickets.
worked on a couple of those. Get people going. Difference.
Okay.
I just
These
a
are
quick
the guys
reminder
that only
also
ship,
that we have
and they
plenty
kind
of
of go
questions. So if you've got
hard on
questions,
the.
go ahead and throw
Quite a
them
different
in,
experience
and make
than,
sure to vote on those questions and let us know when you want to talk about them. Stack them up in the order that you think is important, and get the questions in for both our first hour, which we're still working on for another half hour, or for Zach's.
So I'm like,
hour,
okay,
the
I'm gonna try
second
Molly
hour. All right,
online.
next question.
Jeff Cohen in Miami Beach, Florida
Right.
says, in a live concert, when there's an effect such as an
What
extreme
the?
reverb on a
Oh
specific
shit.
word, how exactly is that done? Any automation,
Yeah,
or
there's
is
a lot of
someone
stuff in
just
here. All
sweating
right.
bullets to nail the timing manually?
Okay.
How is that documented from show
I'm
to
definitely
show?
gonna have to open this up.
Marty.
Well, I think that would depend on the artist and
Here
the
we go. I
budget
got a
for
big
the
eggplant.
show. In a club or a smaller venue, or for somebody who is not really on a national tour,
Damn
the
it,
audio
tell you.
I was
engineer
trying to
would
talk.
know
That
all
would
of
go
those
perfect
cues
with the
because
corn.
they're doing it.
Yes, yes, I'll put it
and
next
they
to the
would have
corn.
board set up, and
I
they
really
would
like
bring
the
up
the
reverb
shining. This
for
is so
that. But
vibrant.
in a
Yeah, because like I
larger
kind of saw it
show,
like at the
touring
bottom of the
touring
shot at first, like what in the
some
world
of
is
those
that? And I was
things
like, okay,
have quite
okay, there we
extensive
go, man.
automations and
Yeah.
scripting, all according
Although
to
I think the
time
picture
code.
on the site was a little
And
misleading. Like it was a
and
little
an edit
more.
list
It was a little more
that
longer, like proportion, like the
is down to
emoji,
to the
Okay.
microsecond
Oh,
because
right.
the
it has to be
infamous
timed to
eggplant
the music.
emoji.
So there would be
Right,
You know,
a
right.
track that the drummer
close
would
enough.
be
Close
Yeah.
going
enough.
to, and there would be
All right, there's
cues
more
for
stuff in here.
starting the next
What do we
song.
got?
They
Got
can
a
be
figure.
highly scripted
Oh.
and automated.
Guess
Sure.
the character.
Go, Bill.
I did once upon a time in my early days in radio, and it was an interesting thing because I realized that
Too
to
late.
just apply
It's
reverb
Legion
to one
from
word
Dead by
and then let
Daylight.
the reverb
Okay,
ring out
okay.
in
Yeah.
silence and then go to the next word.
There's
That's
like two
pretty
different
simple,
versions
right?
here.
You
I
just
guess
click on
this
the reverb,
is.
say the
I
word,
don't know
get
which
the
version
reverb tail to
this is
finish.
the less
When
bloody
you're trying
one.
to do it
Okay.
at a higher level so that
Yeah.
the word is still
So I now have a Dead by Daylight figure from UFO
while
Catchers.
you add in the original audio and
The
continue
Legion.
on your
Is Jinsei
lead
in the chat?
is a
I know
bit more
it's his favorite
complex. I had to
character.
take some serious
I
time in
haven't seen him
post
pop up
to
yet.
make that
Genki's
hang out.
here and
Do
Jay
the
Canner.
word,
They're kind of like
patch it into a
he's like,
second
"Nah,
track
see."
over the
Yeah, can I
third
get some
track,
eggplant
come back
emojis in the
as
chat?
announcer
Oh,
clear
yeah,
while the
J-Cat's got
reverb
you
was still
covered.
hanging over the tail.
Hell
It
yeah.
can be a little goofy sometimes.
All right.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Next up,
Yeah,
another
and what made me
goddamn
think of this, I was just
figure.
watching,
It's
a
another relax
video
time figure.
and, you know, that hit. And,
There are a
and
lot
then,
of these.
course, immediately I'm thinking, man, was someone sitting there just,
Who
know,
the
with
hell
their
is this?
job depending on hitting the button at the right second. And then,
Oh, this is an idol master.
Okay.
show, I mean, I'm sure it's timed pretty well, but never
I don't
exactly.
think I know this particular one.
Yeah, that's a little naughty.
All that stuff.
Is it?
The timing can't be
A little
that
bit.
exact, can it?
I mean,
time
there's
code is
definitely
per song, so they can stop and
True.
start between them, so they can riff between the songs.
All right, that box is done. We got one more.
Some acts are not doing that at all. Like, so some acts are out there playing it, but when you start to hear
Okay,
a
let's
lot of
see.
intricate sound effects and intricate lighting effects and smoke effects and so on and so forth, that are happening in fast succession.
Kill the
usually
box.
means that it's on, as Marty said, on time code and on a click track. For a lot of those, especially pop singers, their automation is some of.
All right, we're in hacker voice.
So what you're hearing as a company, and it's
Ah,
not just the click track.
baby.
It can be.
This box is kind of lightweight. What the hell did they send me? Oh shit! Wow, this is
stage aren't
actually
doing
larger than I
some of
expected.
it live. But you have to
I
remember
got
also, when you look at the amount of
a plush.
going on, a lot of times you wouldn't be able to sing the way
This
that
is
people
Power
expect you to sing
from
and do the things that
Chainsaw
they're
Man.
doing there at the
That's her
same
name.
time.
Okay.
And so
I've not
Yeah.
seen
it's
that.
pretty complicated, and so that
Yeah, wow,
even the
this is
voices get
actually pretty
replaced
big, right?
for certain songs or at certain
Yeah,
times.
it's like as big as your head.
The key is
Yeah,
they know when
it's
like
cute.
bigger than your head.
are going to be
I love it.
have an open space, and that's usually between the songs and
Yeah,
sometimes during
wholesome.
the songs. There's kind of a
Yeah, wholesome.
open area
I haven't
for
seen the
them
show
to
yet,
be
but but I'm pretty sure it's anything but wholesome.
Yeah, definitely. J-Cat
Yes.
must be a fan. Power, lol.
Power. Oh yeah, yeah. She knows. She knows.
Some of it can be cute, but a lot of it's
Yeah, this is cute. Maybe this is thumbnail material. What do you guys think?
It could be. It could be.
Or should I go with the eggplant?
What both?
Or the Agent Smith? Certainly an odd combination of surprises
That,
tonight.
dude, yeah, that's pretty random.
Right. Well, I do go for random.
But yeah, a lot
All
of
right.
it is
So that wraps up UFO Catcher, I think.
And frankly,
no
it was
loose
just on
boxes.
the heels of the
definitely an
the script
impressive
show got
and
me
really
thinking, I
kind
wonder
of
if it's
odd
happening already, or
lineup
if
for us
folks are
today,
looking
Ty.
at
Thanks for that, man.
using,
My pleasure.
real-time
Cool.
speech
I'd
recognition.
like to finally get
so
Agent
that you
Smith.
could,
Yeah, well, how long
memorize
have you
the
been trying to get
song
that
and
guy?
wait for that, that
Uh,
keyword to then trigger the,
Good
the
question. I
next
saw him on
one's
Twitter
really
about years
effective.
ago,
Even with
but
AI, that would be
never
so
had a
hard
chance to
for
get
it
him.
it'd be a,
But
a
I would just
chain
check in
reaction
on
of creating that for now,
Capcom
but I think that,
occasionally, and when
they
there
could
was like a
definitely do it at
good
some point,
setup,
but
I
right
went
now
for it.
they've got it down.
Okay.
They've got it honed
Okay.
to
I'm in
a
there.
pretty
Agent
solid
Smith.
pipeline.
You're in. I see
that
Morpheus
is,
and whole rest of the
that makes
crew.
all this work.
The only other one they have in the set is Neo, as far as I know.
Science.
Yeah.
They figured it out.
He's the
using
one.
tools
to
like
get.
He's the one, right? Yep.
Universe and
See what I did there?
Isabella to do show
No.
scripting and,
All right.
and
That was
automation.
awful.
And,
Yeah.
and there can even be
Anyways, that is going to do it for
either
the anime
a
trash. We're going to go ahead and move on to a little bit of feedback from
in-ear
you
monitors
guys.
counting down to the
And
next cue,
if you guys have anything that you want to tell us about in the comments or questions, anything like that, feel free to hit us up. If you have a longer form type of thing, you can hit us up at thefamilycast@gmail.com. Hit us up on Twitter.
But y'all tap in with me though. Tap in.
Comments.
It's an interesting.
Go to the
it's a really
website,
interesting
the site
puzzle. At some
article,
point, we'd
sign
like
off
to bring
there,
some
and
folks
we
on
can
to talk
read
about
out
it
your
a little bit. I
stuff
know a
like
lot of times they don't want
these
to talk
guys.
about it.
But James has a
Sure
couple
when,
of
like,
tweets that he's going to read out. I have
sometimes you don't want to see
one
how
kind of a
that
nice comment
sausage is made. You
that
just
I'll
wanna
read
enjoy
out
it.
from YouTube.
It's getting more and more complicated.
Yeah, I've got a
because
bunch
now
of tweets. I
they're
don't
adding
know
AR
which one to read
pieces
out.
to it, so
You
during
know
the
how,
day,
like,
there's things
it's
like
kind of a
very
it's
liberal
kind of a
progressive
response,
fans,
yeah.
wristbands.
So there's a
You can
conversation
do whatever
between
little wristbands that you
me,
get on the way
Genki,
into
Danny,
Taylor
and
Swift show. I know
Dale,
that Jeff, you
Dale
went to the Taylor, you probably
DPG,
went to a lot of Taylor Swift shows
talking about
before.
the
You're not
the
a-
offer
not a
to get
Taylor
the Mario
Swift
ticket.
fan. Anyway, the Taylor Swift.
I thought you must be referring to Jeffrey by mistake. It's not,
Anyway,
not this.
I am so a Swifty, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Jeff Cohen and Miami Beach. Curious to
Sem você, não sei quem eu sou.
gotten uploaded by the audience attendees. Do you find the audio even listenable?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, so the two are related because it really was me trying to find a live, but an official video of a live performance. And it was so difficult because this was YouTube, and what kept showing up in the search results were all these horrible attendee videos. And, and some are just downright horrible video, they're a mile away. Some, it's decent video. Okay, it's clearly an audience, but I mean, they're holding it and annoying everyone else, so we have a good shot on the video. But I mean, I've just yet to find one where the audio is listenable. I mean, sometimes the official video, whatever they're doing wrong, doesn't have great audio, let alone hearing it from someone, who's 100 yards back.
You go, Jeffrey.
For me, it depends on the situation. If we're talking like a stadium, or we're talking like a smaller room where it actually sounds pretty decent with just a regular microphone, then I might listen to it. I am impressed in how the audio on the phone, the iPhone 13, iPhone 14 has come, especially if you do it in cinematic mode, because there's something about it that really tries to do its best on audio. But if you move around, that becomes the problem, because you start zooming in on the guitarist, and then you lose some of the sound from the other sides. But if you keep it in a stable area, you can get all of that sound right there. And yeah, the raising of the hand is annoying. But last week I was doing some video of a local band, and I could zoom in on somebody raising their hand, showing a little bit better of a shot than what I could actually get from the PTZ camera. So there's a little bit of give and take on that part.
Good, Bill.
I'm right there with Jeffrey. I think I've seen it done satisfactorily, not professionally, but to where, oh yeah, I enjoyed this moment in the concert. And I've also seen what he's describing as, oh my gosh, please just stop waving around and I'm just getting to an interesting
I
point.
felt
You
like I
start
just got
talking
back
to
from
neighbor
watching
and
a
you get
sci-fi
shot
thriller or
with
something,
projectile.
you know.
Those are
Everyone's like, "Oh, how was your trip to DC?" You know, trip. As I just stated, I just spent the last 5 weeks. I just got back 10 days ago from Washington D.C., and I got an insider's perspective on what's happening right now, today, as we speak, and it's quite. Boy, I felt like I just got back from watching a sci-fi thriller or something, you know. Everyone's like, "Oh, how was your trip to DC?" You know, it's like, well, do you really want to know? What's happening behind the scenes? Well, and even in front of the scenes is pretty remarkable, right? We've got the new legislation, and I'll get to your question in a minute. We got the new legislation that was signed into law late December of 2022. So basically the 2023 legislation, UAP legislation. It was a bipartisan effort from Marco Rubio and Senator Gillibrand, Representative Gallego and Gallagher, and a handful of others. And what it basically does is formation of a new UAP task force, ARROW, run by Sean Kirkpatrick. They've got this language that talks about crash recovered debris, which is phenomenal. I mean, I was addressing this with insiders about it. Like anyone can go download it and read it. But basically talking about UFO crash material. And obviously, you know, we had the congressional hearings last year that Representative Andre Carson put together. And there was the Wilson memo brought up crash material. There was previous cases with UFOs and nukes that we covered in the phenomenon. Don't know if they brought up Rendlesham Forest. I don't think they did, but that's also nuke related. And I met with intelligence folks that had just met with Kirkpatrick and met with Senate Intel, and they couldn't share every single detail because it was classified, but they did with them, sort of as a precautionary measure that if their testimony went into ARROW and never came out, they could have a backup plan going public and saying, look, you know, I gave testimony to the Senate Intel, I gave testimony to, and what they're basically saying is that these programs exist, these reverse engineered programs exist. And again, this is what they shared with me was
are
that
are they currently employed? The intelligence folks that were speaking.
Some of them were, yes, and some of them were retired, but no, a lot of them were still employed.
Wow!
Don't take it from me, and I have this on camera just recently. Don't take it from me, you know. Don't take my testimony, but I'm here to tell you this is the name of the program. This is the location of the program. These are the names of the individuals involved with the programs. And if you give me the credentials or the security clearance, I'll walk you into the labs. And that's happening right now in Washington, D.C. And I've seen the photographs, these guys' credentials, not one, not two, not three, but names of the individuals involved with the programs. And if you give me the credentials or the security clearance, I'll walk you into the labs. And that's happening right now.
But although that's one of the things I think the exact form I had was not correct.
craft that does this with a propulsion and propellant to get it off the ground, a propulsion and propellant when you're high up in the atmosphere, and of course using gravity in orbit. You're essentially you're handling three. Anyways, the long story short, it's all connected. We'll get there. We'll touch tips. Recon, let's get the show going. As you know, this show depends entirely on your support, both by donations and, of course, by liking and subscribing. So I ask once again, if you like what you hear and see, I know I'm all over the place. That's how I be. Do me a massive favor and hit that like and subscribe. If you want to donate to the show, you can do it right here in the super chat. You can. But just know, YouTube does steal a lot of the money. YouTube are a bunch of thieves. So if you give me if you support the show through YouTube, I don't even know the number. I gotta look back up. It's like 34% or 37% of the money is taken by YouTube. Just know. But you can also support through Google Pay, which is super easy for a lot of people because you use Gmail already. If you didn't know, that's super easy. You can use Venmo. Apparently, I started a Venmo account. Apparently, it's frozen. Apparently, I've never been on a roller coaster before. Apparently. But there is multiple ways to support through PayPal, and of course, you can go to our newer website here at StrangeReconPodcast.com and donate through there. I have a list of people who I owe the Strange Recon patches to and the sweatshirts to. I'm working on it. Life has, of course, presented crazy obstacles, as you know, and I will get those to you, I promise. I don't know who the hell would ever wear this. Don't get caught now. You'll probably make some government list. I don't even know. Everyone out there, Stephen Greer's here. Stephen Greer, I'm about to play your intro music. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and kittens and pooches and pound puppies. Stick around when we get back. We'll talk about VTOL and non-VTOL stuff. Just kind of cover it lightly. We'll talk about the cash landing case to remind you of what we're talking about, the incident, and some other stuff. But let's get it going when we get back. This, that, and more. I don't know. What do you want me to say? That's not right. Jesus. Welcome to Strange Recon.
I'm here to discuss the so-called flying saucers.
You out of your mind?
It is nothing more than a weather observation balloon. Of course, which we both knew differently.
No, I saw that. I don't give a goddamn what anybody else says about it. I saw that on film. Phil Class can kiss my ass. He wasn't there. I was.
When you know all the names in every language of that bird, you know nothing, but absolutely nothing about the bird.
You're crazy. You're crazy, man. You're crazy. I like you. But you're crazy.
All right. We're moving right along here. Trying to get going as quick as possible for all you people who have a hard time here. And I'll try to speak clearly and go fast for everyone here. But I'm not going to be able to slow down. That's just my brain. I apologize. First thing we're going to do is talk about it. People will say it's too early for this, the idea that they're already flying some of these things around. I suggest it's the opposite. The Cash Landrum case exists at a moment in time for Texas and for the surrounding states, where there is a boom in in a tech development engineering side in which rocket companies were popping up, even small ones. Like you can find articles right now from 1979, 1980 of like shoestring rocket companies in West Texas or anywhere in Texas really of basically all these achievements done on the cheap compared to what larger programs do, showing that not only is this a great place to produce rockets, but also you can do it for cheap. You don't have to go the awful way of red tape, spend 50 million to make something that costs 2 million, with NASA and our military. No offense to our military NASA out there, but there's been plenty of times and examples where they've shown that it seems more like job security and program, the proving how important a program is. It's almost like these, some organizations, we get mad at nonprofits, like they spend 97% of their money on advertising. And it's like, well, it seems like some of these organizations spend 97% of their funding showing that they truly are valuable versus revelations and innovations that are going to change the world, rather than the organizations that may depend on some of these like our military complex and our intelligence organizations and our military. Anyways, yada yada yada. Going back December 29th, 1980, we got Betty Cash, Vicky Landrum, and Vicky's 7-year-old grandson, Kobe Landrum. We're driving home to Dayton, Texas, in Cash's Oldsmobile Cutlass. Oldsmobile Cutlass. I have a dog in the house named Cash right now, so I think he's reacting. And basically, these ladies are driving down the street. Here comes this large-looking thing blowing a flame out the bottom. A few minutes after this, minutes on this windy road, blah, blah, blah. The light they're seeing gets much brighter. Landrum tells Cash to stop the car, fearing they would be burnt if it got any closer. A born-again Christian. That's Jesus. He will not hurt us. I'm just going to stop there for a second, folks. And this is no insult to any of my Christian friends out there. Do you see like this right here? Like for the people that are not interested in aerospace and military tech and or aviation history, science and engineering, anything like that, have no curiosity for whatsoever. They will turn to what they know best, that even slightly resembles what they've heard in accordance to the claims of their religion. I mean, seriously, she thought a fucking VTOL single stage to orbit spacecraft was Jesus. And this isn't the mid 1800s, the development of dirigibles, and people like, no, just can't believe it. This is well into the space race, TV, movies, t-shirts. Everyone's still on board. NASA wasn't truly the most boring thing in the world yet, of course. Whatever. Anyways, but this is not some time where people didn't know about rockets. And it's to stop for a second, answer Stephen Greer in the chat. No, from your documentary, the Phil Class Can Kiss My Ass thing, you can see that the first few episodes of Strange Recon back in the wooist hour were I had it playing with no censorship, but then someone told me I would never get endorsements if I didn't censor myself. And like, what all my favorite podcasts say like the craziest shit ever, and they have sponsorship. So maybe one day, I don't know, Strange Recon sucks. So if one day if it's good to some degree, maybe that. But I'm not going to stop. I think that's just, I can't anyways. So I just decided to bleep it out because I was told it'd be a good idea if it's played anywhere else. Because now, though, on YouTube, there's an algorithm in the first like 8 minutes of anything that's playing. If there's swears, if there's conspiracy tags, if you say Russia, Ukraine too many times, if you don't say Dick Cheney's one hot piece of ass, a lot of things can happen. Hey, what's going on, Campbell, out there in the chat? Everyone on the YouTube chat, thanks so much for being here. Let's get back to it real quick, okay? Real fast. During the time of the Cash Landrum incident, there was a lot of talk. I mean, even 2 years before, at least, there was discussion, papers circulating that basically the cost effectiveness of the the cost of the shuttle program versus the projected cost of things like the 39-meter Venture Star or the 42-meter Delta Clipper, you had pretty obvious. I'm sorry, I should have said with that. It was essentially the space shuttle program at the time, from concept to an actual model in a wind tunnel, were upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars. 700 something million by the time they had an actual craft going. In the Buran at the Soviet Union was even cheaper. So the confusion is there. But either way, Rockwell in 1980 and a few other organizations all had ideas going that they wanted to somehow either achieve the same thing, as in bring the aerospace designers into the rocket world so they can bring aircraft style thing. So for like a single stage aircraft, you know, to orbit, like you see with Blue Origins and stuff, which hired a bunch of people from the same companies we're talking about. And then of course you have you know, the larger one, which is the shuttle design. You're launching it off of a rocket. It's on the back of these huge tanks that gets space, and then those tanks fall away when it gets to this last stage, and it's just the shuttle, and the shuttle's flying around using its you know, whatever fart energy or something, and so the last one, of course, would be the the VTOL single stage to orbit vehicles, which look just like a final stage vehicle. And one of the things that, you know, that was so promising about this out of the three were not just that you could use it like a plane and land it and glide it back and be really cost effective about it, but was that the Delta Clipper models were their signature was super small. They could be anywhere, and in the military thought, well, these high, you know, all they're leaving behind is water, and we can use them on the cheap. They're smaller. They require less manufacturing. It's not a huge, like the Venture Star is cool looking. It is going to eventually come out in the form of the Dream Chaser. It's not the exact same, but lessons learned. They are building it, but they really thought cost effectiveness. The Delta Clipper, the DCX, or any of those SST. Delta Clipper wasn't around yet at the time, but conceptually, any of those single stage little capsule looking things were going to be simply better than having to produce a full aircraft or have aircraft manufacturing, or of course the space shuttle, which relies on like a Venture Star body, which is an aircraft body. It looks like a plane with a massive rocket to take it up to space. And so they were all hoping that was the way it was going to go. Everyone in the chat, thank you. I apologize. Apologize about the Dick Cheney comment. It just comes out of me. It's a norm thing. Basically the military and the CIA had plans during the Strategic Defense Initiative, which is, you know, heavily peppers ufology as basically a ballistic vehicle, a small ballistic vehicle that would it'd be far better than any of these other ones, and they saw them as being you know, potentially a game changer to not just the commercialization of space, but to making it greener using a multiple propellants. And why I say that multiple propellant thing, because you can find papers that show the hazards of it, the tests they've run, and the issues that go with it, but they were there. And people are even suggesting, hey, if we work on nuclear propulsion for an aircraft, why not just flip that engine on when the thing's high enough? And also because it's not going to produce the same amount of thrust, of course, as like a kerosene burning engine or something down close to the ground at the time, or allegedly. And one of the interesting things though is that I guess just conspiracy, we're taking a little bit of a leap here. I don't know enough about these aircraft to know that if there's an operator inside them and one system fails, is it possible they tried to run the other and maybe they had a couple things go down at once? I mean, we already know a little bit about, you know, the evolution of nuclear propulsion and the alleged stories of recognizing that we flew this over the public a few times. And now, you know, what are you going to do? You've just irradiated people or cattle or whatever. And so that's never going to happen again. You fly it over the ocean or something like that, or fly it up in space. But what happens if they accidentally had to do it because they were going to die, or because they were going to blow the fuck up out of like a city of people or something, or a countryside of people, or a military base? I don't know. But the Cash Landon case doesn't scream to me like, that doesn't seem, I mean, I don't even know if that's even a possibility. I don't know if a nuclear propulsion of the day would produce enough thrust to keep that thing off the ground. I simply don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. I don't think it would. I really don't. But then again, maybe both were running, and that's why. But it just is that more or less reasonable than the idea that an alien ship came here and was malfunctioning, and a squadron of shape-shifting you know, interceptors, alien vehicles took the form of helicopters to escort their mothership or their in trouble ship, I don't know, the ship that was malfunctioning, and they escorted away to go repair. Now, I know a lot of people have come to me with like backgrounds and credentials and literally said, like, I've given like a statistical analysis of these incidences, and they all scream aliens with malfunctioning ships and them escorting the thing away. I don't know where they get that from, but it just replace aliens with us doing it. It just seems far more realistic and normal. I mean, I know this is not groundbreaking and probably boring for me to propose this and ask this, but is it really appropriate to suggest at the height of funding going out for this exact type of vehicle that we give it any alien credence? I don't know. Maybe I'm nuts. Maybe it's just ridiculous. Maybe I'm just talking out of my butt. I don't know. To me, it just screams like the typical manipulated context of a story to make it last, and anything in the mystery. Let's just quickly add some real context to something here before I just rant away about absolutely nothing. The cover of this, the name of it was DCX, baby, just because I fucking love the DCX. But of course, we have other companies out there that produce very similar things, and other nations produce very similar things. And it wasn't something that that Elon created. Everyone, gives him credit for this revolutionary concept of reusable rockets. In fact, I literally sat in a college course, a modern college course, where they talked about how Elon Musk, in his hand, leading a group of engineers, developed for the first time, reusable single stage to orbit rockets. And I'm just like, oh, that's crazy. That's awesome. And then I recognize, oh no, that's not even fucking close to accurate. We've had these for a long time. Of course, our military and our CIA would want to use stuff like this. And when you look at some of the excuses of why these programs failed, it's you watch what happened to SpaceX. It's like the same thing. They're landing and falling over, and they're in you see Elon, or in the early days, it was simply just taking off and making it to to orbit or whatever, or suborbit. But these programs, the thing would fall over and not land appropriately, and they had the money for like three test vehicles before essentially the competition's over. You don't have a vehicle anymore. You've spent literally all your money they gave you, and all three have landed and then fallen over or something and blown up on the drone ship or whatever you're landing. So you see where these things go. One of the things I see constant is even at the end of their lives, they were still having crazy, weird malfunctions like this, even though some test flights, they were flying. If you had seen this thing through a telescope or a camera or a spotting scope, whatever, you would have instantly thought there is no fucking way that is human. That is insane. It looked like a little snow cone flying around. And of course, the signature is insanely small. It's burning hydrogen fuel way up in the atmosphere. And some of these things like the rotary rocket and others produce the exact same looking shape, but had very similar problems. And so when I think of like the Cash Landrum time frame, December of 1980, was it 1981? In the height of the test flights, I'm thinking, the height of proof of concept to these contracts in the military, that something went awry. Are you effing kidding me? How is this even a ufology topic? How is this even in the world of UFOs? Technically it was a UFO, I suppose, I guess. I just spilt my coffee everywhere. Recon, I'm going to take a break. I'm an idiot. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, we'll talk exactly about what the DCX is, and I'll give you a story real quick and a video. In fact, I'll just play the video now. Hopefully I'll get a strike on the channel, and Strange Recon will be shut down, and I'll lose my livelihood, and I'll probably cry myself to sleep. But here, my friends, is a little story about the DCX development. If you're interested, please take a quick look here. Boom, bang, boom. Where we got DCX? Here we go. McDonnell Douglas. Let's watch. Let's watch. What's going on, alien girl?
Meet
Welcome back to the
DCX,
show.
Delta Clipper Experiment.
I'm eating plain sourdough
rocket
bread.
for the people. A revolutionary approach to lowering launch costs, which takes us back to the future of spaceflight. An entirely new philosophy in the development of launch technology.
Well, Lord
The
Ludicrous,
Delta
this was
Clipper
the Star
team
Wars
has taken
program
the
developed for
common
the
sense,
SCI program.
tried and true approach of commercial
Loeb.
aviation and applied it for
Shed.
the first time to rockets. In early rocket designs, the mass of the equipment and propellant needed to fly long distances was found to be too high. Since the cost of the vehicle was less important than delivering its payload on what was usually a one-way trip, it was decided to throw away those parts of the rocket no longer being used in the flight, progressively making it lighter as it flew towards its target. This is the type of traditional multi-stage vehicle we currently use. Imagine what an airline ticket would cost if each trip started out with an entire plane and ended with only the passenger cabin, and then was rebuilt for the return flight only to be mostly thrown away again. The cost would forever keep flying beyond the grasp of all but a few. That's the situation we face today. We know from experience that we should maintain a mixed fleet of launch capability. But if the goal of our space program is a dramatic reduction in the cost of launching payloads, then it's also time for the next step. A reusable rocket system that operates as routinely as today's military and commercial aircraft. This is why the DCX single-stage rocket is so important. In 1990, the Defense Department selected 4 of the nation's leading aerospace contractors to conduct a Phase 1 feasibility study of the single-stage-to-orbit concept based on available computer, propulsion, and materials technologies. The study's mandate was to answer 3 main questions. Can it be done? Can it be done quickly? And can it be done cheaply? After careful studies by the best minds at each firm, all 4 agreed. The answer to all 3 questions was yes. Single stage to orbit will work. Taking a page from aircraft development programs, Phase 2 of the project was to rapidly prototype X vehicles of increasing size and performance. This aircraft style of development, in which a series of test vehicles are repeatedly flown to incrementally push the envelope of a concept, had never been applied to rockets. First, a 1/3 scale vehicle called DCX would be built to prove the concept and to conduct low-speed flight and maneuvering tests. Next, if funding is made available, will come a vehicle twice the size of the DCX, which will obtain speeds well into the hypersonic range.
This is a fair use. It's fair. Don't strike my channel. Fair something or other. Legal Oxford. Bird law. Fair.
This vehicle will support commercial and military testing and be our next step on the way to the single-stage-to-orbit fleet, which will be the heart of our 21st century launch industry. In 1991, McDonnell Douglas's Delta Clipper vertical takeoff and landing design was selected for Phase 2, designated the Single-Stage Rocket Technology Program, SSRT, to demonstrate technology availability of reusable rocket systems. A suborbital demonstrator was ordered, and an industry team made up of some of the world's top aerospace companies was formed to take on the challenge. These companies, representing some of the best capabilities in the field, contributed vital elements of the program.
Rutan,
They too
Scaled
believe
Composites,
that
and Pratt Whitney.
single-stage rocket technology has arrived. In August 1991, at McDonnell Douglas's facility in Huntington Beach, California, the new team was assembled. In keeping with the project's revolutionary nature, a new rapid prototyping environment was created. This X designation and the streamlined project structure provided the right environment for success. Since one of the goals of the project was to incorporate aircraft-like systems wherever possible, top engineers and designers from the successful MD-11 airliner, the F-15, the F-18, and the AV-8B Harrier projects were brought in to work together with our rocket engineering staff. Overcoming dozens of technical hurdles, borrowing technology from a wide variety of space, aircraft, and other fields, and creating many new and innovative solutions to the single-stage challenge, the DCX team drove forward to realize their vision, and by early 1993, the vehicle was completed. While the vehicle was being built, a mini spaceport was constructed in White Sands, New Mexico. The spaceport contains everything needed for the DCX flight testing, including maintenance and service technicians required to turn the vehicle around after each flight. The entire DCX flight support team numbers about 35 people. In this small operations van, which is very similar to that planned for the full-size Delta Clipper, only 3 people will be required to launch and fly the vehicle using Macintosh or Windows-like computer interfaces. For its first flight, the DCX will take off and hover just above the ground as its systems are verified. Then it will perform a soft touchdown on its landing gear. Next, it will be flown to higher altitudes and faster speeds in both still and windy conditions, where it will demonstrate its aerodynamic performance.
You know, all you drone pilots out there, how your drone works 100% every time, right? There's never any problems. It doesn't just drop out of the sky. It doesn't just go away or stay at elevation until it runs out of battery and crashes. It doesn't fall into the ocean when it's not supposed to. It's supposed to return to sender, but instead of returning to you, it went to the initial spot. You opened it out of the box or something. That's modern day, optimized and refined systems that are on the fucking shelf for the customer. Wireless control and radio control systems with automation from the very early days of automation and digital, like to really digitize. I guess I want to, not the word I want to use at all, but to take over the analog stuff, you're going to see problems. The reason why they're flying it is to find those problems, not just to prove the concept, but to eliminate the chance on the time where a bunch of brass, colonels and generals and commanders and queefs or whatever, are all going to be sitting around and they're going to watch this thing and it's not going to go awry. It's not going to go flying off or burn some old ladies. Steve Long in the chat says that the Cash Landon people could have seen balloons, and they very well could have. But to me, I think that, you know, ufology in the valetism of that's taken over has told its own story. And of course, the alien being humans. And then you can kind of start identifying those humans as anyone who has money to put into really radical and clandestine, really radical systems to fulfill missions that just are kind of unheard of and just completely unknown to the everyday person walking around the planet. I mean, so unknown that when they see something as simple as a dirigible, they're like, fucking alien. Anyways, you know, it's clear that there's problems in the early days and stuff flying around, and maybe they could have seen balloons and whatnot. But I just have this suspicion that the valet story of ufology, that being this forever projection, there's something that's just in front of us. Whoever these aliens are, whoever they are, these sons of guns are always like 30 to 60 years ahead of us. How are they doing it? What's up, girl? I don't mean to romance you, but here's a little story by Jacques Vallée. And I just can't take it. It just literally makes no sense. And every time you look into the technology that at the time, yes, for the individual, even the valet, even the guy, well, I don't know, someone could say there's conspiracy behind that, but excuse me, even the valet of the world, I mean, that instantly took on this idea that there's this shape-shifting, evolving thing. I just don't, it's just, all right, I don't want to trash anyone. I know that's where I'm about to go, and I'm trying to avoid that. Let's go back to the damn video. I'm sorry for doing that. It's obvious in so many instances when you look into them that Valet had it right, except it wasn't aliens from other dimensions with a giant projector. It was us developing something that was clearly needed, but we didn't even know we needed it. The public didn't know we needed it because the intelligence organizations or the military is doing their job to some degree. Sometimes doing too much, far too much. But of course, why would they not gonna? Hey, American public and everyone living here who hates us, just so you know, here's how we're spying on the Chinese, and here's the location of our things flying around. Yeah, everyone got it. Everyone clear where our spy assets are and how we're figuring out how to keep you safe. Everyone good? Okay. All right, we're gonna go back to our job now. Now that everyone's caught up. No, that's probably crazy. That is fucking crazy. You know, how could that be? We've already discussed this. It's beings from Pagonia. I forgot what I already. Pagonia. I already forget. I read the book and I thought this is. It's a cool story. Of course, it's supported by things that are just completely and utterly nonsense, and so therefore, how am I supposed to take the rest of it seriously? I'm just a cool story. Let's move on. Sorry. Someone take away my microphone.
Then it will be flown to several thousand feet, where it will be ordered to pitch over into its landing approach flight path. Next, it will demonstrate its critical rotation maneuver. Finally, using its onboard vehicle management system with its global positioning receiver, the DCX will perform a precision soft landing within 20 feet of its designated touchdown site. In a world ever more conscious of the environment, McDonnell Douglas is proud of the fact that the hydrogen and oxygen propellants used in our DCX will make the Delta Clipper the world's environmentally cleanest spaceship, as its exhaust will be nothing more than water vapor. The Delta Clipper single-stage rocket concept is indeed the door to space for America. Single-stage rocket research bodes a revolution in spaceflight.
I love those
not
old
only
animations.
give our defenders the technology for global reach, but will pave the way for a whole new generation of scientists, students, and commercial researchers to enjoy unprecedented opportunities for research and exploration. The DCX is as common sense an idea as America itself. This year, the McDonnell Douglas Delta Clipper team will change the world. Single-stage rockets have arrived. DCX, the future is now.
All right. Well, that's interesting. But you can go all the way back to 12 years before then to see the early development of some of these other systems that led to this exact thing. Of course, that was the hunt for which aircraft was basically going to dominate the future. Would it be a plane that took you to space? Would that plane be on top of or next to a booster rocket? Would it be slow, like a dirigible? Would it float you to space over the course of days and days and days and days? And then you're there, just like sailing. You fall asleep. We're almost to space, Pa. Just another 7 days. It's too slow for people who are trying to get up and down for space for defense reasons, obviously. But it's very possible. And no one really knew. And it's clear that it's still hasn't really been decided yet, because look at SpaceX. We hail SpaceX as this, or put them up on this pedestal as being this groundbreaking organization. Of course, you just watched a video that obviously comes before SpaceX and was literally offering what was seen in sci-fi movies from the 50s, or is it 60s? I don't remember. But not just that, they're not necessarily the groundbreaking organization that we think that, but they're offering the single stage rocket, or the single stage, what is it, the Starliner now? Or is that what it is? Starliner? I can't even remember this name. I'm forgetting, but nothing's been decided, as we see, because what is Origins doing? What is Blue Origins doing? What is the what's the cyclical, what the hell are they call, spin launch people? What are they doing? What's Mr. Powell there? Michael Powell, I always forget his name, from JP Aerospace. I can't recall. I always forget, man, every time. I feel like such an idiot. They're doing the balloons to space. Of course, we see NASA still at it. Look what they're doing. Giant, huge spacecraft with big, I guess not even that big payloads, but these programs to go back to the moon, what they're doing it in the way they've always done it, essentially. Of course, there's very new things, but it's no one's won. The race for what takes you to space, what's the best thing to get you up in space, hasn't won. A lot of people are showing that the ion propulsion will take you to space just like a balloon will. And but it requires multiple systems in place to get there. And of course, that's balloons that can only expand and fill once they get up there, because they'll just, they can't hold themselves together down here. It's pretty sick stuff. The DCX, though, just going back real quick to the fact that it's completely tied to the Strategic Defense Initiative. Thank you, Steve. Steve's always there to give me the guy's name. I fucking hate myself for not remembering. The guy is seriously, he's such an old gentleman. I feel he seems like such a kind-hearted guy. He agreed to come on the show. The next day, I was talking about Giannis Pappas, that comedian, and I kept saying how, technically speaking, people keep making fun of this, but this is an actual thing people do. Like, there was companies out there that I was like, drinking baby blood under pizza, and I kept joking around about that guy's stand-up, and sure enough, he never made contact with me again. But I will suggest that you go over to his YouTube, you check out what he's doing. It's a civilian space organization, if you will. It's completely on, free. Free in the sense that it's not free. It costs them money to do what they're doing, but they have a bunch of people out in the desert just kind of volunteering their time, and experts. And who knows, maybe if you have a mind for it and expertise that you'd like to get into it, you probably could contribute in one way or another. And I suggest you go check him out, John M. Powell, over there, and check out his rockets. And well, Steve, that's the problem with someone like me. I have to get huge, and then it'll be like no problem. They won't care. In fact, they'll be like, "Oh no, I always wanted to come on. I loved you, even when you would." but as of right now, they'll be like, "Of course I'd come on your show, young lad. Let me just go look him up now. Strange Recon." And the first thing's like, "This Gary Nolan's a horse's cunt." No, that's not. I've never said that. And I love Gary Nolan. I'm just kidding. He's one hot piece of ass. I didn't mean that either. I'm sorry. Of course, John M. Powell talking about space agency stuff and why these people are even talked about in the ufology circles is because a lot of people, they went straight to him and interviewed him. Was it you behind the Phoenix Lights? Was it one of your blimps? People had no idea that there was blimp hangars that are so big that it's kind of insane to think about, how big they are and what they're used for. It's just crazy. And the idea of delta shaped or just a V-shaped, whatever you want to call it, dirigible flying around that ain't even out there. You can go back to, you know, lumber operations with these things, but he's using them still today. Space Agency using balloons. Anyways, all right. They do a lot of what the hell's it called? Raccoons, rocket balloon stuff. That was one of the things I first recognized from that guy John M. Powell is when he posted something, and I had posted something, and he had, I think he corrected me. Of course, I just posted an article, but then he posted another one that was even earlier, and it literally was like a balloon going up and then a rocket launch up. We've constantly suggested, you know, if the case is, you know, like the average Joe or Jane, I don't know, has been asking questions that are legitimate for years and constantly rejected. If you go to any American university today, or, you know, maybe a community college, maybe not every university, but you go there and ask about getting to space, and they'll tell you it's you know, they'll tell you, oh, it's all about speed, it's all about speed, it's all about speed. You can't get to space with that, you can't get to space with this, you can never use that to get up there, it's all about speed. And then, you know, you find out differently because it's in context is what we're talking about. And you know, I don't know, the rocket balloon thing was always a thought, but people would always say, like, well, why don't we just, you know, build something that floats up like a blimp and then launch rockets off? They're like, that will never work. And it's like, really? I mean, I think that there are people that specialize in it. Now that I've done the research, they're literally from World War II, or maybe even earlier, I'm forgetting now, but have basically come up with pretty interesting ways to launch rockets. Like, for instance, if you can't detect balloons, or a little device a balloon hangs, like we just experienced in the United States recently, you know, and I'm not saying you actually can. I think they can detect them for different but anyways, the payload that balloon can hold it can be a ranging number of things, obviously, right? Weapons, devices, collections, tech signatures, whatever. But of course, can launch rockets, can launch weapons, can launch off anything off a balloon. It's insane. And you know, this type of thing falls right into the UAP topic, because for one thing, whether you like it or not, whether you believe there's a larger truth about aliens to disclose, a revelation behind some sort of secret door that we finally find through disclosure, that's great. I'm not trying to fight you on it. Jesus, relax. But I'm trying to say is that the words on the paperwork that came out about it, even the stuff that was like the IG report and things like that, point to, in my mind, the real problem, which is not aliens, though I wish it was. Maybe I don't know. Maybe alien contact is going to be frightening. I have no idea. But to me, I was hoping it would be clear evidence of it to be, you know, aliens. But of course, what do they have on the paperwork? It was birds, balloons, and drones, and you know, or foreign, you know, on test craft or whatever the hell it said. I can't recall now, but of course that's it. And balloons being all part of it, and all these things, very small cross sections on radar, signature reducing techniques that have been brought old technology to the modern war front and made to be, you know, rather novel looking, I'm sure, at first on these new systems. Like, what the F is that? Why every time it's being pinged by our systems, it's coming back as like 5 objects going to like 60,000 feet down to like 25 feet or something, like over and over, you know, whatever. I'm not saying that's actually happening, though obviously we know it can happen. We've done the research. So it's just interesting. I don't know. Bringing old technology to light using new techniques that have been used by countries that were like, well, we cannot produce the thing that they're producing right now on their scale, so let's figure out a way to make balloons relevant again. Does anyone else know where I'm going with this? I'm sorry I keep pounding it in there, but I just feel like it's completely missing from the UFO topic, but yet they'll sit there and talk about things that have been discussed in World War II, you know, or right after in ufology, and they'll straight up be like, oh yeah, right, we're actually gonna take balloons seriously. It's like, you're the one that didn't do your research in the first place, and now you're literally listening to someone tell you balloons are aliens. to get our government intelligence organizations to do something about it, or whatever that means, allegedly. Sorry, my eyes can't roll back in my head any further. To me, it just seemed like the big for-profit scheme so far. But I do recognize there is an actual threat, and it's things as simple as balloons. Anyways, sorry, balloon talk. Jesus God. Recon, we got to take a real break. That wasn't a real break. I really want to get rid of about 20 of you, so let's take a break. No, everyone on the audio side, I appreciate you being here. Everyone on the video side, thank you so much for dealing with me. Can we just get to the story and I stop interrupting myself? Seriously, guys, would you stop me from interrupting myself? For the love of God, Recon, stop me from interrupting myself so I can read you this damn article with the reading ability of a 5-year-old so this show can get over with. I know you got lives. You got things you got to do. All right. I was going to say a Norm joke at that very moment, but then I couldn't remember any on the spot. I apologize for that. I want to back up. Recon. Let's first talk about Gary C. Hudson. Who is Gary C. Hudson? Born 1949, has been involved in the private space flight development in aerospace since 1970. Guess what his baby was? A VTOL SSTO that looked, I mean, to be fair, in some degree, like what Cash Landrum experienced. But whatever. I don't know. We won't talk about that second. We just spoke a moment ago about Rotan, the rotary rocket built a land test simulated Rotan ATV. I've shown on the show multiple times. Can you imagine something that looks very similar to the DCX, but a go-go gadget helicopter hat pops out of its nose? Well, it's already out, actually. I'm talking shit here. Anyways, it literally has a propeller on the top and flies around, keeping course with helicopters. All it is really is a helicopter drone with a awesome hydrogen rocket underneath it. Jesus, why have a lisp? Only when I'm on the air, apparently, I have a lisp. This guy, Gary Hudson, is best known for that, the Rotary Rocket Company and building of the VTOL single stage orbit system. But there's a picture of him speaking at a conference. Oh, it's valet with a mustache. It's American valet. Here, let's take a look at him speaking at a conference in 1983 about his ideas and the Phoenix and other things like that. Yada. We've talked about it so many times. I hate to give her such repeat information, which I often do, and I can't help it sometimes. I apologize. I suck. But it is clear that that right around the Cash Landrum time, as this is 1983, I believe, there are organizations acting very much like the evangelical, like the super Christian that allegedly hides and stops the UFO research. Anyways, but no, if you don't know what I mean, the evangelical, like, they're going around to industry people and pitching the idea that basically space flight, single stage to orbit, be it any shape, eventually was in the sentiment of the people in the audience. But to the guy speaking, of course, Hudson, he would like his idea, the Phoenix, the Rotan rotor one, you know what I'm talking about there? Jesus Christ. Anyways, but he he's out there pitching this and trying to get industry people on board in one way or another. Because again, the Strategic Defense Initiative, right? Think about this. Think about what is required to support this infrastructure that we want to do. We want to surround the planet, and both the ability to observe high-speed weapons flying around and being launched, and the ability to both shoot those weapons out of the air. So that's a weapon in the air. We're going to surround the planet in both a giant scopes and weapons. I'm being very broad here. Okay, so now that you've surrounded the planet in weapons, there's an infrastructure that goes along with supporting that. Ideally, you want to get something so optimized that you only have a few people watching hundreds of things, and then you bring the contractors in, and they come with their lunch boxes, and their butt crack is out, and they sit down, and they're, oh, it's 11 o'clock, gotta take a break. It'd be a shame if I didn't get this job done on time. He's gonna make this stretch this out for about 150 years and call ourselves a new org. So anyways, essentially the system is required. I don't know why I said any of that. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. The system requires a huge infrastructure of both software, hardware, and people, right? Vehicles to launch up there and look at this stuff. We like to think of early research labs. They were, but of course they're mostly researching what the F the Russians were doing or something. We like to think of these things as like these standalone events in time with our engineering and space awareness and what has been achieved just then. We were launching Air Force officers in space to our research labs to spy on people. We knew about a lot of this stuff. It just seems to me that the industry was needing larger solutions, and I don't know. I guess ultimately speaking, this makes sense. This picture we're looking at, Mr. Hudson speaking to the industry, to the public industry about what space requires, makes sense, because I think the Air Force and early NASA was well aware of, NACA to NASA was well aware, and I should really just say the CIA, because they do everything first and they give it off to the Air Force. But I think they were well aware of where this is all going, and they needed, of course, to seed some of these ideas out to get the industry on board. Some of the people that, of course, were already working or were well, they literally had the contracts from the previous operations, were new as well. So we see those same companies come up with something like the DCX as a result of these guys like Hudson going out there seeding the aerospace world with the idea of a cleaner rocket, optimization. Don't jump off rockets. Everyone, we should stick with what we're doing. Don't believe them about the, whatever the hell else they're telling you we're going to use to get to space. Stick with the rockets. You got people like, who's that Bob Inman guy? Bob Inman was a retired general, isn't it? Or I don't even, what is he, an admiral? I don't even know. I forget now. His name was on a paper about rockets coming to the end of their life right around the same time. I think it was like 86 though, so maybe some years after. And if I'm mistaken about that, forgive me. But the paper basically says like, hey, it's time for the Air Force or the Navy I don't know who it was, to start looking directly into some of these systems. And Recon, I'll be right back. I got to take this call, but essentially it was all about moving on to something else. The person we're looking at here, Mr. Hudson, is an engineer, is well aware that the military wants to change and is seeding this out there and motivating people to start their organizations that work in this genre. And guess what? Some of them started right there in Texas. What do you know? I'll be right back, Regan. I take a call. I'm sorry. My phone was going off there. I'll be right back. When I get back, we'll chat more about it, and we'll actually learn something. Stick around, Recon. Don't go anywhere. Hold on here. What's happening with my screen? Tell what's going on. Holy cow. All right, here's some music from Rob in the UK. Thank you. This is it. Thank you, Rob. Stick around.
This is Race Hobbs, head of programming.
That's not what I meant to play. Little old school Onyx Network. I haven't been there for a while. Stop screen. Here we go. Okay. Jesus. What a calamity. Why did that go away? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Take it easy, Rick. I'll be right back.
stand with me. I'll comfort you, I'll comfort you. Now into the tarmac now, planting my flowers in the ground, whispering about the choking clouds. Little seeds, they start to grow. You soon the world will see a travel show. Money trees, they start to die. We'll come through, we'll finish you. Broken metal and rusty machines. We're cleaning up these dirty decrees. You stand with them or you stand with me. We'll come through, we'll finish you. Now into the tarmac now, planting my flowers in the ground, whispering about the choking clouds. Now into the tarmac now, planting my flowers in the ground, whispering about the choking clouds.
Oh, Recon, it's always good when you can't get the show to open again. I think it's time for a whole new machine. I got so many things in my life that I'm behind on. I don't think it's time to invest in a new machine for Strange Recon just yet. But just know that every dollar that goes back in, every like and subscribe, of course, helps the show in one way or another. This show is being run right now on a at least 9-year-old machine. I believe 8-year-old machine. I switched up from a 9-year-old machine to an 8-year-old one. Both cost a ton of money when they were first built, but now they're dead technology. But anyways, every dime goes into paying the bills of the show and then making better productions. As you've clearly seen, things have gotten a lot better around here. Thank you to everyone who has supported the show. And Dorothy, thank you for the recent PayPal. I really appreciate everyone else as well who has supported the show. Thank you. I really appreciate it. All you who have donated in a big way, that is pretty nuts to me that anyone would do that for me. So thank you very much. You see, I'm one of those people that I don't get it. I'm like, well, why would anyone? But I appreciate it. I've been told I'm supposed to try to push that more because this is how I'm trying to make a living. You know what I mean? Doing this for you every day. So I'm trying. It'll be in the notes of the show. Hit the edit. I mean the description button or whatever it is. Show more at the bottom of the show after if you'd like to support it. Yada yada yada. Send me your DNA in the mail. All that good stuff. All right. Let's go back to this real quick. I forgot earlier I was going to show you this, but I never did, and now I feel like a dummy. But check this out real quick. This is a rotor, the rotor version of what I was just showing you, and you know, by that guy, Gary Hudson, or one of the models that was created based off of his designs. So check this out. This is pretty sick. Hope it's okay to use this video. I'm probably going to get a couple strikes in the channel today. Jeez, I'm really going for it. Many ways to achieve the same thing. You know, this can be done with balloons, with rockets, with wings. You know, you can launch it, jettison it off something. But this thing, you know, one of the ways of landing something without the need to do what you see SpaceX doing or other things doing is using a system like this. They're even trying to catch these things with helicopters, which is crazy to me. I mean, literally, there's companies out there. There's one in Spain right now that's still doing that, I believe. I think it's Spain, where they try to actually catch this booster right in the freaking right in a helicopter. Now the booster stops and boosts, you know, hits like this way to slow itself down and stuff, and shoots these parachutes out, and the helicopter comes and scoops it up, and it's just crazy. But this is one way. Look at that thing. Could you imagine that flying around? You're supposed to really believe that at a distance that's some normal thing. I don't know. I'm not saying that every one of these things is going awry and everyone is seeing them. But what I am saying is that it's too coincidental, and it does not look good for the alien hypothesis. If the aliens are showing up in things that look exactly like what we're producing at the time, or what we've been made aware of at the time, is that fair? Is that fair to say? See what it's doing right here? This is one of the things that it said it could do better than the other craft, which was true at the time. It could land better. The stability of some of these systems. What do we talk about? People have said, oh, they've had stabilizing algorithms for stuff, you know, electronic stabilizing algorithms for so long, and it, you know, that seems to be true to some degree. But why didn't it find its way into some of these things? Because the reports literally show that that landing was some of the biggest issues, and as we see, organizations like SpaceX that are landing drones on top of drones, and then using those drones to bring the rocket booster back to then load up again with more cargo on another system, stick it on there, launch again. These things are crashing. We saw them crash a bunch. You know, they're still crashing. He's about to launch humans again in a major way. And you know, we are. Anyways, but the point is that there's multiple ways to do it. That was just one of the systems right there. This guy was that guy right there was the Gary Hudson dude was at the height of the Cash Landrum time frame. I'm not one of these ufologists or people, I don't know what you would call me anymore, I don't know, that believe that the Cash Landrum thing was some sort of shape-shifting helicopters doing their thing and then blocking some alien craft. It looked just like the things being produced. It was being flown around an area where rockets were being flown and tested. According to the story, to some degree, it was using what some people, like an engineer, would look at and say, that sounds like, propulsion we've got right here on planet Earth. I'm not asking for anyone to believe, like I said a minute ago, that all of these innovations, all of these systems, these test crafts and AI-driven drones all went off the flight path and went off and attacked someone, and everyone's like, aliens. No, that's ridiculous. I wouldn't be able to possibly make that claim. But ufology is oftentimes built around a narrative, and that narrative is held together with cases like Cash Landrum, whether you like it or not, whether you're like, no one really believes Cash Landrum is alien. I don't think that's true. I've spoken to many people who hold up Cash Landrum as proof that there is, strange alien craft flying around that are irradiating humans, and Cash Landrum is a perfect example of why we should be getting the whistleblowers and all these people on board in Congress, because they can show that there are actual cases where people were irradiated by aliens. Cash Landrum incident was followed by a failed lawsuit, or at least they didn't win. And who did they go after? Did they go after the Venetians or all the known alien races of the time? But I'm sorry for doing that. I don't know why I keep doing these. I deserve to have no following here. Following, put on your robes, mark your heads with paint. Let's go. But they went after the government. They didn't go after aliens. So what we see is I don't, maybe I shouldn't say that they've manipulated the topic and that's like their claim to fame. Some of them are in fact very encyclopedia like, but what do you know? Basically all topics in the field, the people at the top tend to have themselves anchored in the popularity they once had for their contribution or their, kind of interesting ways of doing things. And, we grew up a lot. Let's be real. A lot of us spent time as youngsters and whatnot reading UFO books and taking part in little investigation organizations, or even being part of adult ones and seeing the issues with them. But watching the shows, the productions that made it places, some were far more analytical than others, but even they basically just had, like 5-second clips of the ufologists or archivists talking, and I'm sure they were there, being sitting in a chair and on like an on-the-fly interview or something, or like just a sit-down interview for probably a few hours at least, or a couple hours. And there's only seconds of them talking, and the rest is, and I'm not going to say any names, but they're still super popular today. They have their own channels with 100,000 plus interested individuals. And they'll tell the story only from the idea that, first off, let's get one thing right. The government has alien bodies and all this secret technology. Second thing is, we're trying to figure out how to get that and make more people aware of it. That's it. That's the game here, my friend. And no one's questioning that. And then you look at it and you're like, wait, you're relying on the airship stuff? You're relying on, a lot of cases that we've looked at and been like, I don't know if that's alien. That seems way too like what we're like now. These are the same people I'm talking about. You'd be listening to them tell the story of the Cash Landrum incident, and they tell it to you from one perspective only, and that is that someone thoroughly made sure that no one had a squadron of helicopters and no one could do this, no one could do that. The ufologists didn't even bring up the fact that, like, the CIA has the best Air Force, has the best anything flying. It's been obvious for a long time. Well before before any like Chuck Norris movies and whatnot, if you will. So there's, to me, it just screams motivated by conference tickets and book sales and certain things, and by some individuals. So they've manipulated the context of most of, so people can't even believe that we would be doing any of this back then. Yet we'll refer to things constantly, I mean, and today we talked a little bit of the Strategic Defense Initiative, the DCX, that rotor version, and a bunch of other ones that come out from the Soviet Union and the competing conceptions of the time. They all no, I don't know why. They're all literally involved deeply in the Strategic Defense Initiative, where so much of ufology sprang to life. The very idea that it's named the Star Wars program. Think of that. What would that do to people sitting out there listening to no, I was about to do the Art Bell theme, but it just eventually would come to the point where people would believe all of that was deeply related to something far more nefarious or mysterious than just wanting to shoot our neighbors' heads off with weapons from space, or at least counter a weapon being fired from our adversary somewhere. Let me just show you this real quick. That way you know that I'm not just yanking anything this out of my where. Here is, yikes. Here is this document here. We're gonna bring this damn thing up. Where you at? First thing, to say to you, just to ask me if I'm hypothetically someone in the Strange Recon team sitting out there listening right now, and they go, "Oh yeah, any examples that the Air Force actually was working on these things or putting any effort into this earlier than you believe?" Since there's like this wave gap thing that you go by here, this constant Greerism that there's this future technology out there. Picture Tesla sitting in a chair, and then a Nazi bell, and then someone queefing their way to space. No, I'm sorry, none of that. I don't want any of that horse shit to be attached to what I'm talking about here. I'm just simply saying those that know there's a mission coming produce the technology in order to fulfill it before it gets passed down to the Air Force, and the responsibility is given to them where they need it on a larger scale. So it's not just 1 or 2 or 10 aircraft like the U-2 or the SS-71. It's a bunch. Let's refer to this 1961 article by J.S. Butts Jr., a submission on the science and engineering of air breathers and hydrogen-propelled aircraft coming. This is from 61. Just so you know that this isn't just something I'm decided to, come up with on my own. I'm an idiot, though, and I can't read, so I don't know what this is that I'm about to show you, but let's just assume that it's good. Here we go. Hold on here. This is from Chrome tab. Propulsion, many roads go up. 1961, J.S. Butts Jr., Part 1, the air breathers. And I'll leave this in the show notes for you, but you can see we get to the point where it discusses the exact propulsion we're using, the knowledge of it's probably cleaner to some degree, although there are people that are arguing against it now, and everyone says, no, those just counter industry people. They want to stay with what we have. That not everything is as it appears, so let's just wait on that one. But anyway, either way, they mention essentially going this exact way well beforehand on this paper right here. So this is from 61. And then, of course, and I'll leave that in the show notes, but I'm just trying to find the history of the Phoenix VTOL STO development of single-stage launch systems. What the hell is it? Did I lose it here? Am I terrible at my job? Is this a bad operation? Yes. Barbara Walter plans on quitting The View this year. What's up next for Barb? For Babs? Death. All right, no. That wasn't. Yikes. Yikes. Norman, please, I'm trying to find a freaking page about rockets here. You're interrupting me. I guess we're going to have to wait on this. I don't know why I can't find it. What the hell is going on here? Hold on one second, Raycon. Rubio, Gillibrand. Bullshit. Over here. Where the F did this thing go? All right. Well, I guess I lost the paper here. I'll leave it on the notes for you. But it shows literally the 3 branches they were going. I was trying to describe them earlier with the shapes of the aircraft, and we see that nothing won. They predicted that one of these would win, but as we see the kind of like the decentralized free market and everyone's kind of made them. They've strangely enough stayed on par with each other with cost effectiveness. Space plane, rocket taking up a space plane and then it gliding back on its own. Though everyone can show how gnarly that was, we see that they're all still fighting each other, and we don't really know which one's going to win. That's for sure. My eyes are burning. Hold on. Pacific American Launch Systems. Looking for a paper from 1982. Oh my God, this show sucks. What a terrible operation we got going on here. This is the same thing I just had up a little while ago. Son of a gun. Anyways, let's just look at this picture real quick, and I'll marvel at the fact that there was stuff like this, being created and tested, and who knows, maybe there was smaller versions than the planned design that are actually flown around. But at the time that people were reporting some of the most wild alleged UFO encounters, or seeing something land off in a field somewhere, we had things like this design here. And I just want to show the different shapes is this, dude, what a garbage operation I have. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'll just bring up the Google page because I keep trying to pop up the download, but I can't figure out how to get it going because I'm one of those idiots. All right. Check out the Roost program and others, and you can see that basing off of sci-fi things that came way earlier. Look at all the different shapes and sizes and ideas that they had to go off. And we have actual photographs and conceptual designs of some of these. And of course, what ended up being developed later on was the Delta Clipper. You see right here, 1990. But let's look at 1980, right? Can everyone see this on the video side? And look at 1970. Uh-oh, we're having problems now. I'm starting to see shapes.
Wrote it down, all the information. I didn't have the
1960.
Phone it in the movie.
Son of a bitch.
Okay. I was still afraid myself.
2021 St. Patrick's Day. Well, it's just ending. It's like just after midnight, right? So anyway, I'm going to take out the garbage, and it's probably a little after midnight, and the sky is crystal clear. And I always have this habit of taking a look before I walk in the house. I take a look up and look at the skies. I'm always scanning the skies. Right? Well, this night when I did that, something, I don't know, I couldn't see an outline. But when you said football field, I just said that a couple of days ago. Right. First of all, I don't know if it was that I was filled with terror or it did it, but it went dead silent. Nothing. I mean, like earth hum, like just dead silent. And all I seen was nothing but stars disappearing, then reappearing. And something was moving across that sky. I thought it was 5, maybe 10,000 feet up. That's just me because I'm thinking how big this thing was. And as it moved. It was so big. I can't even say how fast it was moving.
Did you notice? Did you notice the crickets and all those things stopped?
Everything, nothing. It was
went
silence. Yeah. There wasn't even. I mean, put it this way: as soon as it passed and it went past the school that I couldn't see it no more, everything rushed in. The sound came back at once, just like pop. It was like if your head's clogged and your ears pop, but mine were absolute deafening silence, and then it popped in at once.
I'm like, what is this? And when I finally slow down, that one light is right above my head, man. I'm looking at this, and it's kind of got this shimmering quality. It's like a huge ball of light. I get under it, and in the center of it, there's this huge red light, kind of reddish orange, going bloop, bloop. And when it lights it up, it's just this huge equilateral triangle, 200 to 300 feet, with this crazy design on the bottom, like these like ribbing, like a pattern, like a weird ribbed pattern. And I
Mhm.
mean, it's like it's pasted to the sky. I mean, this thing, here's this massive thing. It's almost touching the trees. So what's that? Maybe 125 foot in the air. I mean,
Yeah. Mhm.
and I'm looking at this thing. When I saw the bottom of it, I lost it.
Hey, everybody. Yeah.
Guy Merritt, I have to say, he was. We could have had 2 hours, 3 hours with that guy.
Well, it's
There's
not
so
his
many questions.
His
I want-
story is
Yeah.
amazing. Matter of fact, he's here right now. What's up, Guy Merritt? Good to see you,
Hey.
man.
Let's start part 2 now.
Yeah, no, I told him I want him back for part 2.
Yeah.
His story was fascinating. For those of you that missed that, go back to Sunday's episode and check out Guy Merritt, man. He told his TR3B sighting that like floored us. I mean, he could go for hours with his story.
You can see that it's affected him as well.
Yeah.
When he reminisces, when the few questions that we asked him, it was kind of emotional. It's hit him hard. I could see that.
Yeah, it has. And for just to let the people know in the chat, Danny, I modded you, but what I mean when I tell people to share us out, I mean share us on your social media like Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that. Because the more people that share us out, it shows YouTube that everybody's engaged. So I'm just trying new things, seeing if they work. But allegedly, that's one of the things that work. Now, hey, Lara. Now, for me, what I'm noticing with these TR3B sightings, like you heard with the people talking about there's a lot of common occurrences, right? All the sound around you seems to numb out into total silence. Even if there's people around your area, nobody else sees the object unless it was meant for them. In other words, the object's meant for just who it's meant to see, unless you have somebody standing like right next to you, a girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, or a friend, a group that use it tight, use it close in that one area, and then they all seem to see it. But if you're not in that area where that object hits that circumference, you don't get to witness it, which is odd.
The only difference I think with Eric, Guy, sorry, is that he was in a car driving, and there was no change in sound or anything.
No, he was in his car. He said he didn't notice any sound because he was on the expressway. But what he did notice was that none of the other cars were like stopping on the expressway to see that thing flying over. You have that clip that you made, Andy, showing it going over the expressway.
Well, it was on the video, but
Yeah,
let me have a look. You keep waffling.
Andy made this really cool clip that shows it going over the expressway. And what really got me about his story, about Guy Merritt's story, is you're talking about an object that is a gigantic triangle. You're talking 2-3 stories in depth on this thing, and you have a full expressway full of cars going back and forth, and nobody's stopping to get out and look at this thing, right? Which means he was the only one keyed in on it, which is pretty wild to me, right? And no matter who you hear a black triangular sighting from, whether they call it the TR3B, the Black Manta, Project Aurora, whatever you want to name it, they're pretty much all the same. Then you got people that think, like we'll use Michael Sherratt, for example, that, the military reverse engineered craft like this, and they're flying them around right now. I love Michael, but I just have an issue with that, right? Because let's say the military's been flying around these Black Manta craft, these Aurora Project TR3Bs. None of them crashed yet, nobody witnessed one of these things going down, because the military, they have crashes all the time. So you're telling me if these things been around since the 80s, if the United States military or any military, have had their hands on them since the early 80s, none of them have gone down yet? There hasn't been an incident where there was a mechanical problem where it just had to land or whatever? I don't know. For me, I don't buy that. But, who am I? I'm just an ex-cop ufology guy, I'm just here telling my stories. This is the piece that Andy made to replicate guys over the expressway. So if you could just imagine driving down an expressway in Michigan.
It was busier than that as well, apparently, as well.
Yeah, full cars on both lanes, and you're witnessing something like this. I mean, that's pretty mind-boggling, right? Can you just put yourself there in that situation for a second? you're driving, there's traffic all around you, and there's this massive, gigantic structure like this in the sky, lights, big red pulsating red light in the center of it, big red pulsating red light in the center, 3 white lights, and you're the only one that made the link with
The,
it.
the interesting thing is when Guy talked about when he was in his house, in his little house, and the blue light. I wonder where they came from. Those that blue light. If we got this red one in the middle.
The way he depicted that to me, and I'll pull it up for everyone to see, the way he depicted that story to me, because he and I, if you know Guy Merritt, you know that he tells his story in depth. He'll talk to you for 10 hours to get the point across the proper way, and I respect that because not many people do that. But when Guy told me the story, and how he did his illustration, he shows the light on a triangular slant, almost as if a TR3B is over the house and it's projecting that cone beam of light. That's how I took the incident when it was described to me. Now I could be mistaken, but
I so wanted him to look up when he saw it. But
I know, right?
Yeah.
But I have it right here. I'm gonna throw it in here right now. Give me a second. I'll airdrop it, and we'll check that out. Because when people go to lengths like this to explain their story, it means a lot to me, because it shows me they're not just making this shit up on the fly. They really want you to understand what's going on. So let's see here. It's an MOV file. Andy, chat on for a second. I got to.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up Grandmaster UV says supposedly there's a new intel today from James Fox that says 100% there is reverse engineering labs, and if you can get security clearance, they will let you through the labs. How do you get security clearance? That's what I want to know. I mean,
well, another thing, and you're talking about James Fox that said there was an alien that was in wherever it was it Mexico, wherever, the Virginia alien, right? So we're talking about that James Fox.
Yeah.
How would he get information like that? I want to know how he gets information like that.
He's an investigative journalist, is he not? Or is he just a producer or director? I don't know.
Producer, director, investigative journalist. I guess he's all of the above. But where do you get information like that if you're not locked in, is my point.
Yeah, same as quite a few of them, right? They all seem to know people, as it were, but we don't know who those people are, of course, or how they got to know them in the first place. I mean, look, if the president can't even get to see some of these things, I just don't know how.
Saying. Like, that's my
these
point.
people can.
How can
there's no proof. I mean, the fact that if that is true, it's just hearsay again, because James Fox might go into these facilities and see all this stuff. When it comes out, obviously he's not going to be able to show any proof. So again, it's just
hearsay.
Hearsay
So
again, which is frustrating.
Here's the Guy Merritt video. When I hit this, Andy, remove my uncle and the TR3 video off the bottom, so I can make a little room to add more stuff as we go.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Guy Merritt. He's going to show you his house that he was renting at the time when this happened, and with the blue light, look to all his neighbors. Now, all his neighbors witnessed this happening to his house, I think 3 times within 1 week.
First, this is a picture of my little house in the ghetto, a rental house that I owned that I had to move back into because my wife drove us to bankruptcy. And this is what happened twice in a week at night at like 3 o'clock in the morning. There was a beam of blue light around the house.
So, Andy, you see the way it looks like that triangular cone shape he made the light?
Yeah.
So, just seeing that, it would remind me if something was flying over and shining a beam of light down onto the house. I mean, that's how I would assume it would look, no? What are you in the chat think?
Well, if there's 3 lights in a triangle and they all shone down together, obviously they could maybe rotate them or whatever, the lights are there, but I don't know if it would create a triangle, a V shape. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, what about if just the center light was on?
Yeah,
and zipping by at a cordial pace.
Yeah. I think a combination of both. All the 3 lights on each corner and that could create something. Although, like I say,
let me give you a visual so you can understand what I'm trying to say. So
After
let's
all,
say
the
we flew one
anti-gravity
of these
technology
and it flew over, even with all of them on, but the middle one being the brightest, and
Yeah.
then it hit the house, and
Yeah.
you know, that's what you're seeing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just speculating here because these TR3B cases drive me nuts. You know, I've been trying to sell. Mine happened 30 years ago already. You know, 1993, 30 years ago. You know,
Hmm.
it's so hard to explain. Try living with that, something like that, for 30 years and not being able to put all the puzzle pieces together.
I mean, look,
That'll drive
I've had,
someone to insanity.
yeah, I've had no experience, and I'm eager and frustrated to know. And you've had one, so I can't imagine how you're feeling. Because the fact that you've seen something, you've seen physically something, and it's that
And
really,
how about I've had people come here to the beach with me and see their own sighting. And I also have a laptop, tablet out there with all these apps open to show them, look, this is where your nearest satellite is. This is where SpaceX is. This is where the International Space Station is. I even have apps for unmanned aerial vehicles, like people flying drones and regular military drones. As long as there's a registered tail number, I can track it.
do
And
you? So when you bring people to the beach, you charge them £5,000 and
I don't
like
charge
Mr.
anybody
Korea.
anything.
No.
I don't charge anybody anything. I want people to come. I want them to see what them, you know, what I'm witnessing, and I want to hear other people's opinions of, you
Mhm.
know, what they think it is themselves. You know, maybe somebody else sees these things and then starts studying them, and they come up with the answer. You know what I'm saying?
For me,
That's what I'm hoping for.
it's the movement and the height, which just baffles physics. You know, the fact that they move very slowly and they're not that high, apparently.
Sheer size of it.
How they stay in the air,
Never mind the size. What kind of technology is inside this thing that's holding up something that's 3 stories in depth?
Mhm.
The two that I seen weren't that thick. Um, when I
So
think about it,
you could see the depth of them, then the thickness of them. Could
yeah,
you?
I could see the thickness of the ones I see. Andy, let me pull up an
I
illustration.
think that's one thing I've never asked you about is the actual thickness of them.
Well, she said it was. No, I'm only kidding.
Hey,
but no,
that's my job to be snotty.
in all honesty, I want to show you this depiction. Now, I'm no CGI graphic artist or anything like that, but I tried to put together a little tidbit that we played here in the video just to show everyone what they look like to me. Because, like I say in the story, the most fascinating part of the whole encounter to me is when these things were rotating next to each other counterclockwise. And and the only person that made any kind of sense with that was Robert Earl White when I was on his show, and you could go check it out. Robert Earl White, The Order of Light. He said, well, maybe they came down and separated from each other because object one or object two had a mechanical problem. In order to fix the mechanical problem, they had to detach from each other, sort it out, and then reattach. Maybe they weren't locked in properly before they were going back up into the stratosphere or something, and they had to separate to fix it. Who knows?
That's a good theory. Yeah.
But
That's a
this is
good
what
theory.
it kind of looked like to me, more or less. So they're just spinning around side by side like that. Now picture being 13 years old and watching these two massive structures in 130-acre woods. You're there by yourself, taking a break, and these things are just whipping around each other.
Were they
Everything is
spinning that
totally
fast? Were
silent.
they?
A little bit slower, but that's as slow as I can get them. You know how I recreated this? I took a
No.
TR3B model that's on the magnet spinning around,
Oh yeah.
and I
Yeah.
edited them out and I put them in the field because that was the only similarity that I can find to my sighting on how they were spinning like that. And that's how it reminded me of what it reminded me of when you see it on the toy and it's spinning with the magnet. Casual conversations in the house. Good to have you, ladies here. Welcome.
Eleanor, nice to see you.
As far as how thick they were, I'm gonna say just under 1 story in thickness. You know, like a
Well, you know.
1-story house.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably
Well,
probably about that thick on the both of them.
shit.
So for those that aren't
Yeah.
familiar with how thick 1 story is, let me get you exact schematics. How thick?
Oh, Eleanor, you okay, Eleanor? She said, well, if you still got that crappy old phone, Eleanor, I can imagine YouTube freezing. I wonder if you still got that phone. Let me know. Text me if you can on that phone. Oh, and who's just, was it Danny? Danny Staten just posted my YouTube channel.
So
Thank
about
you very much.
So about 14 to 20 feet in thickness. Fits the
Okay.
bill. Right around 14.
That's yeah. Well, and what size did we say it was dimension wise, do you think?
The width, massive. I don't know, over 150 feet long. Gigantic, huge.
That must weigh tons.
Tons. Oh, Ron.
But also,
Ron.
if there's, oh, is he? Hey, Ron.
Ron, you
Here's the
gotta
thing.
go back to the beginning. I added you in the story in the beginning. You're gonna like it. Check it out when you get a sec.
I mean, if they use some form of anti-gravity or magnetism of some sort, if it was magnetism, I think it would fry anyone that was underneath it, right?
I'm glad you brought that up. Let me show you this. I put a short video on last week, and I used Holly's voice, her song.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Wild Ascension. Doesn't she have just an absolutely beautiful voice?
Kate Bush, I always say, is very similar to the Kate Bush.
I mean, she really has a stunning voice. But I want you to check this out. Check out her. This is Holly Wild Ascension. This is her voice, her music, her song. And if these craft were anti-gravitic in some way, they would be sparking. They would be doing something to affect the gravity wave in front of them. You would see things coming off them. I believe this depiction is pretty much what you would be seeing on these craft. Like that.
We're not alone, it's time stand for them and us. Uniting consciousness from earth to Sirius.
They'd be flying more like a plane, in other words, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Another form beyond the stars and I see it. We're not alone, it's time to stand for them and us.
Got a beautiful voice.
Yeah, she's got an album on SoundCloud. There's a variety of different.
So that's Holly, Wild Ascension.
Wild Ascension, check her out.
Big up to Wild Ascension. She's got an absolutely beautiful voice, man. And congratulations on the new baby. Welcome to the family.
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah, beautiful baby. But I think that if these TR3B craft were reverse engineered using like some kind of anti-gravitic technology of some kind, the propulsion mechanism that's in there would be raining sparks off it or something from all the energy that it's drawing. And you see that in multiple depictions of this thing.
Do you mean do you mean magnetic or
they call it anti-gravitic
right.
technology is what they're calling that pulse wave. You got that pulse wave engine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you see the puff rings behind it, and then they got another one that's called anti-gravitic, anti-gravity. That would make that thing fly. So, I mean, if it was man-made, I think that's what it looked like. The craft that we see, no sound, no sparks, no nothing. No, I didn't even hear it like a hum. Like Shuttlecoster heard like a light hum. Yeah, and Guy, when you listen to his story, the way he sees the light pulsing, he made that sound too, like woo, woo, like he matched that humming sound with the light. What makes me think that he heard a humming sound, but just doesn't remember it, and he's matching it to the light pulse. Subconsciously, he remembered that somehow. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, there's you.
All right, brother, thanks for stopping in, man.
You, Ron, Guy, and
Gerald Costa.
And
there's more. Okay, so I'm gonna have on Robert Earl White. He had a TR3B sighting. He's coming on next Sunday, the 16th. He had a TR3B sighting right here in New Jersey, and it crashed. And it went down. It made the newspaper, police report, all that stuff. So he's gonna bring all that documentation with him. This is a story that nobody's going to want to miss. I suggest you go to my channel, hit the notification bell for a reminder for Robert Earl White, Order of Light. He's coming on April 16th. That show is going to be stunning. For those of you that love the TR3B, that's going to be the story that you're going to want to hear. Tony Stephen does not believe on Virginia alien. Yeah, neither do I, John P. I saw since the 90s various Brazilian GRA investigations say it's true. Many testimonies I believe, but anyone has their opinion. I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe that Virginia sighting myself. Too many witnesses, too many moving parts, and not enough proof, hard evidence to lay down its facts. Cops were there on the scene involved. Military was there. Fire department was there. You're telling me that just out of those 3 agencies alone, there's no documentation that can be traced? And didn't one of the cops die from making contact with this? I mean, there's no documentation on none of that. It's a hard pill to swallow. Story, great story.
James
Really, no more evidence.
We hold the truth, we hold the unacknowledged. Another form beyond the stars and the sea. We're not alone, it's time to stand for them now. Uniting consciousness from Earth Sirius. We hold the truth, we hold the unacknowledged. Another form beyond the stars and the sea. We're not alone, it's time to stand for them now.
Talking about documentaries, I'm still going to watch one tonight.
Oh, you didn't watch it yet?
No.
Okay, what Andy's talking about, everybody, our good friend Darcy Weir's brand new documentary has just came out. Here is a quick trailer snippet of it. But if you can, please go to Amazon and purchase it.
Rent it.
Yeah, rent it. I'm sorry, rent it. It's only $3. It's great. I'm not just saying that because my friend sucked at it. Don't even waste money. No, the movie is really good. Mrs. Crowley. Hey, guess what? Crowley's coming down here next week. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna have lots of lunch. We're doing this show. We're gonna hang out here. We're gonna broadcast from headquarters. Tape him and chain him.
Yeah, we got it because he's very handy.
Another form beyond the stars and the sea. We're not alone, it's time to stand for them now. Uniting consciousness from Earth to Sirius. We hold the truth, we hold the unacknowledged. Another form beyond the stars and the sea. We're not alone, it's time to stand for them now.
All the handheld photography. Let's say we know all of these applications, and say it's 1960 and we know some of these things, right? Well, you think of the world back then. The world of 1960, no way would that world be ready for some of the intellectual realities of what we think we know now.
Although it is presumed that the recordings were destroyed or lost, the transcriptions were made at NASA by the woman shown in this image and others.
These congressional hearings in which experiencers are going to testify.
Yeah, so Secret Space Apollo missions 1 through 11. Darcy Weir, congratulations. It was great. I sat down and watched it yesterday. I was really pleased. And then the next documentary he has coming out, I'm in it. Our footage is in it, so I'm really looking forward to that. But when you get a chance, go on Amazon, rent it. Like I said, it's $3. If you're into finding out about the moon and the secret obelisks and moon bases, and if you want to hear the actual astronauts speak that were on the moon, Buzz Aldrin, Story Musgrave, and all those greats, if you want to hear them literally tell you that they actually seen UFOs on the moon, it's in this documentary, and NASA scrubbed it out. And then Mike Barra is going to take NASA archives where these photos were blacked out. He unscrubs the photos and shows you the actual structures that NASA blotted out of their own footage. He was able to ascertain the actual videos, clips, and photo clips to show you side by side comparisons of these structures. It's really cool. You're really going to enjoy it. And when you're done, please leave a comment on Amazon and let them know what you thought. What's he saying? I'm taking my lunch at work. Good man, Crowley. I'm happy to have you. A cat. 1137 in the house.
Hey, Kat, it's
Yes,
been a long
sweetheart.
time. Nice to see you again. But
Loving the white squirrel.
I've got my popcorn ready for the showing tonight. Actually,
does that have marijuana in it, Andrew?
No, it's just normal chocolate.
Chocolate
popcorn.
So, I want to know your thoughts in the chat about the TR3B. So let me see something here. Ron showed me last week how we could do a poll, and if I remember correctly, we'll do it again.
Oh yeah, we're going to incorporate Nightbot to the show as well.
Start a poll, okay. So we'll say, do you believe, now do you think the TR3B
is alien or
is real?
Well, could we put is alien or man-made?
No, because it's only yes or no answers.
Oh.
So I could put, do you think the TR3B is alien?
Yeah.
Is an alien craft. All right. I just dropped that poll in the chat. Jump in there, answer. I would like to know what everyone thinks. Do you think that it's an alien craft or not?
It's a tough one to answer that one.
It is a tough one to answer. No, the TR3B, I assure you, is not fake. If you could take my word for it, it's not fake, man. That craft is real. I don't believe we reverse engineered it, if that's what you're talking about is fake. But the object is real. I've seen it with my own two eyes. It's burned into my brain. I can never forget seeing it. That'll stay with me to the day I die. I know that thing exists. I do not know where it came from. I don't know if it's from inner earth, under the water, another dimension. I don't know, but I can promise you the actual craft itself that looks like this thing is very friggin' real, man. Very real. And not only did I not see one, I seen two. So there's definitely two of these.
Two together at the
flying
same time.
around.
Yeah. At the same time. Yeah.
But it's wild. And there's a ton of people that I've spoken to that have seen it. And there's a handful in the chat that have witnessed it as well that I'm talking to.
Well, the poll is stating otherwise at the moment.
That they don't think it's alien. That's odd to me.
69% so far.
Yeah, but that could be one person that voted, or two people that voted.
No, I voted.
Sure, I'm sure you put no.
I didn't. I'm not telling you my vote. You could have to
whatever.
guess.
We need. I want honesty here. I want to know what people actually think. That's
Absolutely, yeah.
what's important.
Well, it's also interesting to see the dynamics in the chat. To see who are like real true believers,
right?
Who just believe anything, and people who are using a bit of critical thinking.
Andy, I could be wrong.
No, never.
It could be something the government made.
Yeah.
It could be. I didn't physically put my hands on the damn thing.
No.
For all I know, they could have been testing like Project Bluebeam back then, and I could have seen a hologram.
But the thing is, but why then now? How many years later? 30 years later? We aren't using that technology. Why isn't it being seen now? 30 years later? It doesn't make sense. That's the thing.
But a lot of people. Okay, Mike Raton. The only thing with the TR3B, like, what did we make it for? When did they use it? We are at war with multiple countries for like the last 25 years.
Yeah.
What is it for? I agree. If our government reconstructed one of these things, one of these giant triangular craft, the only thing I can think of it would be useful for is interstellar travel. What else would you need? Something.
Well, for war, I guess, bombing. But you could argue if we go down the narrative that aliens exist, that they've said you can't use it, to fight wars and shit like that on your planet because it'll devastate the planet or something. I'm not sure, but
I don't really think that our government gives two shits who they're going to devastate when they want to use something. I'll give you this as an example. You don't think it's devastating to migrants when they get stopped at the innocent, normal people just looking for a better life? You don't think it's devastating to them when they get met at the border by 500 cops with AR-15s in their face? That's just as equally devastating, right?
No, yeah, of
So,
course it is.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at simple logistics like that, I mean, I really don't think they care. Wayne's World.
Oh, sorry, mate.
That's all right. I don't know where that went. He was
This
saying
one.
that he thinks. No, he was saying that he thinks that it was a military craft, not alien.
Well, there could be military ones. There could be alien ones. Then where are we?
And I think they're man-made personally, but then I probably completely wrong.
Well, that's the thing.
You could be
No.
right. I could be
Yeah,
wrong. I could be wrong. You could be right. We don't know. That's why we're all here together discussing this, putting our thoughts together and trying to, solve what we can. Your experience added with mine, added with Ron's, added with Cheryl's, added with guys. When you put them all together, you
Yeah.
can take all the bits out that match and jot them down. Okay, these are all the consistencies. These are all the comparisons. This is the date and time I see mine. This is the date and time you see yours. And when you start putting all that together, you might build a pattern of some kind.
I'm more inclined to say they, like a few people in the chat now have said, potentially I'm leaning towards reverse engineering personally.
Okay, but now think of this. If they reverse engineered it, that means that they would have to be an alien craft that they reverse engineered it from.
Absolutely.
So
No.
you got to keep that in mind too. Don't forget.
Yeah,
Bob Ritter,
that's a good point.
could there be an element of human alien collaboration involved?
Well, that's been discussed many a time.
There
yeah.
always could be. Like, how many times, Bob, have we heard people say that they're star seeds, or I got pregnant by an alien, or I was abducted and they implanted a fetus in me, and then I was abducted again and they took it out. Who
Yeah.
knows what initiate
there is.
contact from them does.
There is a lady, isn't there, that says she's had like multiple children.
There's a guy too that says he's had sex with like multiple aliens. That old guy with the white goatee, I can't remember his name. No, it's not me. It's some other old guy with a
Me.
white goatee. It's Andy.
No, I'm with them now. I'm just having a break.
Wayne's World said, I've seen at least 3 black triangles in my life, 1 Tic Tac, and the other weird like crap that was landing. I've got a video. Okay, if you want to send it in, we'll always love to take a look. If there was maybe an option, I'd pick that. There is. Do you think it's alien or do you think it's an alien craft? So it's yes or no. If you don't think it's an alien craft, then it's man-made. Those are your 2 options I could put.
Yeah, and both,
Yes or no, unfortunately.
We don't
like
know the
this.
answer, but we love to speculate on these things, of course, because it's a fascinating topic, and some people have had experiences like Anthony and a few others. So I'm fascinated with their stories, and as much information I can get out of them, the better.
Hey, Gigi, she said, I feel that the TR-3B
Yeah.
is the human back-engineered result of an actual extraterrestrial craft.
Yeah.
There you go. She's on point. That's where I'm going with this. I couldn't agree with you more. It had to come from somewhere. Maybe we recreated it along the lines, we back-engineered it, but it had to come from somewhere. And it didn't come from here.
Of course, Bob Lazar would tell you that's what's happened, right? That's what he did.
The problem when you get to Bob, all right? What's up, Flipside Fishing?
Oh, Bob.
See you, buddy. Here's the problem when you get to good old Bob, all right? Hey, Deborah. Bob's story starts to break down when you look into his education, his college.
Yeah.
He graduated high school. He was in the lower third of the class, so he wasn't very intelligent, right? But then his story gets backed up when you talk to people that actually retired from Area 51, and they say, I remember a Bob Lazar working there, okay?
Yeah.
But then you get into the paperwork that came from Area 51,
Yeah.
like a directory of scientists that work there, and there is a Bob Lazar, Robert Bob Lazar, on that paperwork. But you and I don't know if that paperwork was doctored, right? We don't know
Well,
where that came from.
There's
you
been
know?
so much misinformation. It's all mixed in with the facts and the lies. It's very hard to decipher. Oh, Enzo's in the house. Hi, mate.
Hey, Enzo, what's up, brother? But then, if it's man-made, then it was probably gifted to us to patrol our own solar system from actual baddies, no bombing our own. If we found something to back engineer, we'd be using it for war purpose. Exactly.
Yeah.
And somebody in the beginning of the chat was talking about that we'd be using it for war purposes as well, not too long ago. Gigi, I want tacos too, man. It's not fair you tell everybody you eat tacos.
Tacos
You didn't
all
bring one for
round.
the whole
I
class.
say. Yeah.
I actually have a video here I'm looking for. Here it is, I think. No, that's not it. Bob Lazar literally shows you how these craft operate. And I thought it was a great, great depiction of how we reverse engineered these craft from what their operating systems. I don't know. I can't find it. Don't you hate when that happens? When you want to show something, but you got 40 bazillion videos and you just can't find the one that you need.
Just make sure you choose the right type of video, all right? None of your naughty ones.
None of the naughty ones?
No.
I can't promise you anything, Andy. You know, sometimes they slip in.
I beg your pardon. Anyway, moving on. Angel Wings, nice to see you.
Hey, Angel Wings. No, Bob, they really put together like a really good CGI animation of the sports models, showing you once it's activated how it makes the heart shape around the craft and how the 3 canisters swing around to make the gravity wave propulsion.
Yeah, in the middle of they kind of do that.
Yeah,
You've got one there and 2 there.
It's going to drive me insane because I know I have it.
Oh, you had that on the show some time ago, didn't
Oh,
you?
here it is.
Hmm.
I think it's this one.
Oh, there we go.
So when the craft is these 3 are the gravity wave emitters that we're talking about right now, okay? And when the craft swings these things around, the object is able to do all these kinds of crazy things. So now we'll pull that. I hope this is it.
It's distortion. These gravity emitters can.
Damn it!
Got sound. Oh, is that
No, I don't care that it has sound. They're just so short. Why would I have just these short ones here?
No idea.
I
I think people get the gist though. Those 3 things that are hanging down can move apparently, right? And that could determine the direction it goes in, up, down, left, right.
Right.
But some of the footage that we've seen of UFOs, if they're genuine UFOs, are doing much weirder things. So I mean, obviously there may be different types of UFOs as well that have different types of propulsion systems. That was just one flying saucer.
Right. That was just a sports model. But don't get me wrong. Like, I don't believe every single cockamamie story that comes into UFO land, all right? When you get into Emery Smith, and you get into David Wilcox, and you get into Corey Good, and you get into all these other idiots that are spinning bullshit. I don't believe in none of that. I don't believe in none of the secret space program, super ninja assassin stories. I don't believe that they're sending people into deep space doing 20 and backs, and then they're re-engineering their bodies to age regress them. I don't believe there's med beds. I don't believe in none of that crap.
Do you think there seems to have gone quiet people who said they're from the secret space program since Corey Good revealed that he was just making all that shit up?
Once Corey Good came out and he
Although
did
there are a few
deposition,
more,
man,
but, yeah.
well, because once he came out and did his deposition, there was no going back from that. Although he tried. He tried to backstep that and say if he didn't say that, the government was going to have him killed. Meanwhile, he was the one that brought this to the attention to sue everybody. Like, he didn't know they were going to depose him to see what kind of truth this guy was spinning. They had to find out if he was credible and what he was going to say, right?
Yeah.
So he had no choice but to say it was all fake, because if he didn't, he would have not have been a credible defendant. There would have been no way. No way. So he busted himself. But people like that, they don't come out and tell the truth until they're put in a situation like that. And that's the problem. Look at all the millions of dollars that people paid into these different things that people like him do. He alone on his first venture out with his first video made something like $600,000 he made his first time out, doing all his secret space nonsense. You know how many people bought into that, man? You know how many people believed that, you know, you could be age regressed? How many people believed that there was med beds that can cure people? How many believed that if they follow him, David Wilcox and Emery Smith, all these miracles can happen? That they were going to show the world the way of the truth? I
Well,
actually feel bad for those people that believe that.
But you, like me, probably watched it when it first was aired years and years ago. Were
Yeah.
fascinated and kind of thought, "Wow, this is amazing if it's true." But
fir-
over the years, obviously, we've become a bit more cynical about the whole, thing.
Just like you said, Andy, when those stories first came out, David Wilcox, Emery Smith, Corey Good, I was like, holy shit, Emery Smith, they got this guy working on a conveyor belt where they're sending him alien hands and alien ears and he's dissecting body parts. Wow, this is unbelievable. And it's on the History Channel, so it must be real, right? When all of that started, didn't you kind of look at it like that? Wow, these guys got to be credible. It's on the Discovery and the History Channel. What are you talking about? Now, when you look back, because you know the truth, you're like, well, what the hell was I thinking, right?
Well, it's because we're fascinated with the stories and want to believe. But as time has passed, of course, all these people are turning out to be charlatans,
Which is sad.
grifters, and the like.
Which is sad.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's kept us entertained, if nothing else.
Well, the reason why I say it's sad, Andy, is because there's people out there that have real stories and they've had real accounts of things like this that are going on, and it only makes them look bad because these idiots come out and do wrong.
But now you see, but now that if people come out and say these things, most of the UFO community will jump on it and say this bullshit.
Finally,
we realize now that most of it is bullshit, and until you actually can, look, Anjali, for instance.
Oh my God, they just gave her a show on Gaia, Andy.
I know. Is she still spouting that same stuff, or is she turned into some other? I don't know. Is she now some mystic or something? Is she like a mystical?
She's spouting the same nonsense, making people believe like it was the real deal to begin with. But people were trying to shadow band her intelligence from the world. They were trying to make it out.
Well, she was on Cambion, and we've had proof that it's bullshit as well. We've had people go there. We've had people who were with her. It's turned out to be nonsense. But again, these keep us entertained until we realize it's not true, or they're just making money out of it, or whatever.
Stephen Cambion literally had the guy that owned the mountain that
Wayne, not Wayne.
He went
Was it
to
Wayne?
Yeah, Wayne. Yeah. He literally had Wayne on the show to say, and his wife to say that her whole story is BS.
Yeah.
Then she came on to tell Wayne, no, Wayne, but you just don't remember what happened, Wayne. The aliens did the voodoo on your brain, Wayne. The best was when she was asked, did you do any drugs whatsoever that could have altered your state of mind? No drugs. We did no drugs. No, I never done drugs.
Bullshit.
Then I talked to her on Twitter, and I'm asking her, you never done any drugs in your life? No, I've done mushrooms. I smoked weed. I take pain medication. Okay. Then I got to on Steven's channel where she admitted to drinking alcohol that night, taking her medication, and smoking weed. So
a nice combination. I'm going to try that tonight. I might see something.
You were under the influence then. I mean, like, why lie about it? Just say, yeah, I smoked a joint. I took a few of my painkillers.
She works in the. She was in the.
Because
she's very guarded with what she says. Every word has to be, can't be dissected. She needs to convince people.
Check this out, Bob Ritter. Bob said, why Dr. Greer got involved with Emery Smith is beyond me. Emery Smith, when he was young, was actually Dr. Greer's cameraman. That's where Emery Smith got his foot in the door in the whole UFO world. So if you would have knew that from the beginning, that he was a cameraman and like a bodyguard for Dr. Greer, you would know that he was no secret space doctor, that he wasn't working on no conveyor belts showing alien parts, because if any of that was true, Dr. Greer would have hired him to tell those stories on his show, on his stuff.
Yeah, it would have been on the show, right?
It tells you it's all bullshit. Right there, it tells you it's all bullshit. At least for me. Right or wrong, Andy?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, me. Without convincing, I take a lot of convincing, as you know, but I don't dispute people have had experiences. I'm not, mocking anyone at all. I mean, I'm mocking these grifters, yes, but people like yourself and people in the channel, in the community who've had the experiences, I'm not going to mock them, but I will challenge what they say.
Andy, I say this all the time, and I'm not afraid to say it because I'm only human. Even I, unidentified S4, have fucked up before, right? Even I have made simple mistakes that everybody on YouTube makes and done something stupid. But I had the balls to come out and fucking say I didn't and I'm sorry. A big problem that we have in this community is nobody does that. Nobody does that.
That's
More
because
people
they're
did
making
that.
money out of their lies. That's the thing.
But
You
if
weren't
more
making
people
money
did
out of your, you weren't making money out of it at the time.
I'm not making money out of it now. But if more people brought the humanity back to it, that would make all the difference for me.
Yeah.
People just don't do that. People get busted telling their bullshit, and then it's like, if they find out, they find out, and they just keep rolling on. You know?
Well, they will. Yeah, there are some people that will be caught in a lie and then lie again to try and cover that lie, which seems to happen a lot as well.
Lies upon lies. Yep.
Yeah, But anyway, that we shouldn't be whinging about these people. We should be. I want to see that TR3B. Is it?
Which one?
Who's our new sponsor, for instance?
Yes. UFO Watch UK is one of our new sponsors. Actually, we're 56 minutes in. I got to play these two sponsor clips. UFO Watch UK, they make digital graphics and all of that stuff. So if you need any digital graphics done for UFOs, ghosts, cryptids, if you're looking to have any digital illustrations done, UFO Watch UK can create that for you. What's up?
Can I just say that he makes simulations?
Simulations.
So they're not fake UFOs.
No, they're just simulated accounts.
They're simulations of people's experiences.
Correct. And that's what he could do for you. Here's a short clip. UFO Watch UK.
Simulation for those who have never seen a UFO.
I recognize that shoreline.
Mine.
I know.
He does a cool little job with these things.
That's not. I like those lights. Yeah.
Congratulations on the completion of your simulation. Goodbye.
I feel very stimulated even.
No, he does a cool little job. He does a lot of things, man. And he's good with the simulations. And of course, this is our next sponsor that just came in. This is UFO Wave, the tactical card game of alien supremacy. Unfortunately, right now it's only available in the United Kingdom, but it is coming to the States very soon. Have a look.
Are you receiving me?
Yes, Commander. Loud and clear. What are your orders?
I need you to get out there and cause some mischief. But watch out. As always, the humans will be there to stop you. Their military patrols the skies. They watch us from the ground. And the less said about those pesky men in black, the better. You are authorized to use our highly advanced craft to accomplish your goals. And don't forget to make the most of our abilities too. The humans won't know what hit them. One last thing. We aren't the only ones out there. Other species have been detected in the vicinity. They'll no doubt provide some healthy competition.
I won't let you down.
I knew I could count on you. It's a big world out there. Time to get to work.
Hi, I'm Bob, and I'm here to inform you about UFO Wave.
You'll take on the role of an alien species visiting planet Earth. Each has its own particular advantages. Which will you choose? The scan is a line of cards which represent what you can see in the local vicinity. Activities are tasks which can be performed. Performing activities will gain you points, and each species favors a particular type. Humans guard activities adjacent to them. If they spot you, they'll start watching you instead. They can also be led directly to players. Energy comes in a variety of types. You can soak it up by performing nearby activities or by leading nearby humans. Events are one-off incidents which affect all players. Some of them are pleasant, others less so. The plan is the cards you hold in your hand. They represent the abilities and technology at your disposal. Powers can be used to manipulate the game in your favor. They may affect the scan, yourself, or your opponents in a variety of ways. Craft can be used to enhance your powers or to get rid of humans who have spotted you. Using them at the right time is the key to victory. Once there are no activities left to perform, everyone will add up their scores to determine the winner. Now you know the basics. It's time to release your inner alien and join the UFO wave. Created by an actual UFO investigator. Artwork by a genuine UFO witness. UFO Wave, the tactical card game of alien supremacy. Now available on Amazon.co.uk.
So that's 2 new sponsors. Thank you for that. Listen, everybody, I know people have different opinions in the chat and all of that stuff, but here on Unidentified as 4, I preach it day and night that everybody's welcome here as long as you can be cool, calm, collected, cordial, and respectful. Everybody that's...
Sorry, I'm polite.
I was muted for a second. I'm like, wait, can they hear me?
If only I could mute you. No.
I always preach that everybody needs to be cool, calm, collected, and respectful in the chat. If you could do that, I don't care who you are. You can come here and hang out, right? And if I time you out, it's only because I see things are going a little haywire. Doesn't mean I don't like you and don't respect you. Just means I had to remove you from the equation for a minute to let things calm down.
Just seems unnecessary.
There's no need for bullshit in the chat. We're all friends here. Crowley's name is Crowley because that's his nickname. He likes the song Mr. Crowley from Ozzy. End of story.
And we're all allowed to comment on anything that anyone chats. Now, if you're going to be rude when you comment unnecessarily, then why do that? It just creates bad feeling.
Riff. Right? And on this, we just don't do that here. It's just there's so much of that going on throughout the community. This needs to be a safe to come and avoid that stuff. All right.
We like to have a laugh and a joke in the chat, and have ideas and things, but not to just jump on someone.
There's no need for any animosity or being rude to anyone. That's it. Just be kind and courteous, and that's it. And that's pretty much everything I got for us today. The poll ending was 48% say yes and 52% say no. So
yes,
it's almost a decision.
I'm joking.
Not. But with that being said, Andy, it was very cool having you here with me today. Sunday, I think Eric and Ron should be back. Ron was busy working today. Eric's, on vacation. But with that being said, I'm an idiot. I had one TR3B sighting.
No, that's not all, folks. That's not all.
I had one TR3B sighting that I loaded up here, and I completely forgot. Check this out. I don't know if you guys seen this in the past or not, but I had it queued up. Just check this one out, and then we'll hear your thoughts. Ever see that one?
No, but at first, my first thought was it's a Cessna, and the tail light was flashing. You saw that, right?
No.
So that one looks like an airplane to me, but see the backlight is flashing, like FAA lights. No,
it'll come back in.
Flash.
Flash, yes.
Flash. Flash. There you go.
I think it's just going in and out of the clouds, Andy.
Yeah, possibly.
Could be flashing. You make a valid point. I don't know. I'm not 100%.
And it's the angle. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
But
somebody put it in my mailbox today. I thought I've seen it once, but I checked it out. And
it's worth a
real
look.
quick before we roll out of here, I want to thank Mike Johnson. He went together and he put together a whole dialogue of who unidentified S4 is in every single language. That was a lot of work. Big thank you to Mike Johnson.
50 languages. I didn't know he spoke that many. 50
languages. Hold on, I got to pull this up because he really deserves a big up for this. 50 different languages.
Yeah.
He did. I fit it in one of our short videos, and then I put it on. What do you call it?
Facebook,
TikTok, Instagram, all of that stuff. I mean, when you see the level of work that he put in to do this, he really went all out on this one.
I mean, the idea, right? The idea is to post them on lots of different foreign websites, like Facebook groups, that speak the same language as each one of them,
right?
Just to get some recognition, and maybe that they'll be interested. That's Hebrew and German and Chinese.
You name it, it's on there. But just think, all these people that aren't familiar with our channel because they don't speak English, now we're showing them a little notoriety, like, hey, we care about you too. Come check out the show. Even though it's in English, you could still, the subtitles will still be in your language from, whatever country you come from. And I thought that was awesome that Mike put this together for us. So Mike Johnson, a big, huge thank you to you, my friend. Can't thank you enough. He's always looking out for the show, man. And Blue Chicken, man, he's always 3D printing cool things for me, Ron, and Eric. So we love you for that too, Blue Chicken. Thanks for being here today, my friend. With that being said, I hope everybody enjoyed the show. Please remember to leave a thumbs up and a comment. And if you have a UFO video story, UFO ghost cryptid story that you would like us to see, topfiless4@gmail.com in.
Top4S4. Go forth and multiply.
And we'll check it out. And if you have a story you want to tell, hit me up. We would love to have you on. With that being said, we're getting out of here. Andy, what video would you like to take us out with? Let's do our Witness Wednesday one, because did you guys all see the new Witness Wednesday that Andy made, man? He and I put our heads together and we came up with this really dynamite Witness Wednesday video. So we'll go out with that. Take care, everyone.
It's my favorite.
Have a great afternoon. All right. We love you. We'll see you back here on Sunday. And don't forget, Cosmic Neighbors will be on Friday night, 7 p.m. For the weekend warm-up. So make sure you're over there for that as well. Take care.
Why is it taking so long to load? What the fuck?
My internet company, and yeah, we're gonna have to everybody fast forward to. Oh my God! This is not the first time this has happened, Robbie. This is so wild, right?
Yeah,
Usually
happened to
it's
me
like
the other night on
it's like
the Ex Machina. It was about
I remember
45
that.
minutes before I was at the show.
Oh my gosh! Well, you know it was weird because right after I got on the phone with Comcast. It's Comcast, y'all. It's Xfinity. I'm not real happy with them, but they said that a technician was on my street or in my area, and then it magically came back on, just magically. But anyways, well, everybody, welcome to the show, Mr. Robbie Rains. Robbie is a good friend of mine. He's like one of my besties now because we got to hang out this weekend, right, Robbie?
Yep, sure
That
did.
was fun. Yes, yeah. We had Jeff Townsend's in the chat. What's up, Jeff? Jeff was at the Georgia Bigfoot Conference this weekend with us, and we had such a good time. I mean, I know I did, Robbie. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I had a real good time.
Yes, that was awesome. Really good time, but it was not just that conference that was fun. You and I went scouting for a little while on Friday up in the mountains. So yeah, thanks. I want to thank everybody for sticking around. By the way, everybody in the chat. Let me pull up some of these comments. I know y'all are like, where is Jessica? And I hope that my face wasn't frozen on the screen. I really pray it wasn't.
It was your title screen, The Cryptid Huntress.
Oh, good. Okay, at least it wasn't my blurred out crazy face with me cussing. Okay, because I was cussing. I'm not gonna lie. I was definitely saying some cuss words. But yeah, Toombs, thank you so much for being there and for letting everybody know that I was having computer gremlins. Gremlins is what we call those, right? So, but anyways, I have to like collect myself right now, okay? Because that was quite an adventure. I'm sweaty. But yeah, if I didn't mention to everybody watching today, Robbie Rains is a podcast host at DAX Machina, and he has his own podcast. It's called What's Really Out There. So y'all please go subscribe to both of those on YouTube and listen to those wherever you listen to your podcast. Because they are both amazing. And I got to admit, I'm usually hopping onto my show on Saturday nights at Spaced Out Radio, listening to your show, Robbie. And as soon as I get off my show, I log back in. I listen to y'all again. So
yeah, we're on long enough for a lot of people can catch us in between and
you are
before and after.
That's right. Yeah, it's actually and I want to thank Amy too for sending me a text message. Amy, I saw your message. Thank you. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. See, Robbie, people actually kind of worry about us, like when we go off air, because we're talking about such weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They think that maybe we got sucked up by the aliens or something, perhaps.
Well,
and we might. Who knows?
I told you before we started going on what happened to us last night, recording one of our episodes.
Yes, finish telling me about that. I think I totally interrupted you on that one. What happened?
We were recording one of our episodes put out, and just in the middle of we're not on the internet at all. We're just recording. We just got our recording equipment up there, and Johnny wasn't with us last night, so but another buddy of mine, Steve, was sitting in. He was filling in for Johnny, and so Norm, Steve, and I were talking about the show topic. I don't want to get into the show topic because it'll be released probably in another week or so.
It's a surprise, huh?
Just
you're gonna keep us holding our breath.
Midway through the show, we were having a good discussion, and all of a sudden everything just stopped. Nobody was touching anything. We weren't connected to the internet. It just stops. Never done that before. And all 20 of our or 30 of our shows, that's never happened. And it just stopped. But it just happened to be that what we were discussing is one of them sensitive matters.
Sensitive matters.
Yeah, and it just we got bleeped.
Well, that happens. That happens pretty often, and a lot of us are complaining about it now. Could it just be really crappy internet service? Totally, could be.
We weren't using the internet though. That's Yeah, we were just recording.
Oh wow! See,
What's up, Toombs?
Yeah, Toombs, thank you so much again. And hey, Jeff. Yeah, this is awesome. Greetings from all over the U.S. and beyond. And I think we got some people from other countries in here. Like, I don't think Jorgen's in here yet. I can't ever forget Sweden, but UK and Australia. You guys are the best. So yeah, there's a reason that perhaps there's a reason that somebody they don't want words, stuff to get out, especially with encounters like you and I had this weekend. Man, we had something really, really crazy happen. It wasn't super crazy, but it was just intense, right? On Friday night.
Oh, it was definitely intense. I've had sort of the same thing happen during the day, but it's nothing. It doesn't feel the same during the day as it does at night when it's pitch black and you can't really see what's going on. That makes it a little bit more edgy.
My first guest tonight is a very special friend. I have great admiration. I've had for many, many years for this gentleman, and a special visitor to the night show. Would you welcome Mr. George Burns?
Healthy. Bloody nose. I haven't seen blood. January the 20th will be 31 years.
Man, who this goofy
Get the
ass
motherfucker,
lady?
get the motherfucker.
Oh shit, bro, chill.
Get the fuck out of the car. Get the fuck out of the car. Get the fuck out of the car. Get the fuck out of the car.
Okay. Nigga, why you washing the gun?
The dude at the bottom told me it was dirty.
Bro, I don't think that's what he meant.
Man, whatever.
I don't know the source of that information, but and I haven't watched the documentary. I just don't have time. I'm like you. You and me, we just have no time. But I haven't watched the documentary.
Et qu'elle vous parle, quand les lampes elles clignotent à chaque fois que vous passez dans une pièce, quand vous sentez une main, vous vous retournez qu'il n'y a personne, quand vous sentez un souffle sur le visage et que votre téléphone il sonne 30 secondes après, et c'est un coup de téléphone important que vous attendiez depuis un mois qui arrive, ouais, on se dit merde, c'est pas possible quoi. Mais quand ça se passe, c'est qu'il y a des gens qui sont témoins. Ah là, ça devient autre chose quoi. C'est-à-dire que moi, toutes mes compagnes, alors toutes, faut relativiser le mot toutes, hein, je veux dire, j'ai pas eu 36 000 femmes, hein, mais je veux dire, j'ai eu plusieurs femmes dans ma vie, comme tout à chacun, et elles ont toutes été témoins de phénomènes paranormaux, soit d'êtres qui venaient la nuit, alors quand j'entends être, on peut appeler ça extraterrestre, guide, peu importe, ça m'est égal, moi j'aime les appeler les énergies, parce qu'en fait, donner un nom à quelque chose, c'est le définir à quelque chose qu'on croirait qu'il ne pourrait que être, c'est ce que j'aime à dire. Et donc, elles l'ont vu, mes compagnes. Ensuite, quand j'ai une amie qui me téléphone, qui me dit bah, « Seb, écoute, j'ai perdu mon passeport, je dois m'en aller au Maroc la semaine prochaine. Si j'ai pas mon passeport, je suis bloqué à l'aéroport. » Moi, je dis « Ok, je vais prendre une feuille et un crayon. » Je dis « Bon, s'il y a quelqu'un qui peut m'aider. » Puis on me répond dans la poubelle. Bon, je dis « Les gars, vous avez envie de vous foutre de ma gueule, en gros, quoi. Hein. » Et ils me répondent « Oui, mais prends ton pendule. » Donc, je prends le pendule. Et là, j'ai des flashs, j'ai des réponses qui viennent toutes seules. Et je dis à mon ami, je dis bah, « Écoute, parce qu'elle venait de déménager, je connaissais pas sa maison en plus. Hein. Donc je dis ben à ta porte d'entrée, il y a un grand meuble tout de suite à gauche. Le premier tiroir, tu l'ouvres, il y a une boîte d'iPhone. Dans cette boîte d'iPhone, il y a ton passeport. Elle me dit c'est pas possible. Je dis ben, va voir. Il était en live au téléphone. Hein. Et là j'entends crier mais putain mais comment t'as fait? Pardon pour le grand mot. Hein. Mais comment t'as fait, etc. Quoi. Donc en fait, bah, j'ai retrouvé avec le pendule. J'étais pas chez elle quoi. Donc je peux pas l'inventer quoi, mais des histoires comme ça j'en ai plein. D'ailleurs je suis en train d'écrire un livre qui va être publié aux éditions Hachette. Et
Sébastien, comment vous les expliquez ces capacités? En fait c'est le décès de votre papa qui a tout conditionné.
Tombstone courage, sometimes is what people call it.
Je pense que tout un chacun possède des capacités.
And until something happens to change that, that's probably the way I'm always going to be. It was more exhilarating to me than it was scary. You put somebody else in that position and they may have been scared out of their minds. You know, I felt like we needed to be cautious just because I didn't want to get caught in a situation to where it would put us in any kind of bad situation or dangerous situation, but I didn't feel personally like we were in any kind of major danger. That wasn't like they were, you know, they weren't throwing anything at us. They weren't hooting and hollering like, you know, any kind of territorial displays. I felt like it was just curiosity at that point. I don't feel like it was anything other than, you know, they
because on peut dire faculté
the way they came up on us,
capacité.
It was really sudden, so it wasn't like they had been sitting there for a while and let the insects, you know, because the insects, you know, sometimes if something moves in an area, you kind of hear like a wave. It'll stop over here, and it'll still be going, and all of a sudden it'll gradually go to where it stops. It was like
avec les bols de riz. Un riz, on dit je t'aime tous les jours, l'autre on dit je te déteste. Vous allez voir que tout un chacun est capable de faire ce test.
C'est pareil avec le conjoint. C'est pareil avec le conjoint.
Non mais c'est vrai. En fait, je pense qu'en fait c'est plus grand que tout ça. En fait, on est un peu faible dans notre façon de penser et très limité dans notre cerveau. Mais on est tous faits d'agglomérats d'énergie. L'énergie, rien ne se crée, rien ne se perd, tout se transforme. Donc, à fortiori, il y a de l'énergie dans l'eau, dans la plante, sans être baba cool, hein, je veux dire, tout est fait d'énergie. Donc, si on se branche sur la même fréquence, c'est ce que j'aime à dire, hein, un médium ou un magnétiseur, c'est quelqu'un qui a compris, en fait, que c'est pas parce qu'on regarde TF1 sur la télé que M6 ou C8 n'existe pas. Bon, bah, un médium, c'est quelqu'un qui arrive à capter plusieurs chaînes en même temps, c'est tout. Mais tout le monde peut le faire, tout le monde. C'est juste que il faut pas être limité, parce qu'en fait, les seules limites sont celles qu'on crée, en finalité.
Non, mais je suis assez d'accord avec vous. C'est-à-dire que les pensées limitantes limitent de toute façon la réceptivité. Si vous êtes ouvert, vous pouvez peut-être être plus ouvert que les autres. Si vous arrivez de toute façon à accepter l'irrationnel, vous avez plus de chances de le vivre déjà. Parce que si vous êtes totalement bloqué, ça c'est sûr. Après, il y a des choses, comme vous le dites, et il y a des gens qui ont plus de facilité que d'autres. Qui sont beaucoup plus sensibles que d'autres. Il y a des gens, c'est des morceaux de pierre, hein, donc voilà. Et puis il y en a d'autres qui sont beaucoup plus sensibles, qui sentent les énergies. Après, j'aime beaucoup l'idée, effectivement, et vous l'avez bien résumé, c'est-à-dire qu'on tout est énergie sur la planète Terre. Tout est électricité déjà. Tout être vivant dégage une énergie. Je me souviens avoir reçu ici David Elbaz, quand même, qui est astrophysicien, qui me disait qu'on était des milliers de fois plus puissants que le Soleil. Si on était, chaque être humain, à la même taille que le Soleil, mais le Soleil ne serait pas du tout aussi puissant qu'il ne l'est aujourd'hui. En tout cas, on le trouverait un peu fade presque.
For the best of everything, people to be around.
That's why he got interested in on the one hand, Polish language, Jewish culture, and Marek Arnstein, and on the other hand,
is everything just goes quiet.
Yiddish culture, represented by parrots. Then followed the two parts devoted to Michael's book, Bondage to the Dead, follow. An end that is devoted
ich freue mich sehr, wieder da zu sein mit euch allen.
Ja, du hast ja auch einige Fans hier in Deutschland schon. Und ich habe dich ja immer wieder auch in meinen Vorträgen, die Frau, die anfängt zu singen, wobei es ja nicht ganz stimmt. Du hast ja vorher schon gesungen, aber nur etwas anderes, als wie du jetzt singst, als Medium, als Heilmedium, als jemand, der hier Healing Voice macht. Du bist ja fleißig wieder unterwegs. Nach der Covid-Zeit bist du wieder auf Tour gegangen, Healing Voice Tour. Du warst, ja, glaube ich, in Indien. Wo warst du denn überall in letzter Zeit?
Ja, wenn du von diesen Reisen redest, dann, ich habe letztes Jahr im März mit Mexiko angefangen. Nach Mexiko, ich war dann in Österreich, ich war auf Lanzarote, ich war in Ägypten, ich war dann in Marokko, ich war dann auf Gran Canaria und ich war jetzt in Indien und die nächste ist nach Sardinien.
Wow, das ist ja, da kommt man praktisch ein bisschen rum hier. Du hast ja immer zwischen, keine Ahnung, 10 und 20 Teilnehmer dabei. Du warst früher so, dass du sagst, ich habe sie nur von einem Land dabei, also mit einer Sprache, entweder Italiener oder ja, so geht's mir Ungarn etc. Aber diesmal sagst du, ich mache das anders, dass mehr Menschen hier auch zu in den Genuss kommen können, mit dir auf Reisen zu gehen. Du mischst es jetzt einfach, weil du sprichst ja Ungarisch, du sprichst ja Deutsch, du sprichst Italienisch, Englisch, das ist alles kein Thema.
Ja, und ich habe gesehen, dass einfach die gemischten Gruppen sehr, sehr gut tun, auch für die Gruppen. Also wirklich, als die Gruppenenergie ist anders. Zum Beispiel in Marokko, ich habe Ungarn dabei gehabt, ich habe aus Deutschland jemanden dabei gehabt, ich habe aus Italien jemanden dabei gehabt.
There's some shaking going on, you know. At Columbia very gradually, and I totally identified with it. I remember having a long conversation with my with my counselor, a floor counselor, asking, you know, when is it permitted to break the law in defense of you know, of something higher than the law? And he was a philosophy student, and he convinced me that it was okay. Civil disobedience to stuff for starters was a good thing to do. Anyway, I just found it was totally exhilarating to be part of this movement, which resulted in at Columbia, 700 people were busted in one night, and I among them. And then,
well, this was after having occupied.
Well, we occupied all the buildings, and I occupied. Each building had a reputation, and the one I chose, Math Hall, had the most extreme reputation. All the crazies were there. There was a group which called themselves the motherfuckers of the Lower East Side. I forget, they were anarchists, and they joined us. And Tom Hayden, if you know who that is, he's probably forgotten by now. We elected him head of our commune, the math commune. That's who we were. Well, there's about 80 of us in there, and we all got busted together. I was actually busted along with Paul Auster, who
Researchers say attracting aliens to Earth could be as easy as leaving a very large porch light on. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The study suggests the light from a laser could spark interest from extraterrestrials if they.
What the fuck, dude? I am so surprised that I see this right now, dude. I am so surprised that I see this right now. Because I was the dude that was summoning all these fucking lasers and with the porch lights and shit, dude. I don't know how many other people were doing that shit, but I learned from the best. And now they have a video on CBS, dude, from 4 years ago. This is amazing. I never have ever seen this. This is amazing. It only has 1.4K views.
Researchers say attracting aliens to Earth could be as easy as leaving a very large porch light on. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
I was doing it like 5 years ago, and this was like a year after I was getting all this amazing stuff doing that shit. Like using the high power like porch light, like a really high power backyard light, and using really high power lasers to summon them. So this is really cool. It's like around the time I was doing that shit. I could get back into it. I got to get a new laser, though. My laser stopped working a few months ago.
The study suggests the light from a laser could spark interest from extraterrestrials, if they exist, of course. The powerful laser would be focused through a telescope aimed towards space that may produce.
That's how I get all my UFOs. That's how I get all the UFOs up close, dude. It's literally because of the laser. That's how I get all these things to come up real close. What, John John? What's up, baby? Hello, John John. I love you. See, this is how we do it. I use like a flashlight and like a high power backyard light, like this, for example. And normally just use a high power laser. I mean, that's a real big one, but I mean, you can use the flashlight. It's better for seeing drones up closer, and the backyard light, especially at night. You gotta light them up with some other lights. You can see them. This was a UFO that I summoned during the day. Within like 30 seconds, it came after I summoned the laser. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little UFO right there, and it's going to fly in a curved trajectory into the sun. I don't know if you can really see it well, but you might have to look really close up. But I summoned it within 30 seconds with a high power laser during a day, which is really cool. And then another two UFOs flew over from the right to left. It's on the longer version of the video, but it happened right after that. There's two other UFOs. They're like white, almost transparent orbs, almost like they were kind of cloaked, or I don't know. That's an example of one of the coolest things that can appear in your laser. It's really weird how these things like teleport into your laser sometimes. It's like these black things normally, but this one time it actually flashed with light. It like did blinking with a bunch of light, and it like teleported in and like went out the O. It's like weird. Normally they're just like black, like popping in and out, but this shit did like some weird shit. And it's just like on replay of that 1 second. It was like weird. We got this is one that was close up. When it was flying, it was just doing a clockwise rotation. It was actually only spinning in a clockwise rotation, and it was doing 1 rotation per 3 seconds. But I'm on that feature of on an iPhone where it's like bouncing back the photo forward and backward. It's like a feature on iPhone photos where you can bounce the photo forward and backward, or a live video or something, and it's like bouncing it forward and backward, and it's cool to see both angles. So I like to bounce it back and forth and look at both angles. And I know all this stuff is real because I took it myself.
Power off.
He said UFO in his thing. Fuck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. He's got his alien thing on. Whoa, what the hell?
produce a light strong enough to stand out from. Researchers say attracting aliens to Earth could be as easy as leaving a very large porch light on. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Dude, that is so funny. That is so funny because that's the fucking shit I was doing, dude. That's the shit I was doing and getting all that footage on my iPhone all the time, like during this time. It's funny, and even before it, like a year or two.
The study suggests the light from a laser could spark interest.
That's so funny. Yeah, large porch light or the laser high power flashlight and shit.
Slide on the pimp gang with my pinky ring. Lot of gang, lot of bitches in the icy chain. While you claim that you rich, that's a false claim. I'll be straight to the whip, no baggage claim. Whole lot.
How is this guy able to play fucking music without getting cut off?
Of the Holocaust has convinced me that they were a lot more than
Natürlich, sie sind immer dabei und sie helfen uns, sie unterstützen uns, wie es möglich ist.
You know, it wasn't right. They were active participants, not always, but to an extent, certainly that I didn't accept, that I didn't realize back in the 25 years ago. So. Yeah.
Translate German to
English. I say it in the book, but I would like to bring it about your description of the facts of the events, the actual events, loses nothing of its accuracy in the light of the most recent findings. You know it also through the experience of your parents. But what I would add to your revision of your interpretation, I would say that because we attribute these crimes, these Polish crimes against Jews we attribute them to the third phase of the Holocaust. But to my mind, and to the margins of the Holocaust, but to my mind, this co-participation started, I mean, it didn't happen at the level of, I mean, in the third phase or on the margins, but it happened at the level of the framework of the Holocaust, because Poles were there before, during, and after. And as we know, the Holocaust didn't stop with the war, in Poland at least. So that would be my point. And yes, and as far as this collective responsibility is concerned, of course, the murders of Jews by Poles were perpetrated by precise individuals. But these individuals acted with the socio-cultural legitimacy behind them, and they could rely on their communities, on the groups. It's difficult to kill somebody, you know, while knowing that you will be banned from humanity for it. So it was the opposite.
Can I add something to support that, what you're saying? Because this always struck me as being like an amazing. Emanuel Ringelblum wrote that, and he watched it all happen. He wrote that if someone's running through the street, pursued by police in the ghetto, the assumption is that this is or anywhere in Warsaw, the assumption is that this is a member of, if the assumption is that this is a member of the Polish underground, people will let him pass and even try to help him. But if for a second,
I don't even know what the hell I'm watching, bro.
Go catch that Jew.
He said, "Go catch that Jew. He's Jewish." That's funny.
Then all is lost. Second, those chasing him, go catch that Jew. is very, very deeply resonated.
Relevant.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. One person has two questions for you. They want to know at what age you came to the U.S. and also what proportion of the Jews in the underground, what proportion of the underground of the 1960s was Jewish?
Okay. Well, I can go backwards and say, that question. The underground, I don't know about the underground, but certainly at Columbia, it was mainly Jewish, I think. Most of the people, or at least half, but no one acknowledged it, and for a lot of us, I think the Holocaust was behind everything. This is
Fuck the Holocaust.
I came to the United States when I was 3 years old.
That shit.
My parents got a visa to come, and
you came from Paris. You
were
born in Paris.
Yeah, France. I was born in Paris. My parents, it's a long story about how they got there. It was difficult, but they finally got there, and I was just born, and my mother was pregnant with me. All kinds of
my dad was born in Paris too. My dad was born in Paris
in the springtime, and all this, and yeah. So that's the short version.
I was born in
there's a bit
fucking
more of it
England.
in the book where I describe, how I came to that. So I guess that's a short answer to that question.
Right. And another question, because I guess it's Erev Pesach. Someone asks what the Passover Seders were like in Brighton Beach, and if there was anything from Polish
I
culture
was
that
born
was
in England
included
because my mom asked my dad if
in
there was
Seder, or
any
even in the
foreign work
culture of that
opportunities, and he asked the company,
world.
and he had a work opportunity in
Well,
UK.
I have to say that Polish culture and Poles were not exactly popular. It was, nothing good could be said about the Poles at those things. Nothing good. I grew up, and this included my parents, which always stunned me. But that's a situation. And in Brighton Beach, it was Brighton. If you include Queens, then I could say we had because my aunt had these elaborate seders in Queens and Forest Hills. It was
how we started a lot of our trade
traditional. Long, lots of guests and all of my aunts cooked, which was pretty good. But the first Seder was always just my mother, my father, and me. Yeah, there's a picture.
Here we have a photo of one of these Seders.
But the first Seder, that's my aunt. And then the first night was always my parents and I only.
Let me go ahead and read his official bio.
Which was a whole, and my mother barely knew how to cook, so she did a few good things. But she always had servants.
When he started having
in Poland, she wasn't very good at cooking.
Research turned into exploration as he learned how to travel dimensionally.
Okay, interesting. All right, so unfortunately we're out of time, but at least we got an interesting taste of this new book. This Was Not America, a wrangle through Jewish Polish American history. I'd like to thank Elżbieta Janicka and Michael Steinlauf, the authors of this fascinating new book, and I suggest that you pick it up and read it. It's a fascinating look into the life of Michael Steinlauf, but also how his work is of interest and how it's affected Polish Jewish history and academia.
I'm good.
So
really
thanks very much,
that
everyone.
start to
I
the
wish
day.
everyone
It's interesting because when I think about the process of opening the channel, which is what I teach, I'm a
if
channeling
that's the way
teacher,
you're going to go.
learning how to find those points where
be
there's
well.
constriction
See you
and
next
to
time.
relax them is a huge part of opening the
Thanks.
channel.
This was lovely. This was
awesome.
lovely, and I have
So
to
what are you
say
sharing with us today?
that
Well,
about
I
2
realized I had never
hours,
gotten you guys a
before,
title for this, and it just sort of came to me
our
today,
gathering,
really, that the
I
title of this
received.
talk
I
would
didn't
be
have a Seder to
the
go to
ultimate
tonight,
star beings that we
for
are
various
becoming.
reasons, and I suddenly was
so
invited to
Have
a
you been here
wonderful
for the other
Seder.
the last few days at all?
That
Did you check
that's
anything out?
I
that's
have my
another
schedule. I would have
shout
watched the
for
whole
shout
thing
out
because
to
I'm
liberation.
curious, but my schedule's
That
been
was
booked
kind of the
Excellent.
theme that kept
Excellent.
coming up. Is
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, Michael.
Yeah, thanks to
Alex.
everyone.
And for those that are still here, just underscore, Julia wrote this in the chat, but you can get this book from the Evo store. So not only should you support Michael and Elżbieta by reading this book, but support Evo by getting it from us. We do hope you'll check it out. And Julia put the link in the chat. And Michael and Elżbieta, thank you for this wonderful conversation.
It's also full of fascinating pictures.
Yeah, lots and lots
that were never published, and some come even from the Warsaw Ghetto.
Yeah, that's right.
That were discovered recently.
That's right.
So
Also, I wanted to ask, where did the tapes of these interviews and all of these photos live, and where will they go?
I have the tapes, and Michael owes the pictures.
Yeah, they're unfortunately in the course of creating this. I mean, all the pictures I still have, but they were carefully collected by me, and but once this book got going, I broke apart the everything, and so that at this point they're scattered. They're scattered in my
I
house.
have the scans.
Together.
You have the
Okay.
scans.
All right, because at this point, you know, they're
Contact
historical
consciously.
documents. So
Now, as the decades
So I
roll
better
on,
be careful and
I've
not mess with them.
had memories
Exactly.
come back of contacts that were happening as early as like, you know,
I
3,
feel like
4,
I'm a
5 years
historical
old.
document.
you are a
for me,
historical
conscious-
document. I think that's accurate. I think that's very accurate.
In my late
All right, but you
teens,
still have
started by experiencing
the
contact
tonight's
in a
Seder to
dream
enjoy.
state and kind of like a
Nevertheless,
lucid dreaming
I
state.
do. That
And
was
I
so
thought, you know what?
important.
There was something
because
more
half my family is in New York. I'm still in Philly. It was
way more than just a
complicated. There's
dream.
all kinds of
Like
issues.
I was having
And then
contact with something.
these friends of mine.
And that's how it starts for a lot of
in-
people.
in
We're having contact
Philadelphia,
with
I was just
higher beings
told,
in
oh,
dreams.
Anyway, so
and
that was
vibra-
extremely important. That was freedom.
All right,
actual
excellent.
visual experience.
That's what it's
or,
all about. I mean, that's a good thing
people who
about
have
it.
just had
The
an
main
embodiment, or
thing
maybe
to a
they're
Seder is
preparing
the
to go
food.
into an embodiment on
You know,
Earth,
I'm an
are in this
extremist.
particular
You know
dimension,
me.
and there
You're
were
an extremist
extraterrestrial
eater?
ships there, and I realized that
Come on.
I think we know
migratory
what program we
realm
have to do
that is
next
the
year.
same or interconnected
Well,
with
yeah.
the afterlife realm.
We've got
So
to
I thought
do
that
a
was really
Passover Seder
interesting.
for Elżbieta
And
to see
then I
what it
started
would be
saying,
like.
okay, this is
Yeah.
really cool that I can see them in the
Yeah,
out of body
absolutely.
state. Can
Well,
I
she's
have an
been to
experience
Seders.
in
You
the
know.
No, I
body?
mean
and
a
have a couple
Evo
of friends
Seder,
with,
you know,
witness
what it would
it,
look
so
like.
I, you know,
Different.
they know
I know
Actually-
French setters.
and it
It might be worth knowing
and
that
really
the most
exciting thing about
parodied
this is the
book
realization
in
that
Jewish
we can just
history
ask for these
is
kinds
the
of new
Passover
experiences.
Haggadah.
And when we're truly
That
curious
makes sense to me.
and
The
fascinated
Jews
and have a
love,
sense
and most of them are in
adventure,
Yiddish.
and
They
our
they
fear
loved
threshold
to
has
parody
been
this
lowered,
book.
Because Yiddish
enough,
is a language that's
and the
inherently
curiosity is
funny,
bigger
right?
than the fear.
Well,
then there are all kinds of breakthrough experiences in
You've come to the
consciousness
right
that
place
happen.
to make
Uh,
that
mostly-
The
claim.
story of
was
the
not
Warsaw
able to
Ghetto
jump on
Uprising is
the
also a
panel
kind
the
of
other
a
night. And
Pesach
what I wanted to
Haggadah.
say,
Oh, absolutely.
was,
And there are
regarding
Haggadahs
the,
that take that
the
stance.
idea of
And
us
every
living in a
every
holographic
Seder that I've ever
universe
been
and, you know,
to,
is the universe
I
holographic? What is it
insist,
exactly?
and usually it works
That is
out.
a
uh,
revelation,
that,
a revelation of
to sing at
wholeness,
least
a
a
revelation of
little
our
bit of
connection to love and light, and how everything is made of
and
love and
that's
light.
I
that
try to make
anybody
it a
can
part of the
have.
Seder, and
I
a lot of
remember
people have never heard it, and
listening
so
to
you know I
people
explain
talk
what
about
it
their
is,
mystical
and then sing ich a bissel, you know, I sing a little bit of it, so that's and I
before
think
I
the same
myself.
thing with this Seder.
And
so
I started
it's,
saying,
you know,
For the
hey, I'd
folks
love
that
to
are
have
still
that
here
happen.
with us, I've
Could I
shared
have one of those,
Evo's
please?
2023
And then,
Passover
I mean, it
playlist,
was
so
probably
you
less
can
than a year or so
you can
before I
get
had
some
my own experience
supplemental
of that.
Yiddish songs for your Seder,
And
even though we're not
I
doing a
wanted to
full
tell
Evo
people that
Seder.
anybody can have that.
Send
Anyone
some
can
out to
have
everyone.
a white light
Just to
experience, an experience
conclude,
of Kundalini rising, an
we say
experience
it
of
in the
contact with
conversation. I
higher
think
dimensional
that
ETs, an experience of angelic contact.
I'm
You
an
ask for it.
extremist. I'm
Set the intention,
extremely
and
extreme,
that
and
gets the ball
Michael is
rolling.
extremely moderate.
But we are going to talk about discernment because
Moderate.
it's an
I
important
even
part of
call,
this
you
too.
know,
I always like
it's
to give people
crazy
discernment
because
that maybe have not
I'm totally
crossed some of
stunned
these
to be
thresholds
called
yet or had
moderate,
these
you know.
breakthroughs because that's
That's not
important.
that has
So
never
another
been
thing
my
that I
image of
discovered,
myself.
and
But
this
for
was something that came
Elżbieta,
as
I'm
guidance
moderate.
from
And in a
entities that I
certain way,
initially made
I
contact
am
with. I had a
because
few experiences of
you
contact,
know,
and
I
after
agree,
a few,
but
my
the
fear
very
threshold was
idea
really,
that I'm
really low.
moderate
I
about
was ready
something.
for anything.
Well, when you get
I
to
was
be
ready
76
to
years old,
head
I
off
think
into the
you're allowed
wilderness
to be
where I had
moderate.
some of these contacts, and
I
We will
think
talk
picked up
when
by the
I'm
ship and, you know,
76.
go off and
What?
visit some other
We will
world.
talk
Or at least
about it
go
when I'm
aboard and have a ride and
76.
come back and be
we
able to tell the
won't,
world
but
about it.
anyway.
I mean, I was, 19 years old at the time, And
You know,
I was
you'll
ready, as I know
you'll
many
be the Dybbuk that talks to
people
her
that are
when
awakening
she's
starseeds feel
I don't
the
want to
same
be a
ready.
Dybbuk.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay, come on, just come on down here.
No,
And I mean, I
it's
talk
bad
to people all
being
the
a
time that
Dybbuk.
say that
Yeah, no doubt.
they want to buy a
No
piece of
doubt.
property and
I
have
don't think
a
so.
landing pad
All
on
right,
their property for
you guys,
their
unfortunately,
Arcturians
I
to
have
come
to
down.
go because
So
I have
was
to go
really in that
help
same
prepare food.
boat of wanting it
Uh-huh.
so badly.
As do
And I
I.
remember
So,
It's happening.
realistic face up,
one night
everyone.
sitting out
Thanks
at
so
this
much
lake
again, Michael and
and
Elžbieta. Thanks
trying
for
to
everyone in the
meditate to
audience. We
connect
wish you
with the
all
ships
very
and
well.
wondering why aren't
And
they
we look
coming
forward to the
anymore?
next
They came the
opportunity.
last few times.
Yes,
We
indeed.
had sightings
Yes,
in the
indeed.
sky. We had
Okay.
telepathic contact. Why
Take
aren't
care,
they
guys. Be
coming?
well.
And I
Hag
remember at one
Sameach,
point
Hag
I
Sameach.
went
All
deep
right.
into
Sameach.
meditation, and I had this beautiful image hit my third eye of seeing this Pleiadian light ship
to the
that
long
was
winter,
so vast. It must have
but
been
I
like a
had to
mothership type ship.
use my
And
imagination,
I could
use
feel all
the
the beings
stories of the
inside, and
departed
they were letting me
relatives that I
know,
did
yes,
interview who
we
are
know
all
you're
dead now
there.
at
We
this
know you're
point,
meditating, you're
and how to
reaching out. We
cobble
know
this
you
thing
would like to have
together.
more
But
contact.
what I
But we want you to start to learn how to connect with us inwardly, because the world is not really ready for this yet. And there's a lot of other steps that you're trying to skip that need to be addressed in your evolutionary process.
Absolute bullshit. This guy's stupid. The world is ready. The world is ready for all this stuff, dude. I mean, it's nothing, dude. You kidding me? Everything is operating on these forces.
So, I'm not going to be able to go aboard a ship anytime soon, at least not in my body.
Everything is operating on these forces. Everybody, the whole universe is ready. It's no fucking matter.
Telepathically. And when I did that and focused in this more grounded approach, then I started having other guides introduce themselves. The Arcturians introduced themselves. They took me through a training process. They upgraded me as a channel. They helped me to start to be able to channel them.
This guy's fucking bullshitting, dude. He said Arcturian. One time I was on shrooms though, and I channeled Arcturians. It was dope. I felt like they said we love you and never give up or some shit like that. It was some weird shit. I don't know why I thought it was Arcturians, but I was on shrooms. You know what I'm saying?
Which I've done many. Noticed that between our multidimensional DNA activating and contact, but it wasn't coming about from trying to reach out to have contact. For me, at that point, the focus had become very internal, seeking to go within and awaken to my multidimensionality as an inner experience. And that at certain points drew in very profound experiences of ET contact that were complementary to the process of the multidimensional channel coming online. So I thought I would throw that out there because I know there are opportunities. I mean, there are people that do lead retreats to go to certain sacred spots and places where you can have contact or potentially have a sighting or some kind of an experience. I've even led them myself. I've been on one of the ones that Dr. Greer's done.
Hey, he did some with Dr. Greer.
It is something that is a possibility. However, it's even more available to you to learn how to receive the connection inwardly. And I'm going to give you some keys about how to align with that. So coming to the subject of the ultimate star beings that we are becoming, one of the most interesting contacts that I had back in 2001, I was starting to channel and guide people through meditations publicly for the first time. And I was in Crestone, Colorado, guiding a group of people through this ceremony and this meditation. And I perceived what felt like the light of a star, but I knew that it was not like a normal star. I knew this was a being. This sort of felt like a multidimensional light ship, but it resonated like a star spiritually. And I didn't know what this was. What is this? The following year, I did another conference, and the light of this star appeared in my consciousness again, like it was, up in the sky, an invisible star. And the radiance of it poured through me during another one of the meditations. And I became aware that this was light coming from our future selves as a race of galactic beings that had graduated from physicality. We had ascended fully. We were in our light bodies. We had all entered into one vehicle of consciousness, which was this body of light that I was calling the star. And they had traveled back in time to witness the birth of a human unified consciousness in this century that was the beginnings of what they became. And I thought, this is fascinating. This is really cool to see this evidence showing up of what we are endeavoring to do now to awaken as a species, to become conscious, to cross this threshold of awareness that we are one, that we are part of a galactic community, and to see that that has played out on this timeline of ascension that leads to this graduation. And then we get to come back in time and interact with ourselves in the past, or at least witness how it all happened. Well, in 2006, my connection to that star, that body of light, and that collective from the future opened, and I started receiving messages from our future selves. And they said that they wanted to describe for us some aspects of the shift that we are going through now from their memory of it. They were allowed to give us certain kinds of information. There's a lot that they can't tell us, but there are certain pieces of information that they were bringing through. And one of them had to do with crossing the threshold into awareness of the galactic community. They said that this is one of the biggest things that is going to happen in this time reference, that this is not just an intellectual shift. This is a shift into a whole new spiritual, mental, emotional, psychological environment that will have an effect on our consciousness. So there are people that, you know, look out the sky and they're looking at what they think is empty space and a cold, dead universe, and it's like they're inside a bubble. And once you poke your head outside of this bubble, you see and perceive and actually feel a universe that is teeming with life and a multidimensional reality. And so that bubble is weakening all the time. It's weakening through more and more contacts that are taking place. And it's also weakening in other ways that I'm going to get to that are, I feel, critically important to taking down the institutions of secrecy that really threaten human freedom and sovereignty. So I'm going to share some of the messages from the human beings from the future. But I want to get into something else I've touched upon in some of my other presentations on Portal to Ascension. And that has to do with the galactic spectrum. So the galactic spectrum, as I've been shown it and as I've learned about through contact with different parts of the spectrum, is fascinating because humanity is pulling in contact from many different parts of the spectrum. The simplest way that I can describe this spectrum is that about 80% of the spectrum is made up of civilizations, many of which are non-physical in nature. Some of them may be astral, some of them may have graduated from physical reality and transcended physical reality through an ascension process. But 80% is made up of civilizations that love and respect living worlds, that respect the sovereignty of emerging civilizations like ours, and that have kind of a policy of non-interference, as well as being at varying degrees of integration with the angelic presence. On the other side of this, you have the 20%, which is beings that have not become fully integrated with the angelic presence, or are even in touch with an angelic presence, and they may still be in some degree of density of physicality, and these are civilizations that have needs for physical resources, and they may have agendas for how they deal with emerging worlds like ours to try to get access to our resources. So there are issues of discernment, and because we're dealing with this spectrum, it's helpful to know, like, you know, which side of the spectrum are we aligning with, depending on the choices that we are making collectively. So that's one of the things that I would like to get into. I'm very much an angels first person when it comes to connecting with anything galactic. I'm known as a galactic channel, but how that came about is that I learned to make the angelic presence the clearinghouse for everything that comes through me as a channel, so that I stay always aligned with the angelic part of the spectrum. Now, I have had plenty of contacts with the other part of the spectrum. I've had contacts and experiences with interfering ETs. I've even stopped an abduction process from taking place. There were attempts on one particular night that happened probably 8 different times to try to take me, and I was able to resist through the sacred powers of the earth that I was embodying, and to prevent this from happening and to thwart it. So I've had really a full range of different experiences with different parts of the spectrum. So I want to go into, well, first I want to talk about the humans from the future a little bit more, because by the time we end, I want to do a little bowl activation for you guys. I want to make sure I have enough time for this, because I want to do a little bit of an intention setting with all of you to connect with the light of this star, which actually represents a feedback loop that is opening in our consciousness to connect with the ascension timeline. Now, I was able to leap ahead into the ascension timeline, and I had one visitation in the out-of-body state where I went more than 3,000 years in the future, and I saw that the earth itself had ascended to a higher vibration. Everything was glowing with light inside of it. Human beings were beings of pure love and light. We had a unified chakra system. We were all connected to each other from within. And I want to describe something really interesting that I witnessed about the shift from where we are now to how we got there. There was a lot of stages in between, but I want to make one simple point clear. What we are working on now is developing this layer of energy in our auric fields that is a vibration of wholeness. When we are focused upon our wholeness, and when we have been able to cultivate and activate and support wholeness and human consciousness, it actually creates a field that's like it's like an energetic skin that surrounds our bodies, and we wear the vibration of wholeness. Well, in that future, what I saw is that all human beings looked very similar in outer appearance. There was very, very little, if at all, any difference between one human being and another in outer appearance. We all wore that skin of wholeness, but that had become our expression, except when we chose to kind of unzip that outer aura and to allow, excuse me, to allow the inner distinctions of our character to emerge and to be shared vibrationally. And I had an experience because I was in the body of one of these beings, and I saw that we all look the same, very much how the Arcturians are. They all look very much the same outwardly, but their individuality is contained inwardly as a vibration, and not as something that appears outwardly in the way that we all look so different from one another. So I was in this body, and I met somebody that was a soulmate, and I had this experience where it was like we were unzipping the outer aura and allowing these inner colors to shine through and to be shared as a celebration of our connection and our uniqueness. And it was kind of like a tantric process of union vibrationally. And I knew that this was something that we all do in the future. We're all having a lot of really beautiful vibrational experiences with each other that are very blissful in that reality. And there's no jealousy and there's no fear of intimacy. We all are very, very connected to practices of sharing energy and consciousness that are very profound. And we also can fly, we can change shape, we can move around interdimensionally. Eventually, in that reality, we will complete our journey on the earth and enter into this vehicle of light. And before we journey to the stars to go and be like the Arcturians are now, to us as midwives to an emerging world, which that is going to happen. I was shown that as well. Before that happens, we will go back in time and have the interactions that they are having with us now and that we are now opening to. So what I saw is that this skin of oneness and wholeness that we are developing energetically, it is a layer of synergy. See, Chief Big Bear, one of the guides that I channel, talks about this. He says that there is a cosmic spiritual wind beginning to blow over our auric fields and to resurrect an energy, a presence of synergy that enhances our ability to connect with each other and with the animals. And because of that, we're going to be able to start to have deeper experiences of connection with each other and to discover this synergy between our chakras that is going to be key to the ascension process moving forward. That has to be discovered and awakened more and more until it becomes part of a global spiritual practice to know about this synergy, to know about this layer in our auras that can be activated when we focus upon it, and to develop practices of sharing focuses of attention that spark the synergy, that amp it up to help us to build vibration so that it can be shared and extended to more and more people. And eventually that is going to be part of how we awaken the rest of the world through a collective focus on that energy of synergy, so that it eventually just appears between all chakras. And that'll be the beginning stage, the foundation of becoming a civilization like the Arcturians. So the difference between who we are now and who we are, 3,000 years from now, is that along the way, we went through stages of wearing the vibration of wholeness and oneness and learning how to do these practices of focusing on the synergy and building vibration. And yet, in many of these evolutionary stages over many centuries, we still retained our individuality. We still wore our individuality as well. And we had the skin of wholeness, but we still look very individual. Gradually, there's a shift in focus that takes place, and eventually our focus becomes less on what makes us individuals and more on the presence of that skin, such that that becomes our outer appearance, and it contains the individuality inside as a vibration instead of as a physical body. So the physical body is going to be the anchor for anchoring more and more light until we eventually shift our focus and become more focused inside of that vibrational skin. So I thought that was very interesting. So how do we get there? And what role does ET contact play in all of that? I'm going to come to some slides that I have here. So give me just a moment. I'm going to do a share screen. This is my little galactic owl that I created. I've got a big connection with owls, and they are they've been portals for me to connect with a galactic race of owl-like beings. But I'm going to get to that in a little bit here. So I have 7 steps, and I've talked about these 7 steps in a previous webinar, but I'm going to go a little deeper into this. So Earth first. The animals are our portals to other worlds. We need Earth-based intelligences for our discernment. Becoming conscious of the animals restores part of our divine intelligence and the full functioning of our brains. Animals hold connections with other worlds and families of consciousness in the galaxy. We treat the animals with great respect. This will bring our connections with galactic intelligence online in our consciousness. Dolphins and whales in particular hold discernment about ETs. Now, I've had some profound experiences with this. This was a teaching that the Pleiadians first gave me, and I decided that, okay, I've got to give this a go. So instead of focusing on how do I get aboard a ship sometime soon? How do I become one of these, first wave emissaries and ambassadors to the universe and get to, travel to other worlds and come back and tell the world about it? well, I decided to let that go and focus on this 1-1 vibration with the animals, holding equality with the consciousness of the animals and receiving the way in which they are also awakening and forming part of the group Merkaba that we are entering together to eventually become a race of galactic beings with some of the animals that are going to be joining us on that vehicle of light that will eventually travel to other worlds. So I focused in this way, and I'll give you an example, because I focused on spiders for a while in this 1-1 vibration, and I just brought so much love and respect to the energy of the spiders. And if I caught a spider in my house, I mean, if I saw one in my house, I would catch it and release it. And I did so with such respect. And then this connection opened up between the consciousness of spiders on Earth and the consciousness of galactic spiders. And these galactic spiders became some of my teachers. Had the same thing happen with squid and cephalopods, connected in a 1-1 vibration of equality and oneness and wholeness with cephalopods, and it linked me to the light bodies of these profound cephalopod beings on other worlds that are some of humanity's allies in the universe that support human sovereignty. So I've had so many connections like that.
Indeed, there is a dog from Mexico. It doesn't have
So I'm going to come back and see if I can go through these fairly quickly. So another thing, human unity and sovereignty over identification with ET. We want to allow the Earth to play the role that she's playing in unifying us. So the Earth and the angelic presence, Archangel Metatron, the family of light, along with the technology of the Great Pyramids, which is still playing a role in our awakening, are activating human unity and sovereignty in relationship to the galactic community. Focusing on the new synergy between human beings and our chakras will strengthen our connection to an emerging human collective of light-bearing energies. This key to our ascension process is how we will align with the most highly evolved ETs. Number 3, angelic integration over integration with AI. Angelic integration aligns us with the angel integrated ETs. Okay, the ETs that want us to align with the part of the spectrum that they are in. There are ETs that want us to align with the part of the spectrum they are in, which gives them an advantage over us. We're talking about the 20% side of the spectrum that may have agendas. They have been seeding the idea that integration with
Well, hello. My name is Lester Ant, and we are live. And I just had to shut the door there for you. And we're going to ask some deep questions today when we're speaking with the spirits. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the spirit talkers here. And before I start everything else, I'll just kind of let you know what's going on. Star. Well, hello, Star. All right. Got just one more. Okay. So it started off the Spirit Talkers, and today we're going to ask some kind of deep questions instead of just some of the normal stuff that we
Polaris. Kapana. Pattern sauce. Pattern sauce. Gata. Patata sauce. Yacht.
Whoa. Need some food. Hey Siri, what's the temperature? What's the temperature, Siri? Fucking 86, dude. The hell? Jesus. So hot. So hot. Jeez. Oh shit.
difficile.
Hungry. It feels so hot in here. What is wrong with this shit? Hey Siri, what's the temperature in Belgium? What's the temperature in Belgium?
Fanus. Fanus.
Shit. Hot. 80 degrees.
M103 is the glorious, bright open star cluster in the rich star fields of Cassiopeia. It is easily found just south of Delta Cassiopeia, one of the naked eye stars that make up the familiar W shape in the heavens. In binoculars, it appears nebula-like, a pale puff of light set amid countless bright stars. In the small scope, about a dozen stars are visible, and the cluster's shape is like a coat hanger. Although lacking in many thousands of stars, about 30 are visible. M103 is an exceptionally attractive object. Within its star field is one orange star that seems brighter than its neighbors. Red giant stars are common treats for those viewing open star clusters. The whole area around M103 has several other smaller clusters, colored double stars, and ordinary doubles. It's a wonderful place to explore.
Typ Gusta. Tapana. Ah, tu feras. Have you? C'est plus ça. Rita. Patate sauce. Mach.
Titanic for a traveling exhibition.
I'm Tim Ventura.
What is going on, you guys? Brandon here, aka Brawadis, and as a lot of you guys know, recently I got into a relationship. Yes, I got myself a girl, cute one actually. And today I'm gonna be doing something that a lot of you guys have been asking me to do, and that is prank my girlfriend. We've filmed a couple of YouTube videos together.
From extra researchers say attracting aliens to Earth could be as easy as leaving a very large porch light on. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The study suggests the light from a laser could spark interest from extraterrestrials, if they exist, of course. The powerful laser would be focused through a telescope aimed towards space that may produce a light strong enough to stand out from energy produced by the sun.
So if they went to the effort, does that mean they think they exist?
I guess so. Turn off the light.
I guess we'll see.
de limonada. La ancianita bebe la limonada y le ofrece a Ladybug un pie de manzana como agradecimiento. Para ti.
And it's about money. I'm not saying it's about money, but
yeah,
this is what you do.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that kind of minimizes what I was saying earlier. That, you know, again, my brother tried to commit suicide, and that makes me really passionate about men's issues. And while this is entertainment, I do think that there is not, we don't really advocate for men, and there's not content in society that really shows the men's point of view and also advocates for men's issues. So when you say that it's like capitalistic and you're just doing it for content,
you're looking at there is some super fine copper wire. Hold on, I'm going to bring it way up here. Come on, come on. Oh, 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 wait. What's going on? All right, I'm still learning how to use this thing. Okay, no. Oh, right, I'm adjusting the wrong thing. That's my problem. Here we go. There we are. All right, we're going to get even closer. So what you are looking at is copper wire going through tiny little ferrite donuts. And I'm going to try and turn this thing so you can see that. Look at that. And what you need to understand is that this is an early form of computer memory, and that the arrangement by which those wires are threaded through these ferrite toroids, these little donuts, that is the information. So this is in fact a physical computer memory, and the Apollo guidance computer operated on this. These wires are surpassingly thin. Hold on, I can tell you how thin they are. They are, oh, hold on. They are about 5 thousandths, about 250 microns in diameter. And yeah, there were people who sewed this. This is effectively knitted memory, which I love, right? Because it's agreed whenever you're looking at the history of computer science, you get to the Jacquard loom and you understand that like the incredible complicated patterns of fabric are absolutely something that can require a simple program to run. And that was the punch cards of the Jacquard loom, very much usually agreed to be the very first, one of the first programmed machines. And then you get to this core memory, this magnetic core memory. And I'm going to see how close I can get to you here. And it is like, I don't know, for me, this physicalizes computer history in a way that I find really exciting. This is my ability to hold things still. And so each of these magnets is literally smaller than the head of a pin. And somebody is sitting there threading those through, and every intersection is guided by a program and holds information. I know I keep banging on about this, but dudes, this is insane. Okay. Let's come back down to earth. Let's focus. There we go. And just to, you might be wondering what size these toroids are. I swear it's hard for me to measure it, but I think it's going to be around 40 to 50 thou in circumference on each of those. Insanity, how absolutely narrow that is. Let's see here. I'm looking for other things. Weathering on some props. I showed you that. Dremel's head. Oh, okay. Maybe I can pull out a Dremel bit and we can take a look at it. Let's go to worn out Dremel sanding bit. This is literally exactly what I did when I first got this. I just ran around the shop grabbing things to look at super close up. And you might notice, I mean, maybe you can't quite see, but I've actually got these on a real binocular stand. Oh yeah, that is the. Here, I'll move this over. This is the standard state of most of my Dremel. Yeah, I could take better care of it. I think I've got a better one in here, but they wear out really quickly. There you go. I washed my hands this morning too. I mean, and then I did some work. I actually, speaking of seeing things in an incredibly small, yeah, this is cool. Hold on. Oh. So I'm going to do a longer video on this at some point in the near future. But a couple of years ago, I did a long fever dream piece here at my main workbench in the cave about gauge blocks and the foundations of precision and metrology, the science of measurement. And the inventor of gauge blocks is Carl Edvard Johansson out of Sweden. He is one of the most important human beings whose name you don't know. Literally what he did for the world in helping us come to an agreement about what measurements are. And in fact, one of the reasons the metric system is the way it is because of the way he built his tools. I'm not kidding. Johansson is a giant in the history of science in the world. And I recently found out that you could buy one of his measurement gauges. And this is an old CEJ from Sweden measurement gauge. And I'm going to show you it up close here. Microcator. Oh man, look at how beautiful that is. And our depth of field is so shallow that I can focus on this logo or the dial. Now, as far as showing you the actual dial, it's going to go away quickly because, oh my God. Yeah, I can't even hold it in orientation because it reads to 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros and half of that. So from 0 to 1, that is 1/1000th of an inch. That's about 1/3 to 1/4 of the thickness of your hair, depending on where we grabbed it from you and what your heritage is, which means that each of these divisions is a 10,000th, and that each of the little ones between are half of a 10,000th, and that's what this is. That's hundredths, tenths, thousandths, then 10,000ths, and then half of that. I'm like I said, I'm gonna do a longer video about this later, but this just arrived today, and I had to get it when I found out that you could get it with Carl Edward Johansson's initials on that puppy. That makes me very, very happy. And this is, without a doubt, the most extreme measurement gauge I have here in the cave. I thought we're looking at a measurement gauge in a microscope. I love it. I don't think there's anything else on here that's that interesting to see. All right, I'm going to put it back in here so it doesn't get damaged. There we go. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? Let's see here. Styrofoam. Interesting. Oh, well, I mean, everybody also wanted to see. Let me see. You know, as far as old measuring equipment, it's totally worth demonstrating. But I think I've shown you all the cool stuff. Let's see here. This is kind of cool to look at up close. Oh, this is neat. Let's look at this. So this is an old square that I have. A machinist's square. Wow. And it has, like a lot of old machinist equipment, initials in here, EBW. That is who used it. But it's got this what you call machine finish on it. This sort of like the finish on the Spirit of St. Louis, which is lots of little circles. Yeah. Okay, so let's dial into this. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? I know how I want to finish this. So this was, this is a, I believe, somewhat adjustable square, so you could calibrate it. You can calibrate its squareness, and it's got this great knife edge here. I love looking on eBay for this old equipment. And I love, it's funny how crunchy that machine finish looks, when it looks so great in from a distance. Right, I know exactly how I want to wrap this up. And we can wrap it up in a, yeah. Okay, so in homage to, oh, right. Sorry, two things left. One is me. So a fan made this drawing, right? They did this whole action figure, right? A fan made this action figure of me and sent it to me. And I've used it in a bunch of things. We recently posted it on Instagram, standing on that Eiffel Tower that I built. Sorry, the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But the detail on this resin print is actually pretty amazing. And he's wearing a helmet. The helmet is clear. It's me. And if I bring this all the way up, you can actually see that there's paint chipping off my nose. There it is. Yeah, that is super cool. And I love that he gave me a spacesuit. We have heard from some of you that you'd love to get this download file, and we might be able to make that work. We're seeing. Yeah. It's funny seeing my hairline so freaking tiny. But in honor of Wristwatch Revival, because that's where I started down this journey of the microscope, I pulled out, I'm sorry you had to see that scab. I love watches. I don't have one of my Omegas here to take a look at, but I love old watches. And I used to, because I was that kind of guy, I used to carry a pocket watch when I was younger. And it was this one. This is an Elgin National Watch Company. This is a large, you can see how big it is here. It is a large conductor's watch, meant to be viewed from the side. 12 is here, not underneath the winder. And a funny thing happened when I pulled this out of the display case. It's been sitting in the display case because it broke on my watch. That broke on my watch. Get it? The bezel here cracked in my pocket. I mean, probably from some roughhousing. But when I first pulled it out to take a look at, and you get to see the loveliness. So now I'm doing an episode of Wristwatch Revival, but here's the best part is, it just needed that. And then it was actually ticking again. I don't know how accurate it is. But yeah, you can actually see it way up close there. And I'm going to bring it even closer to you so you can see it really, really, really close up. So hold on just a second. We're going to bring in, yeah, here we go. And now we're going to focus it in. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Safety edition, safety pinion. And I see because I've learned from watching the watch repair guys, I can see that I've got one of those, that I've got a jewel here, but that there are other pinions, no jewels, just sitting there. Yeah. Here, I can bring this down a little bit so we can take a little bit of a wider view on the situation. Oh, look at those blue steel screws. So pretty. I am slowly working up the nerve to try some actual watch repair. Here you can see the much abused
trying to lead the break. Good interception there. Great defense there by Max Soul. Here's Noel. That's where you got to be careful if you're the Air Force. He's trying to find Bane Bentley. Slipping on the turf that time was Sims. Bentley. He's 1v2. He tried to ping that off of Dove, but couldn't.
He didn't have a lot of support there in the corner, so Navy has got to do a better job getting down there with him and supporting him on that.
I actually feel like the pace is kind of slowed here a little bit in the second half between these two units. See if it picks back up. Final 30 minutes or so. Maney. Chandum. Chandum on that far side trying to make a move. Clears it away.
And no game in this tournament, Alex, is going to end in a tie. So whatever happens here, we're going to get a winner out of it.
Yeah, if it is tied up after the full 90 plus stoppage, it'll be 15 minutes of extra time, golden goal. So first team to score wins. If nobody scores the first 15 minutes, you get a second 15 minutes, again golden goal. If anybody scores in that second 15 minutes, it's over. If not, penalty kick shootout.
Yes, and that golden goal rule only applies to this first round here, not the championship game. So if we make it that far, they're not going to do a golden goal in the championship game.
Right, so if it gets to extra time, they will play 30 minutes at it no matter what. And then if it's still tied after the 30 minutes, guess what? It'll be a penalty kick shootout. Thrown in. Navy looking for their second, not going to get it there. Doing now on the far side. Battling with Chandum. That's been a fun battle to watch the entirety of this match. And just looking at the referee and Abdul Qadir Ndiaye and saying, what happened there? If anything, it's a no call. But Chandum, great defense there. To right back for the Navy. He is being tasked right now to man mark Doing. Not an easy task for him.
And you can see there that Doing, talking to the referee, disagrees with that call. Doesn't think that should have been a foul.
Nice throw in there by Maney.
Look at that speed.
And you see the speed there from Bain Bentley. '65th minute. Alex Gould, U.S. Air Force Captain Kristen Lynn. Appreciate you joining us here. Maybe just getting off work, checking in. The Army defeated the Marines this morning 2-1. So the Army trying to get back on the top of the podium, win the gold medal for the first time since 2019. Air Force, the defending champs right now, tied with the Navy. This was the matchup last year at MacDill Air Force Base in the gold medal match. Air Force comfortably winning 4-0. Today, Captain Lynn, a different story. Both teams have been pretty darn even.
Yes, Alex, it's been pretty back and forth here. Both teams have been controlling possession pretty evenly, and we're starting to see it get a little bit more physical as the time moves on and the no score has happened this half.
It's also tough because obviously this is a Marine Corps base, right? We're here at Camp Pendleton, and so you saw a lot of crowd, a lot of Marines out here cheering on their fellow Marines and the 18 playing in the game this morning. But here, that's just how it is, right? But here, you get a little bit less of a crowd, of course, tuning into this game between the Air Force and the Navy. So a lot of times, you have to create your own energy, both on the pitch and on the sideline. And so sometimes that can be tough. It's where it's a moment like this, and you're a former player, you know, you can't lull yourself away. You got to stay in it. Free kick opportunity. Air Force trying to go up for the first time today. Not gonna right there.
Speaking of support, Alex, we've talked a little bit about how hard it is for some of these men with what they do in the Air Force and Navy to get away to play in a tournament like this. And so one of the players from the Air Force, Jared Dove, actually wanted to give a special shout out to his leadership from his unit. That is Colonel Rich Lopez, Lieutenant Colonel Max Reel, Captain Cameron South, and Lee Bierman. So thank you for letting them come out and play with us today.
Absolutely. They deserve all the shout outs in the world. This could be a little turnover here. That was almost a handball from Brown. But there is Jared Dove with those shout outs. He's a terrific center back for this Air Force unit. Good ball here. Could be an opportunity for Max Soul. Plays it low, was trying to find doing, couldn't. It was intercepted nicely. Now the counter could be on. Is there a counter punch here from the Navy? No, there's not. Buendia was dispossessed.
That was a good job by the Air Force applying quick pressure. As soon as they left the ball, you just saw 3 of them pounce right on that defender.
Bouchard was battling. It was won by Noel in the Navy. So 2 subs coming in here for the Navy. Navy 1 for the Department of Air Force. So it looks like Buendia's day is done. Checking in for the first time, Jaden Joseph, stationed at the USS Ronald Reagan. The Air Force sub waiting to come on still.
You talked a little bit about how the pace of the game has slowed down, and I think that's what the coaches are trying to accomplish here with these late subs in the second half. They want to ramp that back up, get some fresh legs out there, and get this pace back up.
Air Force trying to string something together here. I think that was frustrating there for Max Soul. He was trying to call for it from Mikey Nexu earlier, and then Nexu played the through ball a little bit too far. Final 20 minutes plus stoppage in this match between these two. A crucial first game.
Well, it won't be the final 20 minutes here, Alex. If we stay tied up, we will go to overtime and get a winner for this match.
Skied in the air by Fanning.